The Battle of Hastings in 1066 is the most famous battle ever fought on English soil. The Bayeux Tapestry shows William of Normandy defeating King Harold of England. Two different leaders, two very different styles of fighting.
This creature is for one purpose only, dealing death.
Historians have always said that William won because he was a better general. But was his victory inevitable? No clues have ever been found on the battlefield. So researchers are now using a surprising array of unusual specialist techniques to investigate what really happened.
What we really need to do is to peel back the layers from the modern world and get back to the landscape of 1066.
Using their new findings, experts are piecing together the real story of 1066. Was William's victory at Hastings down to military skill, or just good luck? On October the 14th, 1066, Harold, King of England, went into battle against William, Duke of Normandy. On this hill near Hastings, a modern Norman army of knights on horseback defeated a traditional Anglo-Saxon army of foot soldiers protected only by shields. Thousands died in one of the longest battles in medieval history. And at the end of the day, William was the new king of England.
Harold, you've probably heard of him. He's the guy that got the arrow in the eye. He was a good soldier.
The detective work begins in the world of modern business.
And the chairman was a frightfully nice chap.
Can management theory shed new light on whether William was the better general?
What we're going to do is make some analogies between modern business with mergers, acquisitions, takeovers, and what happened 1,000 years ago with the hostile takeover of a company called England.
Stephen Carver teaches project management at one of Europe's leading business schools.
First of all, Harold. 6'2" tall, mustachioed, dashing, women loved him. He'd been deputy head of England under his father. The positive side of that was that he was actually respected by his staff. He'd been a line manager, he'd worked his way up. Now, William, a completely, totally different guy. You'll notice the finger here on the Bayeux Tapestry. Yes, this guy liked using his finger. I have a plan, I am right, you are wrong, we are going to do it my way. He was unstoppable. He always had a plan, and he had a plan to back up the plan, to back up the plan in case the plan went wrong. So, his official court title was William the Bastard. Now, can you imagine as a child being referred to officially as William the Bastard? You know, William the Bastard, come over here. The guy was balanced, he had chips on both shoulders.
In the business world, it's important to know your competitor's history. William and Harold had actually met 2 years earlier. Harold had been shipwrecked off the northern French coast, and William had rescued him.
Rescue in inverted commas. It was pretty obvious that Harold basically had no way out. He wasn't going to leave Normandy alive unless he gave William what he wanted. And really, William was doing this to find out what made Harold tick. What sort of soldier was he?
When Edward the Confessor died and Harold took the crown, William prepared to invade England. Harold called up an army to confront him. By July, Harold's army occupied the south coast of England, and William had assembled his fleet in Normandy. A good general proves himself not only in battle, but also in the months beforehand. Preparation is vitally important.
You can look back at a logistic commander and see if his logistics supported his mission properly. Often, poor logistics is one of the crucial reasons why an operation doesn't succeed.
Colonel Paul Budd plans British Army campaigns today. He deals with the same basic problems as they would have done in 1066. Can he tell whether William was better prepared for the battle?
We're looking for about 2,500 calories a man day. So if we input some of the ingredients here, for example, the barley, oats, leeks seems to have been a commonly available ingredient, onions.
A major part of successful logistics is being able to supply food. So who managed better, Harold or William?
As William was going to invade across the Channel, he would have had to have taken a far more centralist view of his logistic planning.
This is exactly what William did. He paid for everything himself and fed his men from a central base. In contrast, Harold's army, known as the Fyrd, was a kind of national service where each soldier brought 2 months' supply of food with him.
Harold relied on his Fyrd coming in, probably supporting themselves in small village groups, and therefore he would have been able to have a far more flexible logistic organisation and be able to respond and change his forces probably more easily.
Harold actually had a better way of keeping his army going. However, the time of year was crucial. In the medieval world, July was the month when food was most scarce. And this was precisely the moment William chose to get his fleet together. Did clever timing give William the edge?
For Harold, during August, there would have been a great deal of psychological pressure on his soldiers to want to return home and join in the harvest. From William's perspective, September was the optimum time to attack England, and for him there was the greatest chance of being able to pillage local supplies and replenish his own larders.
By September the 8th, the Anglo-Saxons had used up all their food, and Harold had to disband his army. It looks like William had proved the better planner, as just 4 days later, with Harold at his most vulnerable, William set sail for England. Most of what we know about the events of 1066 comes from a medieval strip cartoon. Although it's called the Bayeux Tapestry, it is in fact an embroidery. But can we rely on this ancient wall hanging as historical evidence?
Here is a lovely little touch. 2 female centaurs with flowing blonde hair and welcoming arms. Centaurs were well known as symbols of lust, and this is the hunt here, where 2 men are running with clubs, but also this chap's showing his genitals here, quite clearly. So that is another little rude remark about King William's laws on hunting. I've studied it quite clearly under a microscope, in fact, and it's clearly his bits and pieces all hanging down.
Jan Messent has spent years working out how the tapestry was made. She knows the secret of why it can be taken seriously as evidence. It's not just that it was made within 4 years of the battle. It's also the fact of who made it.
This is exactly the kind of woman who would have been embroidering this actual scene. They were noble women. Their husbands had been fighting and killed on the battlefield at Hastings. It sounds rather strange that Anglo-Saxon women would be making a Norman hanging for perhaps a Norman man, giving a Norman version of the events. I don't think that they would have seen it as anything but a fair representation of how brave their own menfolk were and how well they fought.
Jan has also discovered when the tapestry's evidence should not be taken literally.
When you begin to take the tapestry apart, and there are 7 joins in it, then you begin to realise that each of the 8 sections were done in a different venue. The woman who embroidered this yellow horse began to embroider over the join without realising that the next horse to her is also yellow. So it's got yellow chest and legs, and the rest of it is brown. That simply happened because there was a join and because she hadn't seen what was actually happening on the next piece.
So the tapestry's evidence can only be relied on in parts. Some of its details are accurate, others are mistakes. And sometimes bits of information are simply left out. The scene of William's preparations, followed by his ships crossing the channel, is a perfect example. It looks like after months of planning, William had waited for just the right moment to pounce. But had he?
The Arda Sun, Dover Coast Guard. Good afternoon, sir.
Medieval scholars Gerald and Christine Grange have scoured one of the earliest written accounts of the campaign, known as the Carmen of Hastings.
Call and your destination, over.
They have compared its descriptions of weather to wind patterns in the Channel today. Their research is making clear just how much control over his campaign William really had.
In 1066, William clearly was still at the mercy of the winds. Honestly, one can say that even a modern yachtsman would reckon to be at the mercy of the winds. The Normans would be using Viking-type double-ended ships with a single square sail for their invasion crossing. You'd be looking ideally for a southerly wind.
Wind patterns in the Channel have been consistent for thousands of years. Throughout August, William had been waiting to cross with nearly 700 ships. He couldn't leave without a southerly wind.
The weather in the English Channel is dominated by the Atlantic low. These are low-pressure systems which follow each other in sequence from the Atlantic across northwest Europe. The winds associated with an Atlantic low are quite characteristic. They go in an anti-clockwise direction around the centre. The significance of that for William is that he could set sail with a southwest, but would run the danger that that would be followed by a westerly and then a northwesterly, which would effectively prevent him from reaching England.
Reading the Carmen, William's problem becomes clear. 1066 was an unusually bad summer.
The Carmen of Hastings records that if suddenly the north wind diverted and held off the south, lamenting, you bedewed your face with welling tears. You were in despair. It was cold and wet, and the sky hidden by clouds and rain.
Well, it sounds like a typical description of a rotten summer, and a rotten summer is caused by depression after depression, Atlantic low after Atlantic low, sweeping across the Channel.
So William could not have been in control of when he sailed.
There are people who say that William was waiting until Harold had disbanded his forces. I don't think that is so.
In fact, in their close reading, the Granges have unearthed an episode missing from the Bayeux Tapestry. Shortly after William set sail, his fleet was shipwrecked. Men were drowned and had to be buried in secret.
Things went very wrong indeed. In modern terminology, he's tearing his hair out. He doesn't know what to do next.
Far from being in control, William was now stranded on the Normandy coast.
This is the middle of September, nearly the end of September, and it's getting to that time where no sensible person would put to sea in ancient law.
But then the unexpected happened. The weather changed, and William decided to take a gamble. good luck rather than good planning got him across the channel. And luck was still on his side when he landed. There was no one there to oppose him. Harold had an urgent appointment up north.
Suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, came a guy called Harold Hardrada, Europe's preeminent warrior. He loved war. He loved killing people. If you want where he is in the model, he's actually beyond even there. He hated planning. Planning was not what Harold Hardrada did.
A third contender had arrived to claim the English throne, the Viking, Harold Hardrada. As a project manager, he had quite a different style.
Nowadays, he would have been armed with a mobile phone in each hand, a pager, a PDA, driving his Mondeo up the M6 at 100 miles an hour. He probably woke up one morning and said, "Let's invade England." And everyone said, "What's the plan?" He said, "I don't care, let's just do it." Harold Hardrada, there's no doubt about it.
Stephen thinks the way Harold dealt with the Vikings shows he had the better leadership skills.
Harold had done something quite incredible. He'd inspired his men to march from London to York in 4 days. And sure enough, there was Harold Hardrada having a few beers with the lads, saying what a great army they'd wiped out up north and how they wouldn't see Harold for weeks. And suddenly, over the hill came the Southern English army. Hardrada could not believe it. You can imagine this army just coming over the hill and Hardrada just going, "Bugger." He didn't stand a chance. The Battle of Stamford Bridge was a massacre.
Stamford Bridge was an amazing victory for the Anglo-Saxons. The Vikings had arrived in 300 ships. They went back in just 24. Among those killed on the field was Hardrada himself. This surprise attack had proved that King Harold was a brilliant general, perfectly capable of seeing off invaders. But while Harold was reveling in his success, trouble was brewing down south. William had finally landed at a town called Hastings. Two weeks later, they would meet here, 7 miles inland, at a place that would forever after be known simply as Battle. So why did William choose this spot? A good general decides carefully where a battle should take place. Paul Hill believes the landscape around Battle and Hastings contains vital evidence about William's strategy. To get a sense of what the landscape was like in 1066, he has enlisted the help of a team of mapping experts. They're using the latest technology, Geographical Information Systems, or GIS, to make precise images of the area. They're able to create 3D maps, not only of the present, but also the past. Will their map of Hastings reveal the secret of William's success?
The beauty of a GIS is that you're able to bring data into one system in a way that really hasn't been easily possible before.
The first stage is to remove all traces of the present.
And what we really need to do is to peel back the layers from the modern world and get back to the landscape of 1066 and give us the opportunity of roaming around that landscape as though we were a bird flying above the scene.
To build a picture of the past, Dominic needs information from the ground itself. Beneath the surface of today's landscape, is a hidden record of the last 4,000 years.
1, 2, 3.
By coring into it, Simon Jennings and Christine Smith have discovered that the coastline of Hastings was very different in 1066.
The lower part of the core down here is dominated by these solid lumps of wood, probably alder, and this represents the remains of the original woodland when this area was completely wooded. And we then get into this grey to orange mottled silty clay, and this represents an estuary. Here we have roughly the 1066 layer, and that has pollen grains typical of salt marsh, which would include Chenopodiaceae, salt marsh grasses. We also find things called hystricopheres, which are very diagnostic of tidal conditions. Up here is about the 15th century or so, and this is the roots and the remains of the present vegetation.
Today, this area near Hastings stretches for miles inland. In 1066, it was part of the sea. When this evidence is fed into the GIS, it gives a very different picture.
So that's what it's looking like at around about the time of Hastings.
Yes, and so we can see a completely different form of shoreline. So the area that we're interested in around Battle was squeezed between areas of marsh and also by very steep-sided valleys.
The map demonstrates that in 1066, the area from Hastings to Battle was a peninsula, narrowed by difficult terrain.
Other areas now, other estuaries.
This is the first surprise for Paul. Far from William calling the shots, he appears to have been trapped.
It really does constrain William's room for manoeuvre.
There's no room for manoeuvre, is there really? But he's also bottled up. He's only got one way out.
When Dominic adds a layer of road information from old maps, it makes it clear that William had only one option.
Do you think that the older ones are the ones along the ridgeways?
Almost certainly the older
Right.
ones are along the ridgeways. They would have been much drier and easier to traverse in all weathers.
Battle is at the end of a long ridgeway coming directly from Hastings. In 1066, this would have been the major road from the south coast to London.
Whoever controls that passage into the Hastings Peninsula and, of course, that passage out of the Hastings Peninsula has won the game strategically.
The map suggests that person was not William, but Harold.
The impetus is certainly with Harold, and I think he's doing what he did at Stamford Bridge as well. He's dominating the campaign with rapid movement. This whole element of surprise seems to be key in Harold's psychology.
In 1066, much of this area of medieval England was covered by a huge forest called the Weald. When this is added, the map has a final surprise.
Oh, right. Excellent. Right, now that's quite interesting because you could have forces coming down through the Weald on these two tracks, meeting to the north of the modern town of Battle at the
Indeed
time.
so.
I mean, what it says to me is there's a good place to form up, to make a meeting point.
The addition of the forest forces Paul to think again. Although Battle was a good place for troops to meet up, no general would choose to fight without open space behind him.
After Harold's formed up, I think what he's probably intending to do is to carry on down this trackway towards Hastings. Although it looks like Harold is blocking the road to London, I think it's William blocking the road to Hastings that's happened.
The map has led to some unexpected insights. At first, Harold's tactics seem to have been the better. He responded quickly and almost managed to outmaneuver William. But at the last moment, it was William who surprised Harold, forcing him to fight at a place he would never have chosen.
Harold and William have had a sort of game of mind chess over a period of time, and William has won it. I think that he must have some intelligence that Harold is forming up on the hill there, and he must think, this is my golden chance, I have to have a quick decision. He probably thinks, I'm going to go north and I'm going to get him. When he wakes up in the morning, I'll be at the bottom of the ridge waiting for him.
And this is exactly where William and his army did position themselves, at the bottom of a hill where the fate of England would be decided. As the sun rose on the morning of the 14th of October, the Anglo-Saxons formed up side by side in an impenetrable barrier known as a shield wall. All William could do was to throw the full weight of the Norman cavalry against it. The Battle of Hastings would last all day. It was one of the longest battles in medieval history. One reason it lasted so long is that the battlefield is a hill. Hall believes the lie of the land played a crucial part in how the day unfolded.
At the bottom of the slope here, William, he's got a big hill to climb. He's got to get right up onto that ridge and knock the soldiers off it. We know that he can't go round the back of the ridge because not only has Harold lined the top of the ridge with some of his best soldiers, but also just beyond the trees on either side of the ridge are two steep ravines, and you simply can't get round them.
But if Harold started with an advantage on the ground, it's always been said that William had the better army, because the Normans fought on horseback, and that made all the difference. Or did it? Horse trainer and rider Anne Hyland thinks that although horses were powerful, they were not without their problems. She thinks their role has been oversimplified by historians who don't understand how animals behave.
There's a tremendous difference in all the temperaments of horses, as much in horses as there are in humans. It's not just a man on a horse charging an enemy and the horse behaving like a machine. It just doesn't happen like that. The horse has got feelings, he has got a mind of his own.
So how much could the Norman horses be relied upon? Anne has looked at the Bayeux tapestry with a horsewoman's eye. She can pick out telling details that explain the horse's strength.
All knights rode stallions. We know they're stallions because they've got the full equipment in the requisite area under here. Stallions have a natural aggression, a hormonal aggression.
Part of the power of these horses was done to testosterone, but the tapestry shows they were also controlled by fierce equipment.
When war horses were trained, they normally wore a curb bit. They wouldn't have been very subtle about the use of it. And this part here, called a port, would rotate and hit the roof of the horse's mouth. So you've really got the horse in a vice. It would be used in a very, very savage manner, but it would have been able to stop a tank.
The great advantage of being on horseback was that weapons could be thrown with much more force. This was known as shock tactics and was made possible by the Norman saddle.
When you're casting a weapon, you can put a lot more poundage behind it if you can brace your thighs against the front of the saddle. The back stopped him being butted out of the saddle by a lance thrust from an enemy.
These details prove that although the Norman horses were powerful, they could also be unpredictable and needed strict control. And it was control that would be needed to break the Anglo-Saxon shield wall if the Normans were to win. Because the men who made up this wall were no pushover.
The Normans described the missiles that they received during the course of these charges as being somewhat unusual. Here's a mace in the middle of the sky here, just been thrown out of the enemy lines. There's an axe, maybe that's about to be thrown. Here are the javelins locked in place behind the shields of these two well-armed warriors here. They're about to throw them.
Behind the wall, the Anglo-Saxons were armed not only with missiles, but also with battle axes. These have been written off as primitive weapons, no match for the modern fighting style of the Normans. But Pete Seymour has spent years making and wielding battle axes, and he appreciates what can be done with them.
The best move for any axeman is a crushing blow, slash at close quarters. You could parry the butt of the weapon, which is very useful. It's a very dexterous weapon.
The axe is simple to make, but by understanding its design, Pete thinks you can appreciate its versatility.
It has a long cutting edge, quite often over 12 inches, which could make a very nasty injury, if not instant death, with very little effort. Any old bog iron could be smelted down and used for the body of the axe. This was compensated for by having an edge heat welded on of high carbon steel, which could be sharpened and would keep its edge for a long time. And if you got in a tight corner, or maybe even if the head got cut off by a sword, you had the butt end like a quarterstaff that could do terrible damage to someone's face or groin.
By the end of the morning, the Battle of Hastings had reached stalemate. Neither the axemen nor the cavalry had gained the advantage. One reason historians have given for the Norman weakness is that the performance of their horses was affected by the slope of the hill.
The hill is going to sort the stronger from the weaker animals. There are going to be disparities in their speeds.
Anne thinks the real problem was not speed, but the lack of coordination in the Norman cavalry.
To deliver the shock tactic, the animals have got to stay together. You're going to have some horses that are going to chicken out, are going to try and turn. So I doubt very much that they got to the shield wall in one nice line.
Unfortunately for Harold, the terrain stopped his men taking advantage of this Norman weakness.
This ridge is really quite a narrow one. It's only 600 or 700 yards long, and he's bringing up to 10,000 men, and they're getting more and more tightly packed on this ridge. The Bayeux Tapestry shows close order formation with shields overlapping, just as many of the historical accounts of the day had said. In fact, some of them are supposed to have died standing up. It was so constricted.
So in fact, the lie of the land affected the Anglo-Saxons more than the Normans. And those who were most constricted were Harold's crack troops, the axemen.
These were the royal bodyguard in the Anglo-Saxon ranks. Of course, they found themselves at great disadvantage, trying to wield a weapon that is primarily a slashing and whirling tool when they were cramped in the Anglo-Saxon lines. The men armed in this way could hardly have been at their most effective, shoulder to shoulder on a very steep piece of terrain.
As the fighting continued into the afternoon, both generals needed a way to break the deadlock. It seems to be William that found one. something made the Anglo-Saxons leave their shield wall.
Most of the chronicles agree that what happened at one point in the battle is that the Saxons were teased off the ridge, apparently yelling as they went. And it's here that the central Norman command turned and wheeled on these flying Saxons.
It seems the Anglo-Saxons thought victory was in their grasp. They were wrong. The Normans cut them to pieces. Was this a clever trick by William? I can't say that he had made his horses charge the Anglo-Saxons, but then pretend to run away, teasing them off the ridge. But were the Norman cavalry capable of such a tactic?
There's only two ways that animals can extricate themselves from a charge en masse. And one is by veering the same way, otherwise they'd be bumping into each other, or else they could have performed a rollback. All that is a horse going fast one way, turning within its own length on its hocks and coming back the other way without losing any appreciable speed. The same manoeuvre had been used in warfare for many hundreds of years.
William's use of this tactic seems to be proof that he was a more cunning general. But the fact that it worked doesn't necessarily mean it was cleverly planned.
Horses are herd animals. They will go where the leader goes. When the Normans fled, some horses would have turned and it would have had a knock-on effect. Herd animals.
Many Anglo-Saxon lives were lost in this incident, but that was probably down to William's good luck as much as his skill. And the battle was still not over. The outcome would actually depend on a single death. There was one thing above all others that mattered on the medieval battlefield: the fate of the leader. Once the leader fell, the battle was deemed to be over. During the long battle at Hastings, William was in danger far more often than Harold. He had 3 horses killed underneath him, and at one point was thought to be dead. If he had been, the course of history would have been entirely different.
Here he's lifted his visor. This is the Duke himself. He's lifted his visor and he's pointing at his face. He's probably shouting a lot as well. And next to him is the standard bearer, and he's saying, "This is William. He's still alive. So come on, steady yourself."
The moment passed, and it was not William who would be the first to die. The evidence now suggests that the leaders and the armies were equally matched. Dusk approached, and all Harold had to do was hold on until the darkness made it impossible to continue. So what eventually did tip the balance? The final clue is staring Paul in the face.
The legend is that the high altar of the Abbey Church marks the site of the death of Harold. And that says to me that the landscape has dictated where the crucial blows finally fell.
Harold's death spot should be in the center of the ridge. That's where he would normally have fought, at the heart of his troops. But the altar of Battle Abbey is over to the right side of the ridge. This was where Harold found himself at the end of the day, fighting in his front ranks. It was the landscape that proved his downfall. The hill was not as steep on this side, and as dusk fell, the Normans found this weak spot.
It makes military sense that the final decision should have happened up there. Harold has to move over with his personal bodyguard and his standards, perhaps 200 or 300 men, because he's spotted a real calamity. Before that side of his army fell to pieces, it's hard to say who was going to win the day. He's having to shore it up, and that's where he dies.
Harold dying with an arrow in his eye is the most famous scene on the Bayeux Tapestry. And it makes military sense that this really is the spot where it happened. So the altar of Battle Abbey is the one clue on a battlefield that has never yielded archaeological evidence. But what about the arrow in Harold's eye?
I do not think that Harold was killed by an arrow to the eye. I think that is an invention of the Bayeux Tapestry.
If there's one thing everyone knows about the Battle of Hastings, it's that Harold died from an arrow in the eye. But is that really what happened? David Bernstein is one of the few people ever to have examined the Bayeux Tapestry close up. He thinks the scene of Harold's death raises an interesting question.
This has been one of the most controversial scenes because it's unclear which of the figures is actually the king, the one whose head is framed by the name Harold, or the one who is more clearly down and out, who falls under the words, "is killed." Actually, there was a convention in medieval art to show a person twice in one episode.
It's possible that both figures could be the dying Harold, especially when you take a closer look at the figure on the right.
When you look more closely at the brow of that figure, you see something very interesting. There are small holes which extend the line beyond the handle of the axe. This suggested, by the spacing, the size of the holes, and the discoloration around it, that in fact there had at one time been stitchery there of an arrow.
So both characters are probably Harold. And this one is also being chopped in the thigh. This fits with the gory description of Harold's death in an account written in 1068, earlier than the tapestry itself, an account called the Carmen, or Song of the Battle of Hastings.
The first, cleaving his breast through the shield with his point, drenched the earth with a gushing torrent of blood. The second smote off his head below the protection of the helmet, and the third pierced the innards of his belly with his lance. The fourth hewed off his thigh and bore away the severed limb. The ground held the body thus destroyed.
But the Carmen is also interesting for what it doesn't say.
Nothing is said about an arrow to the eye.
If Harold was not hit in the eye, why would the Bayeux Tapestry show it? David has an explanation.
In medieval art and lore, blinding was often interpreted as a punishment by God for a particular sin. I think that the creators of the Bayeux Tapestry invented the motif of blinding as a way of showing punishment for a particular crime that Harold had committed.
The blinding of Harold needs to be read as part of the whole story told by the tapestry, rather than as a true representation of what happened at the battle.
I think that the Bayeux Tapestry was created as a two-act drama, and at the end of Act 1, Harold swore an oath to William that he would further William's claims to the throne of England. Then, at this scene, which shows the death of the king, the artist had the problem of showing how did that oath-breaking affect his outcome, and that blinding was a metaphor to show his punishment by God.
Whatever the weapon that killed him, Harold did die. By medieval convention, on his death, the majority of the Anglo-Saxons gave up the fight, and William took victory. Harold's closest elite troops died with him on the hill.
This was wonderful for William because the whole of the board of directors of England Incorporated was killed at Hastings. So as a hostile takeover, you get the company and actually you kill every main board director. That was William's idea of a good outcome. Finally, we have the winner, William. He's made it to be king instead of just Duke of Normandy. It's the thing that had driven this man since his childhood. He wanted to be legitimate, and now he was a legitimate king. No longer to be known as William the Bastard, he was going to be known as William the Conqueror.
William didn't win the Battle of Hastings because he was a better general. Harold and William were well matched as opponents. Both had good luck and bad. But on the day of the battle itself, victory for the Normans came down to the simple fact that Harold was killed first. William was victorious, and the future of England was changed forever. In 1415, Henry V led the English into battle against the French.
We few, we happy few, we band of brothers.
Shakespeare made Agincourt a legendary victory, England's finest hour.
And gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed they were not here.
The happy English few beat an army 3 times its size, a victory against all odds.
Hardly any English were killed for the kind of engagement it was, whereas for the French it was a carnage.
Historians have always put this triumph down to the most feared weapon in Europe, England's trump card, the longbow. But new research is beginning to tell quite a different story. Experts in geology, crowd dynamics, and engineering are piecing together a new picture of what happened in 1415.
The longbow wasn't enough on its own to win the Battle of Agincourt.
So how did such a small English army defeat the overwhelming numbers of the French nobility? In the 14th and 15th centuries, there was intense rivalry between England and France. Throughout the 100 Years' War, they battled constantly for control of land. At first, the English gained the advantage with decisive victories at Crécy and Poitiers. But by 1415, they were looking back on a generation of defeats. Henry V was the 28-year-old king of England. Although young, he was an experienced warrior. He decided to win back some English pride. Henry started well, taking the northern French port of Harfleur. And as winter approached, he began a victory march back to England. But on his way to Calais, he came face to face with French troops. This was Agincourt. In Henry's way were mostly well-armored knights. The English army was much less well protected, and they were vastly outnumbered. The Battle of Agincourt lasted around 2 hours, and the English won a stunning victory. At day's end, many thousands of French knights lay dead, victims of the English longbow. This account of what happened at Agincourt has never been challenged, until now.
It's a huge piece of work. So what do you think? Pretty impressive.
Simon Richardson and Tim Sutherland are battlefield archaeologists and experts in medieval warfare. They're the first people to systematically investigate the terrain of Agincourt. Their detective work involves looking for artifacts, but they also plan to investigate the lie of the land itself.
Agincourt.
For landscape is often crucial to the outcome of a battle. In 600 years, this landscape has changed relatively little. Then, as now, there were 3 villages: Maisoncelles, Tramcourt, and Agincourt. Between them was the main road. It was along this road that Henry was leading his troops, north to Calais. He found his way blocked by the French army, assembled to the north of Agincourt. Henry set up camp at Maisoncelles. This is the area where the battle took place. Can clues to the English victory be found in the topography of the battlefield itself?
If you look at the contours on the map, they seem to drop off relatively steeply on either side.
Tim and Simon are looking to see if there is anything unusual about its shape.
From here it looks relatively flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's quite deceptive because the ground looks generally flat, but it drops away there down in towards Tramcourt. And again, you can see it dropping off significantly, so only see the top of the church from here. So it obviously drops down into Agincourt.
Yeah.
Although at first sight the battlefield looks wide and flat, Tim and Simon soon discover something intriguing. On either side, the land falls away quite sharply.
I can just see your arms waving up there now.
This means the space for fighting on this deceptively flat field would have been restricted, which could be significant. But just how significant depends on how many men were on the battlefield at Agincourt that day. History records that the English had a much smaller army than the French. But is this an exaggeration, part of the myth of their glorious victory? These original documents record the names of every man who left England to fight with Henry V, and every man who came back.
This is a tremendous role. I mean, it's not only tremendous in what it tells us, but also, as you can see, in its size. It kind of goes on forever.
All the troops who went to Agincourt had their details recorded on one of these medieval muster rolls. From them, Anne Curry can work out how many men fought on the English side.
You could count up all the people on here. In fact, I've started a computer database, but it would be possible for us with this to calculate how many people there were present at Agincourt on the English side, or get pretty close to it.
Anne has calculated that at Agincourt there were around 7,000 on the English side. And these 7,000 English would have faced approximately 20,000 French.
We have similar documents for the French army. We know that a lot of French noblemen died at the Battle of Agincourt. We have tremendous long lists of those who died.
The documents prove that the French army was much bigger. But they also show something else, that the two armies were organized in different ways. Henry's men were paid troops and socially mixed. The French were mostly noblemen. So how did they compare when they came face to face on the morning of October the 25th, 1415? Historian Matthew Bennett is a specialist in medieval tactics.
So there's two very different armies on the battlefield at Agincourt. The English army, commanded by Henry V in person, with dismounted men-at-arms. These are the heavily equipped knights. And on the flanks, archers, positioned so they could shoot at the advancing French. On the other side, Charles VI. Well, where's he? Well, he's not actually at the battlefield because he's insane, so we have to discount him. Their formation, well, they've got some missile men as well in front of the forces, flanked by cavalry whose job was to attack the English archers and drive them away. And then a mass of the heavy fighting infantry, dismounted men-at-arms, rank upon rank upon rank upon rank of them, outnumbering the English anywhere between 3 and 5 to 1.
From the moment the English set foot on the field, the odds were stacked against them. Confronted by heavily armed French nobles in much greater numbers, how could Henry possibly hope to win this encounter? On the morning of the 25th of October, 1415, Henry V's 7,000 men prepared to face 20,000 French on the battlefield of Agincourt. Legend has it they would stand up to a formidable cavalry charge and mow it down with a hail of arrows. In their hands, a super weapon, the longbow. Powerful and deadly even at long range, it has been called the machine gun of the Middle Ages. But did Henry have enough archers in his small army to create this arrow storm? It's now possible to calculate exactly how many of these super weapons Henry actually had. Sir Thomas Erpingham was the man who gave the orders to release the famous hail of arrows. Like all Henry's men, he had to pay for every single man and piece of equipment he took with him on campaign.
Perhaps one of the most fascinating sources that we have for the Battle of Agincourt are sort of little bags like this one here, made I think out of sheepskin with it sort of shaved off, like a sort of dolly bag. And we have a whole array of documents concerning Sir Thomas Erpingham's service at Agincourt.
Amongst the documents Sir Thomas kept is this one, the actual contract he signed with King Henry, which still has the royal seal. The contract shows how many of each type of soldier Sir Thomas agreed to bring on the campaign.
And we can see on here that Sir Thomas was to bring along 2 knights, 17 esquires, or men-at-arms probably, as we see them described in other sources, and 60 archers.
Anne has worked out precisely how many English archers there would have been, and how many men-at-arms, heavily equipped knights fighting on foot. The comparison is surprising. The English army was composed of 5,500 archers and only 1,500 men-at-arms. Had Henry taken a gamble on having so few men-at-arms because he thought the longbow men were the best troops? After studying these documents, Anne thinks there might be another reason.
We can see the sums of money that the troops got. Here we've got Sir Thomas himself as 4 shillings a day, his men-at-arms each 12 pence a day, and then 60 archers at 6p a day, VI a day.
The records tell us the archers were a bargain, 2 for the price of a single knight. But they also reveal something else. Henry was so short of money that he pawned the crown jewels of England to pay for his war.
Being cynical, I would say that probably the main reason is that archers were cheaper. He wanted to make a very big show in France in 1415. The only way of getting an army that was strong was to increase the proportion of archers in it.
So Henry's army was mostly made up of archers, but they were there because they were cheap, not because of their skill. So what was it about the longbow that gave these men the power to overcome vastly superior numbers?
It's a very simple weapon to use. You draw your bow back, the full draw, then the energy stored in that bow is tremendous.
The secret of the longbow's power lies in what it's made of, a unique combination of two types of wood growing naturally within a single tree, the yew. On the outside, the elastic sapwood. On the inside, the rigid heartwood.
The heartwood on its own would break, but the sapwood is a tension wood, in other words, a stretchy wood, and the sapwood stops the heartwood from breaking.
The longbow is not only easy to use, it also has a quality that could help a small army make up for a shortage in numbers.
The archers would have had what I would call ready arrows. They were shooting off anywhere between 8 to 12 arrows in a minute. As long as they can do that, they can put this blanket firepower down.
What gave the longbow its crucial advantage was the speed with which it could be shot. It was 4 times as fast to reload as other weapons of the time, such as the French crossbow.
The longbow is not an accurate weapon as such. It's a weapon of mass firepower. You're pushing as many arrows over as you can and causing as much havoc as possible.
There were 5,500 English archers, each loosing an average of 10 arrows a minute. So in the opening moments of the Battle of Agincourt, 55,000 English arrows would have rained down on the French knights. Henry's archers could clearly create a storm of arrows, but what damage did these arrows do when they reached their targets? Was an arrow of the time powerful enough against armor of the time? To test this, we need evidence. After 4 days metal detecting on the battlefield, Simon Richardson has found what he's been looking for. An arrowhead he is convinced was shot by one of the English longbows.
I believe this is probably a short bodkin. I think it would have been quite a bit longer, probably nearly the same size again.
X-rays make clear that this arrowhead is indeed the classic type that would have been shot by the English archers at Agincourt, the bodkin point. If the longbow was the machine gun of the Middle Ages, this was its bullet.
This is a bodkin, a long tapering point that actually does the penetrating, and there's a socket here which the arrowhead goes into.
The bodkin point was made out of iron.
An arrow will only be used once. The chances of you getting it back are actually slim. And so it doesn't make sense that you make arrows out of very expensive steel.
Its unique shape had a particular purpose.
The difference with a bodkin is that you have actually less resistance because of its shape, so it will actually make a deeper wound. Popular myth has it that this was designed specially for penetrating armour.
The French knights would certainly have been wearing armour, though none has ever been found at Agincourt. But one rare artifact from the battlefield does give a clue to how the French knights were equipped. This is a spur. It must have been lost by a French knight in the heat of the battle. Tim and Simon can deduce how good his armour would have been.
That is the most elaborate spur I've ever seen. I think these are all these crisscross marks. They're fish scales.
I mean, the scales going down the body, and then the tail of the merman. Half man, half fish.
I mean, look at the size of the rowel. I've never seen one quite that big before. It's quite a ferocious looking thing, isn't it? A bit like a status symbol, I think. The bigger the rowel, the bigger the man. A really, really wealthy person's spur.
Yeah, so this is such an elaborate piece of equipment. Then the armour that went with this spur would be very, very extravagant and very beautiful.
The spur confirms that there were very rich nobles on the battlefield. They would have been wearing the best protection money could buy. So what type of armour would have been available to them at the time, and how effective would it have been?
In order to find out whether armour made a knight invulnerable or not, depends first of all on analysing what it's made of.
Alan Williams has made a special study of the medieval armour at the Wallace collection. He can date each piece in the collection by analysing the metal.
You can see from the crystalline structure there that this is in fact a medieval iron. But medieval iron will make armour, but armour of the lowest quality, an armour that will tend to break easily if it's attacked.
This helmet was made between 1350 and 1400. But when Alan looks at armour made just a few years later, there is a dramatic change in the quality of its metal. Alan has discovered that in the Middle Ages there was an arms race. And the Battle of Agincourt took place at a crucial turning point, the moment of a major advance in metal technology.
This is a gauntlet for the left hand. If we look at the microstructure of this piece of armour, we see that it's completely different to the iron helmet because it is in fact steel.
Steel, a new metal for a new age. The composition of steel makes it tougher and stronger. This was a vast improvement on iron.
This is a visor made a few years before Agincourt, and a great many knights would have been wearing something like this.
The knights at Agincourt were top French nobles. It's almost certain they would have been wearing steel armour. Would this have stopped arrowheads like the one from the battlefield? New technology can put this to the test. With a high-speed camera, the energy of an arrow leaving a longbow can be accurately calculated. A bodkin arrow weighing 63 grams records a speed of 37.9 meters per second. The energy arrived at in mathematical terms is 38 joules. To see what would have happened when a bodkin point met armour, this result is fed into a high-impact machine. It recreates the crucial moment. At the receiving end, a piece of 2 millimeter thick mild steel, equivalent to the metal of the day. Although Henry's archers and the French knights are long gone, 600 years later, a bodkin point once again tries to penetrate armour. And fails. The weaker English bodkin arrow simply buckles when it hits the steel. There is no way it would have gone through French armour. So the mounted knights coming towards Henry's archers would have been very unlikely to have been killed or even injured by arrows from the longbow. Moreover, the legendary use of the longbow and the hail of arrows only account for the opening minutes of the battle. The fighting at Agincourt continued for another 2 hours. The longbow simply could not have been the decisive weapon history has claimed.
The French had the English in their hands, and they thought they were going to just roll the English up. It was as simple as that.
The French still outnumbered the English 3-1. So the mystery is perhaps not why did the English win at Agincourt, but how on earth did the French lose? The French army that faced the English on this field 600 years ago was made up of the cream of the nobility. Their armor gave them good protection against the longbow. And leading their attack, they had the best armed of all knights, the cavalry. These should have given them the opening advantage. And the tens of thousands of men on foot following them should have finished the job. But 2 hours later, there would be piles of French dead up to 6 foot high. Understanding what happened at Agincourt is not a question of working out how the English won, but how the French could have lost. A rare find might shed light on this. A remarkable document written 10 days before Agincourt. This is the original French battle plan. It survives as just one sheet of a burnt manuscript, but it details exactly what tactics and formations the French intended to use.
It's on a much damaged document, just a small scrap, really, written in French, probably at the command of the French leader of the advance guard, Marshal Boucicaut, and it shows that the French had a way in which they could have defeated the English.
The French king was not on the battlefield. Gripped by insanity, he thought he was made of glass. But his army was in the capable hands of a trusted military tactician, Marshal Boucicaut.
The point is that with an experienced and competent commander, the French were quite capable of beating the English as long as they learnt to use their crossbowmen, their men-at-arms and their cavalry in effective combination.
Boucicaut's plan was to do just that and deliver a knockout blow at the beginning of the battle. With cavalry and the crossbow, he would surprise and disperse the English archers. But on the day, something clearly went wrong.
The crossbowmen, for example, well, they just got pushed into the back rank, so they never played a part. The French cavalry charges, launched on both flanks, were supposed to be several hundred strong, attacked on both flanks. But not everybody seems to have turned up to do the job.
The few that did charge failed to make an impact on the English lines. And without the protection of the crossbows, the horses stopped being the most powerful thing on the field and became the most vulnerable. Although knights were protected with the latest armor, horses were not. A horse could be badly wounded by an arrow, and if its rider were thrown, it would have a catastrophic knock-on effect. The volatile horses began to retreat, but by now the French knights on foot were already advancing behind them towards the English lines. The inevitable happened. Chaos.
The problem with the French plan, when applied to Agincourt, that it had been designed by an experienced military man, but it was put into operation by a mass of rival noblemen who either didn't understand it or weren't capable of organising it.
On the day, Boucicaut's sensible military tactics were not implemented. he was overruled by the senior nobles on the field. And the reason this happened goes to the heart of why men went to battle in the Middle Ages: to make money.
You would have thought twice before killing someone of rank. They would not normally have been killed in cold blood.
This was an age when there was a code of conduct in battle. Most of the French army were nobles hoping to make their money out of ransom. They wouldn't always kill an enemy, for he might be worth something.
This was a kind of investment, and indeed some people, I think, when they went to war, did gain a lot. It's like winning the national lottery. You could take one very important prisoner and live off that ransom for the rest of your life.
To take someone ransom, it was important to be able to identify who was who on the battlefield. And most importantly, to know what they were worth. But in the heat of battle, how could people tell? This was the reason for heraldry.
These signs and symbols, the banners also, were crucial. The French coming in from the other side would be seeing the various banners of the king and the other sub-companies, and no doubt aiming for where they thought the richest prizes lay in terms of ransom.
Ransom was inextricably linked with heraldry. And by reducing the combat to these signs and symbols, it's possible to read the battlefield as the French would have done 600 years ago. By now, the French had advanced to the English lines.
The French knights, the nobles, the men-at-arms, each one of these has a name, a title, a coat of arms, which marks them out as socially significant. But the French obsession with fighting men of equal rank and taking the king and the men-at-arms means that they don't really take full account of the archers. The French noblemen didn't feel that they were proper soldiers at all. A blank. That's how they were regarded.
So was the French drive for ransom the key to what went wrong at Agincourt? Heraldry shows that when the French reached the thick of the fighting, they were in for a shock. Facing them was an English army that consisted mostly of archers. In heraldic terms, the archers were blanks, worthless for ransom.
Imagine their surprise then amongst the French when the archers actually came out from behind their stakes and began to attack their social superiors.
Not only were the archers worth nothing, they also cared nothing for the nobles' code. They were just desperate to win the battle.
The point about archers is that they are very flexible soldiers. They can turn their hands to anything. The chroniclers tell us of the archers climb in and stab people in the neck. And they used strange weapons that the archers have, which are effectively lead hammers that go clunk on somebody's helmet.
So the archers did start to do some damage, killing far more men with daggers and hammers than they did with the longbow. This breakdown in battle etiquette left the French in disarray. But can this socially caused confusion have been enough on its own to have brought about the French downfall? After all, the French still vastly outnumbered the English and were better armed. On the battlefield, Tim and Simon have continued to explore the terrain to see if there is any truth in contemporary accounts. These say the ground was sodden from recent rain, and the French fell over in the mud. In their armour, they couldn't get up again, and suffocated to death.
Seems quite dry already.
So does the actual soil of Agincourt hold the key to understanding the French downfall?
So basically it's a subsoil we're after.
To reach the battlefield of 600 years ago, Tim and Simon have to dig down nearly a metre below today's surface. On the face of it, This doesn't look like a soil that would get particularly muddy when wet.
It sticks together quite well, but it's too crumbly.
Yeah, it breaks up easily, doesn't it?
Yeah. We'll fill that up and then that should be enough.
The sample is sent to Cambridge University to be tested.
This is a piece of soil from Agincourt. First sight, there's nothing very special about it. If you were to walk on this soil when it were dry, that would be quite straightforward. Your feet wouldn't dig in much, and it wouldn't stick to you. But it is actually a little unusual when you pour water on it, because what you see is that the water soaks in. It doesn't run off as it would if it were a piece of solid clay. It doesn't run through as it would if it were sand. What's unusual is that it runs into the pores and stays in the soil.
How muddy a soil will get depends on the size of its particles and the space between them. The Agincourt soil is deceptive.
And so though this lump looks dry on the outside, it's actually got a lot of water in it. And then that means that if you squidge it about, as horses' hooves or soldiers' feet might do, it rather rapidly turns into a rather thick and sticky mud that would stick to people and horses. And we think that's significant and unusual.
Following heavy rain, this particular soil would have become unusually muddy. In a laboratory, it's possible to replicate the conditions on the day of the battle.
Bit more, perhaps.
This will show whether, as the French advanced through the mud, it was the weight of their heavy armour that proved their biggest problem. A machine pushes armour plate into this mud. And it measures the energy that would be required to pull it out again. It seems a knight, trying to pull his armoured foot out of the mud, would have felt as if he had 15 bags of sugar fixed to his ankle. But surprisingly, this was nothing to do with the weight of the armour.
If you fell over in this sticky soil and tried to get up, the main thing preventing you from getting up would be the suction effect of the stickiness of the soil. And that would be much more important than the weight of the armour you were wearing.
The crucial factor is suction, regardless of weight. It's because the metal is smooth, rigid, and non-porous that it sticks so fast in the mud of Agincourt.
The attempt to move the plate away from the soil creates a reduced pressure in the tiny spaces between the soil particles. And it generates a big suction force which would impede a soldier.
But possibly it didn't impede all soldiers equally. Though all were fighting in the same mud, the English soldiers were not for the most part wearing armour. They were wearing cloth. Could this have worked in their favour?
When we use the instrument machine to push into the soil plate covered with cloth, then we find it comes out much more easily. The suction effect is hugely reduced. That's because it can peel away at one place at a time.
With cloth, the suction force is much lower. So ironically, the lightly clad archers would have been better able to fight on this battlefield than the well-armoured knights. But to explain such a huge death toll in the French ranks requires one final bit of detective work. And it goes back to the shape of the battlefield itself. Modern contour information from the Agincourt area has been used to create a 3D model. What new light will this shed on the topography for Tim and Simon?
Oh wow, look at this. That's impressive, that, isn't it? Yeah.
So it's broad and flat in this area.
Yeah.
And then it definitely narrows into this tight
piece of land and then this distinct funnel by the crossroads. And then what happens is the land falls away significantly on either side of this large spine. And it remains narrow, but it is like a very large funnel, isn't it?
It is, oh yes.
Broad at the top and narrow, and then stays narrow as it goes down this piece of land.
The map brings the shape of the battlefield into sharp relief. The English had made their lines in the narrow end of the battlefield. As the French advanced towards them from the broad flat plains in the north, they were drawn into a funnel. Looking at the design of any space, like this underground station, Keith Still can run a computer program that shows him how a crowd would behave in an emergency. He has applied this software to the Agincourt battlefield.
My immediate reaction was that there was a space that went from 773 metres down to approximately 350 metres. So there's a 50% reduction in the overall area.
With the computer model running, the effect of the funnel on the crowd is all too clear.
Here we have a model of a funnel, and we're moving these soldiers from right to left. You can see very clearly this funnel effect has actually got quite a dramatic effect. They're all trying to push towards the centre. So we see the ranks starting to break up. Chaos and confusion would have started. Now this is just a normal movement of people through a funnel.
When Keith takes account of the actual circumstances on the battlefield that day, the results are dramatic.
What I've done here now is I've factored in the effects of people stumbling in the mud. So very quickly the crowd is crushing, concertinaing up into a complete bottleneck. And here we have people pushing in from the back, people unable to move at the front. It only takes 5 people pushing against one before you can collapse lungs, break ribs. This is all the classic makings of a crowd disaster. Too many people, a very quick reduction in the overall space, a massive increase in density, a sudden reduction in the forward movement, 1 or 2 people tripping in the very thick mud, the conditions that we're working under, and you have a disaster in your hands.
Even without the English archers and their hammers and knives, the French, squeezed onto the narrow battlefield, would have suffered heavy losses.
The losses at Agincourt potentially had very little to do with the fighting. If you look at the history of crowd disasters, you can see every element of every worst disaster combined in this one single environment.
What has always been seen as a great English victory turns out to have been more of a catastrophic French failure. In the end, there had simply been too many Frenchmen. This had brought chaos to the field, and many had died without even engaging in fighting. But there is one final twist in the Agincourt story.
One of the most remarkable things about the Battle of Agincourt is the imbalance of dead on each side. Hardly any English were killed for the kind of engagement it was, whereas for the French it was a carnage.
Many French knights survived the crowd disaster, and they should have survived the battle.
You would have expected many of those men to have been taken prisoner. It was a sort of fair tradition of the 100 Years' War to take prisoners.
The contemporary accounts tell us that at the end of the battle, hundreds of Frenchmen were indeed taken prisoner by Henry. They were entirely at the mercy of the English. They should have been taken back to England and ransomed. But King Henry now gave dramatic orders to kill them in cold blood.
One French source says that the nobles on the English side were reluctant to kill the French prisoners, and thus men of lower rank had to be sent in to do the job. The reason that is given for reluctance to kill the prisoners is nothing to do with humanitarianism. It is to do with the loss of ransom.
Despite the nobles' reluctance, the prisoners were put to death. The English archers were only too ready to execute Henry's orders. So it was the longbowmen, after all, who played the final part in England's victory, the slaughter of hundreds of French prisoners of war.
It is interesting to speculate that that is why the numbers of dead at Agincourt were so high. These weren't men killed in the battle, they were men, I suppose you could say, murdered.
So is the heroic Henry V of Shakespeare a sham? Was Henry in fact a brutal war criminal? Anne Curry thinks not.
We know that he won the Battle of Agincourt, but at that stage in the battle he wasn't too sure. He had so many French taken prisoner, I think he couldn't take the risk of these men within his ranks who could at any moment perhaps attack from the rear, so these people had to be killed.
The killing of the prisoners was the act of a commander not yet confident that he had taken the day. The English did win the Battle of Agincourt, and with this victory Henry secured his place in history. But it was not the noble victory of a charismatic leader and his skillful longbowmen. It was a victory snatched from chaos by an English king ruthless enough to take his chance, whatever the cost. Spain was the superpower of the age. Under its king, Philip II, it had grown rich on religious crusades, imposing the Catholic faith on South America and plundering gold in return. Elizabeth I had long been a thorn in Philip's side, her country a rogue state, Protestant, poor, and piratical. Elizabeth encouraged adventurers like Francis Drake to attack Spanish treasure fleets and cut her in on the proceeds. It was a dangerous game.
Elizabeth had spent 20 years provoking Spain on and off. At one moment she was a superb appeaser, the next moment she was belligerent. She was steering the ship of state through the most dangerous waters this country has probably ever seen.
And Elizabeth's politicking was about to hit the rocks with the execution of the Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots. In his palace outside Madrid, Philip had long prepared an invasion plan. It was ambitious, deploying two separate armies. The Armada would escort the first from Spain to the English Channel. There they would combine with troops from the Spanish Netherlands. Together, they would land in Kent and march on London. Elizabeth knew of Philip's plans, but could offer little resistance. While he had two regular armies, she had none. Her part-time militiamen were no match for Spanish professionals. England's only defense was the sea and the ships of the Royal Navy. But how good were they? History tells us that ship design changed radically under Elizabeth. Now, using computer modeling, John Adams, an archaeologist, can see just how far-reaching those changes were.
The ships of the Armada campaign represents almost a revolution. The way ships are conceived, designed, constructed and used has completely been rethought. And the benefits of that rethink, effectively, are manifested in the ships that fight the Armada.
It's clear that the English warship had been completely reinvented. From the bottom up, they were more streamlined, what a new generation of ship designers called race-built.
Race built refers to the profile that these ships presented. If you looked at them side by side, one is a great big bulky, much higher, taller structure, whereas the race built galleon has a much sleeker, lower hull. The performance analysis that we've carried out indicates that ships of the Armada campaign would have been considerably faster. We also see the rig, the thing that powers the ship along, that is also changed as well. So it transmits more power per square foot. This allows the ship to be used in ways that are much more inventive.
But against the might of the Armada, would these technological advances prove enough? Elizabeth's Royal Navy was about to be put to the test. As the Armada entered the Channel on July the 29th, 1588, the English saw for the first time the scale of Philip's invasion force. The chains of beacons had been long prepared.
The beacons were a traditional system of giving warning of seaborne attack. The mechanisms were very well organized. Districts or parishes were responsible for maintaining their beacons, keeping permanent watchmen, and so on. And it was a very effective system. It would work in most circumstances.
England was crisscrossed by a complex network of vantage points relaying signals by line of sight. They could communicate only one simple, pre-arranged message, but they did so with surprising speed.
I've seen a calculation based on modern experience with lighting beacons that the message could probably have got from Plymouth to Carlisle, i.e. the northernmost frontier of England, in about 40 minutes.
As the beacons flared, there was trepidation among the English in Plymouth. What would the Spanish do?
All they were confronted with was this enormous fleet. Nothing like it had been seen in the Channel since Roman times. So finally, the great forces of the Antichrist, as they would look at it, had arrived in the Channel in strength.
But the Channel is a capricious stretch of water, and in the age of sail, both sides were at the mercy of the elements. Every twist and turn in the battle to come would depend on the vagaries of weather, tide, and current. 4 centuries later, is it possible to pinpoint the weather faced by the Armada? On the coast of Northern Ireland, where many Spanish ended up, Ken Douglas, a self-taught meteorologist, believes that it is.
The weather certainly was the key. There wasn't any secret about that, but nobody had actually tried to put it together in modern meteorological terms.
Ken Douglas has used the ship's logs from the Spanish and English fleets to piece together a picture of the daily weather observations for 1588.
I could see from that there was information there giving us wind speeds, whether it was raining, etc., wind directions, and it seemed logical just to put those on a map and see if it was possible to turn those into some kind of synoptic charts.
A synoptic chart is a standard weather map showing high and low pressure areas in the atmosphere. In areas of high pressure, the winds rotate clockwise. In low pressure areas, anti-clockwise. Knowing the ship's positions and their recorded wind directions, Ken could calculate the weather throughout the entire campaign. Now, for the first time, this data can be combined with computer images to create a daily weather map for the Armada.
From the period after they entered the Channel, the luck seemed to favour the Spaniards. A high-pressure cell developed to the northwest, and in high pressure the winds circulate clockwise, so that the wind would be from the west. It also produces good weather, and it stayed with them the rest of the week.
Everything favoured the Spanish. They were in open sea with the wind behind them. At anchor in Plymouth, the English were a sitting target. Yet when Sir Francis Drake was warned of the threat, he is said famously to have shown more concern for his afternoon sport than for the approaching Spanish.
This was a dramatic moment. This was the Spanish fleet of 130-odd ships found in the western approaches just off the Lizard. Drake's response is one of cool, calculated, phlegmatic dismissal, that there is plenty of time to deal with this enemy and finish the game of bowls. Whether it's absolutely correct, we don't know, but it works. It's a piece of theatre and it's gone into the Armada legend.
But why did Drake do nothing? Looking at the tide patterns for that July day, Steve Hall, an oceanographer, reckons he simply had no choice.
It's possible to predict quite accurately what the state of the tide and the current flow would be. And we can see that if Drake had been wanting to finish his game of bowls, there wasn't really anything he could do until 8:30, 9 o'clock in the evening anyway, because of the state of the tide. There was no way of getting those ships into the English Channel.
The English lay helpless, but the Spanish made no attempt to strike. Their commander, the Duke of Medina Sidonia, had orders to keep strictly to Philip's battle plan.
18,000 Spaniards ashore in Plymouth would have been quite a headache for us. Fortunately, the Spanish orders were so inflexible that this golden opportunity that the Duke of Medina Sidonia might have taken advantage of was missed there for Spain.
An opportunity which the English seized as the tide turned. Upwind, the Spanish were still confident, but they were about to be confounded by the quickness of the English warships.
Because the English ships were capable of sailing much closer to the wind than the Spanish thought, to their horror, the Spanish found the English ships working their way behind them, ahead of them, around their fleet, and getting into tactically advantageous positions that they hadn't anticipated at all.
The Spanish ships couldn't compete. They were solidly built, but lacked the nimbleness of the English.
We have two images here. One is generically English type of galleon, and another is a reconstruction of the San Diego, a Spanish galleon. Just in looking at the two profiles, you can see that the English hull form is slightly more compact. The castle structure is a little bit lower. The Spanish galleon has a much longer forward raking stem, a shorter keel by comparison, and a much more angular rake in the sternpost. And perhaps some of the differences that we see are part of the reason why the performance of the English ships in 1588 so surprised the Spanish.
The English had used the maneuverability of their ships to seize the advantage of wind and weather from the Spanish. Now they could dictate tactics.
The important thing about gaining the weather gauge or getting upwind of the enemy is it gives you total flexibility of maneuver. You can either attack or pull away as you will. Those who are downwind really have to react to what you're doing. They're not in a position to really do much about it. You can drop down from upwind on them. It's very hard for them to claw their way back up to get at you.
It was the Spanish who were vulnerable now, but they responded quickly. They switched into the defensive crescent formation used by their treasure fleets.
The Spaniards were very experienced at organizing defensive convoys. They had been doing it for a long time. And it was a good formation. The English could really only attack the trailing wings where the main Spanish warships were stationed. They couldn't safely penetrate into the gap between because it would have been too easy for them to be trapped by Spanish ships.
The Spanish expected that any fighting would be at close quarters. That was how sea battles had always been fought. But the English had a new kind of warfare in mind. They intended to sink the Spanish at long range.
What was new was that the English were carrying into action much heavier gun batteries than anybody had done before. And the Spaniards were well aware of this, and they were intensely concerned that they were going to find themselves facing a weight of gunfire which they couldn't possibly match.
And this was the weapon the Spanish feared most. The long-barreled cannon known as the culverin, or snake. To the English, it was a ship killer, but would it prove the decisive factor in sinking the Spanish?
Culverins are characterized by having these long, slender barrels in relation to their caliber. The caliber of this gun's about 5.5 inches. The reason for this long proportion is probably because they believed that you get the maximum benefit from the burning powder charge in the long barrel, and it would probably fire quite accurately as well. But it's a high velocity weapon. I mean, we're getting a very fast moving cannonball going more or less straight where you aim it.
For the Elizabethans, it was a super weapon. But how deadly was the culverin? Nick Hall is about to put this replica to the test on a modern firing range. '16th century gunnery was a black art with few scientific principles. Gunners worked by trial and error, and their knowledge of ballistics was limited. But on paper, the culverin appeared formidable, with a range of over 600 yards at 0 elevation.
Okay, distance is 307 metres over.
Nick Hall and his colleagues are examining these claims using 21st century tools, high-speed cameras, and Doppler radar.
Undercover!
Gun ready.
Stand by. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire!
The culverin's opening shot is well over a quarter of a mile, already close to the performance claimed by the Elizabethan gunners.
Did you get that muzzle velocity?
No.
408 meters per second, and the distance for the long-range warm-up shot was 477.8 meters. So 477.8 meters. I mean, that's good. So that's almost horizontal, isn't it? And that's nearly the range that Born in 1587 is saying with 666 yards.
Yeah.
What those early gunners could not have dreamed of measuring was the speed of the cannonball leaving the muzzle. At over 400 meters a second, the 24-pound iron shot is traveling at above the speed of sound. The culverin, then, has a powerful reach, but how accurate is it? We know that the Spanish feared above all the sharpshooting of the English gunners.
Philip II briefed his commanders that the English would try to shoot low. They would try to damage the Spanish hulls, ideally just below the waterline.
So what do you think we are? We're slightly left?
Well, I thought...
Slightly right.
We're slightly right, but...
aren't we?
It's time to try the culverin against a target, just 10 feet square, but the thickness of a ship's hull. The target is 150 meters away, the gun barrel dead level.
3, 2, 1, fire!
But the cannonball flies high.
On the negative side, we missed the target by an appreciable amount, but we would have had a very good hit on the ship.
It was well within the bounds of the ship, wasn't it?
Yes.
Striped markers indicate the overall length of the imaginary ship, but only a direct hit on the woodwork will produce real damage. Wooden galleons were surprisingly hardy, as the Elizabethan gunners soon found. It was one thing to hit the enemy, but to sink them needed repeated shots on target. Accurate and consistent fire at a time when most sailors had no knowledge of maths or science. Our present-day gunners have different problems. 21st century know-how ought to give them an edge, but their mental arithmetic seems to confuse even them.
We reckon it was about 6 foot higher, so we want to come down about 12 feet, don't we?
Well, that's
4
not
meters.
30
4 meters.
centimeters, is it?
4 meters want to come down?
Yeah. And what's that in mils?
4 meters in mils.
4,000.
That range?
A mil subtends a meter at 1,000, so at 100 it subtends 0.1 of a mil.
I'm sure you're right.
The logic is clear enough. If the shot is flying too high, the gun must be lowered. But the muzzle's already below horizontal.
About there?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire!
Amazingly, even with the gun pointing down, the shot is still going skywards. The experts agree to aim lower still.
The shot went straight over the top of the target, and I saw it impact in the ground at about 1,000 metres. So it's gone well over the top of the target. So we'd actually need to lower the elevation quite considerably, I think.
But in reality, how much more would you depress a gun?
We probably want to come down almost 100 mils, so we were looking at bringing it down about 4 or 5 degrees.
But the radar will tell you whether it's hit.
Respect is rising for the English gunners of 400 years ago. It's hard enough to aim the culverin on dry land, let alone on a pitching warship in full sail.
Well, is this it?
That's it, isn't it?
Well, that's perfectly in line. Look at it.
And suddenly recognition dawns. The reason that the shot is flying high is staring them in the face. A telltale track where it's ricocheted off the ground.
Why don't we split the difference?
Well, maybe we just leave it where it is.
We're sure this happened from this firing and not one of the earlier ones.
Yeah, because we haven't seen this
one yet.
What did the radar?
Belatedly, the 21st century gunners realize they've been aiming too low all along. It's time to beat the retreat.
So what we've done now is effectively raised the gun by 40 minutes. So 40 minutes is about 10 mils. So therefore, theoretically, we should raise it 1.5 metres on the target. That would be 10 metres a kilometre. So that would be 1 metre...
They're averaging just one cannon shot an hour, with as yet no hits. The Elizabethan gunners managed exactly the same rate of fire, but even after 6 days at sea, they too had made little impression on the enemy. And such heavy long-range shooting had used precious powder and shot.
Of course, one of the big questions is why the English fleet or the Royal Navy was so relatively ineffective. It had the advantage of the weather gauge, it had the advantage of the fast manoeuvrable ships, it had the advantage of heavy artillery, yet had to break off the attack because it was using up too much ammunition, and it had had very little to show for itself.
It was round one to the Spanish, and with English hopes crumbling, the way was now open for the Armada to follow through with its long-planned invasion. In Flanders, the soldiers of the Duke of Parma were waiting. These were the crack troops that would lead the Spanish invasion of England. All that was needed was the ships to get them there. Out in the Channel, the Armada had left their English pursuers trailing. But a crucial flaw now appeared in the Spanish invasion plans. Their commander, Medina Sidonia, discovered there was no port large enough for him to take Parma's army on board.
Medina Sidonia was clearly extremely worried about what the outcome would be, because he didn't really see how this vital link-up with the Duke of Parma was actually going to take place. He began to realize that total disaster was in the offing.
For 6 days, the Spaniards had run the gauntlet of English firepower in the Channel. Now they had no choice but to heave to in open sea. They were at anchor and vulnerable, and the weather was turning.
The Armada's luck was beginning to run out. They had had a good time coming up the Channel as far as wind was concerned, but as the day progressed, they came under the influence of low pressure to the northeast, and that produced northwest winds which got stronger all the time.
And it's now clear that it wasn't just the weather that was beginning to conspire against the Spanish.
It's a full moon, we're going to have some very strong tides with strong tidal flows, and the Spanish wouldn't really be able to get out, certainly not in formation. We're coming up to the evening, we see it gets to 8:30, 9 o'clock, the tide changes. Strong tides, about 3 knots. And so these ships would have been pinned against the coast at the mercy of the wind and the tide and the English.
The English had a plan. A handful of ships would be sacrificed. Soaked in pitch and set ablaze, they would become weapons of terror, carried on the rising tide deep into the Spanish fleet. With their defensive shape broken, the scattered Spanish troopships made easy targets. For the first time, the English could now close on the enemy.
This is the point at which the English started firing at very close range. And this is the point, it's clear, when Spanish ships are beginning to suffer serious damage and heavy casualties.
At long range, the English guns had been ineffective. Now, at close quarters, they proved fearsome.
We are beginning to see, I think, enormous damage being inflicted on the Spanish ships. Their decks have been raked by round shot. Swathes of splinters are scything through men. Anything with soft tissue is being cut down and severely damaged. Rigging, structures of the boat are being smashed. The Spanish effectively are taking a terrible pounding at this stage, and the hammering is getting worse, getting more and more intense.
Yet while the English were out shooting the Spaniards, they still had difficulty sinking them. Medina Sidonia's flagship was hit 200 times but kept sailing, and the English powder and shot were almost spent.
They were firing, in comparison with the Spaniards, much more quickly, much more effectively, and causing real damage to the Spanish ships. But it was relatively limited. They just didn't have the ammunition stocks to keep up the continuous attrition which is necessary to physically disable or sink a wooden ship.
Quite frankly, there was not enough firepower going down to stop the Armada. We could not put enough weight of fire into various vessels to slow them down. Otherwise, we would have expected far higher casualty rate.
If you want to go to slightly more elevation, it's not a problem.
7 degrees?
Even at close range, it seems, the English still had a problem achieving the consistent and accurate fire that they needed. So can our present-day gunners do any better? Just as their predecessors closed on the Armada, they too are hauling in their target to just 50 meters. Drake would have approved.
Fire! 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 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire! Oh, I heard something.
What happened?
I saw the ball, or what I thought actually was a bit of the target flying off.
Oh, God, that's impossible.
War is hell, but this is worse. Firing at a fixed target at point-blank range, a fusillade of gunfire has brought just one tantalizing possible strike.
I wonder whether it just kissed the top, which would give you a sound. Look. I'm right.
What?
Look.
It's either the narrowest of misses or a glancing hit. Nick knows which theory he favours.
And it gave a dong, didn't it?
It was definitely a dong.
I'm not just clutching at straws, but I'm convinced the sound was right.
Yeah.
And I think that bright piece of metal there on the front of that, well, the edge of that flange, and the bit of muck on that flange.
Then it went off to the right, didn't it?
I was sure I was going to see a hole in the target because I just saw the ball. Most of the target was hidden by smoke, and I thought then, as the smoke cleared, I'd see a hole. And obviously we didn't.
It's just a question of...
Oh, do you want me to...
No, I'm not going to fall.
There's only one way to prove it. Time to inspect the evidence close up.
Would I get that against nothing?
No, and then what is it? It looks like
I thought that was some nice gunpowder fouling. That is from the forklift.
Right. Grease from the forks. More
I think I might have to retract.
How are you going to get down now?
I don't know.
400 years ago, the Elizabethan gunners were also left high and dry. They had put their faith in heavy guns like the Culverin, but that hadn't been enough.
Every generation has its new super weapon. They all think it's going to work wonderfully. They've all done trials. But when it comes to the real war, somehow things are different. Well, it was the same with their new heavy guns. It didn't work as well as they thought it was going to, and they were a long way from having worked out the most effective ways to use smooth-bore, muzzle-loading guns.
The Spanish were battered but unbroken. The English in good order but desperate for ammunition. No glorious victory, just a standoff.
It was essentially a draw. Neither had achieved what it wanted to achieve. The Spaniards hadn't landed in England, but equally, the English hadn't defeated the Spaniards. The Armada was still in good order, its discipline, formation was intact, and it was still a very formidable force. The Duke of Medina Sidonia was in charge.
And Medina Sidonia was still determined to carry out the invasion plan. What settled matters was not the English, but the weather. An onshore wind now threatened imminently to break the Armada against the Dutch coast. But just when catastrophe seemed certain, the wind reversed direction and blew them back out to sea. To the Spanish, there was only one explanation: divine intervention.
The Spanish thought this change of wind was a miracle, but we can now see that a high pressure cell had developed and come in just at exactly the right moment for them. Produced southwest wind, and that enabled them to escape into the North Sea.
But once in the North Sea, and with the wind behind them, there could be no going back for the Armada. Their invasion plans were put on hold. Now Medina Sidonia's priority was to get his Armada safely home to Spain, and there was only one way to do it: the long way round. This is the route that he set for his fleet, taking them north of Scotland and far out into the Atlantic before heading south and homewards. He was well aware of the dangers.
They were to make as much seaway into the Atlantic as they could so that they get a safe run southward to Spain. Because the great danger was to be caught by the prevailing westerly winds and dashed on the wild Atlantic coasts of Scotland and Ireland. And he took particular care to say, take great heed lest you fall upon the island of Ireland, for fear of the harm that might happen to you upon that coast.
Orders from Medina Sidonia were not to be taken lightly. He was a disciplinarian who had already executed one Armada captain for breaking formation. But despite his orders to stay clear of Ireland, within weeks, 3,000 of his men would end up dead on its shores. No one has ever questioned how that came to be. But now we can reveal new evidence that the Spanish were victims of a natural phenomenon, one which made it impossible to follow their commander's orders. Blooded but unbeaten, the Spanish Armada was heading homewards, forced by the weather to take the long northern passage out into the Atlantic. Medina Sidonia had given particular orders to stay clear of Ireland's dangerous coast. So how did a third of his fleet end up shipwrecked there? To search for clues, Ken Douglas has gone back to the ship's logs of the Armada. They reveal the disquiet of one man in particular, a senior officer called Marcos de Aramburu. Aramburu was an experienced and professional seafarer, and he left a detailed account of how, despite all his efforts to steer out into the Atlantic, he still ended up on the Irish coast.
This is Medina Sidonia's sailing instructions as we've seen. Marquis de Aramburu kept a careful log of his positions, and on certain dates he estimated how far west he had got. And on the 9th of September, when he was at 54 degrees north, he estimated he was 360 miles west of Ireland. But on the 11th of September, after just 2 days sailing, he was on the Irish coast. It would have been impossible for him to sail that distance in 2 days. The implication's obvious. He was never as far west as he thought he was, so he could never have been out there.
So how had Aramburu ended up on the coast? Working back painstakingly from his landfall, Ken Douglas discovered that he had in fact been steering an erratic course 300 miles further east than he thought. He records soundings on the seabed which would have been impossible in the deep ocean. It's a colossal error of navigation. What could have brought the Spanish to make it?
The missing factor, in my view, is the North Atlantic Drift, the Gulf Stream. They didn't know it existed. They were navigating by dead reckoning, so that as they thought they were making headway westwards, they were in fact losing about 25 miles a day by not knowing to deduct the allowance for the North Atlantic Drift.
The Gulf Stream is one of the world's most powerful currents. Rising in the Gulf of Mexico, at its peak it's 5 times stronger than all the world's rivers combined. Even after reaching the British Isles, its energy remains formidable and, to the unwary, unpredictable.
I don't think that the Spanish would have had any concept that this current continued anything like as far north as it does. They might have been familiar with parts of this current further across the Atlantic from their voyages between Spain and the Americas, but it's most unlikely that they would have had any knowledge that this current carried this far north or retained this much strength at these latitudes.
How might the Gulf Stream have affected the Armada? For 10 full days in late August, bad weather blocked any progress southwards. Instead, as Aramburu's record shows, the Spanish tried to head out into the Atlantic. But with the Gulf Stream against them, any impression that they were making headway could well have been an illusion. When the wind finally turned on September the 3rd, they clearly felt confident that they could steer safely home to Spain. But if in fact they were further east, that fatal turn would bring them directly onto the coasts they had been trying to avoid. Ken's theory is new. No Armada history has ever questioned the Spaniards' navigation. But how plausible is it? The only way to find out is to put it to the test. Roger Proctor is an expert on ocean currents.
So we have to think about how fast the ship can actually sail into a current like this, with the fact also that there is wind and wave activity.
His computer model is more often used for tracking oil spills or drifting mines than 16th century warships.
And whether or not the ship can actually sail into that kind of...
And it would be losing ground.
And it would be losing ground. So
Good.
It could actually be going backwards instead of going forwards, as it thought it was.
Yes.
But by combining the observations of Aramburu with what we now know of weather and sea conditions, it may be possible to recreate the Armada's true course in September 1588.
Well, we've pretty well factored in most of these things now. So we have some idea of the currents due to the winds.
Yeah.
We have some idea of the winds themselves, the wind's directions, and we have some idea that the ship was sailing at the time.
It's not straightforward. In these northern waters, the Gulf Stream is constricted and flows at only half a knot. Wind speed and ocean depths also affected.
You know, with a 20-knot wind, if that could add an extra 0.4 of a knot to the the current against the ship.
Yeah, I mean, one of the factors we have to be thoughtful about is the North Atlantic current is actually quite a narrow feature, so the positioning here is quite critical.
The first run-through isn't promising. It seems that Aramburu could have cleared Ireland easily.
The wind turns around and enables him to sail at a good speed down across the Rockall Bank, then misses Ireland completely. This assumes that the ship is actually fairly efficient in its sailing.
But this track is based on a first-rate sailing ship handling well. To reproduce the performance of the Spanish vessels, they will need to adjust the profile of the computer model.
Yeah,
safely.
That's right.
So there could well be other ships coming in, drifted east, and they would be the ones that come down on the Irish coast.
They could be.
Yeah.
As we know, the Spanish ships did not sail well against the wind.
So it's really down to the efficiency that the ship can sail when it's trying to batter through its way through stormy conditions, really.
Many ships also had structural damage, and their crews were exhausted.
Because by the time these guys got this far west, they'd have been pretty much starving, in a pretty sorry state, weren't they?
Yes.
Their efficiency would have dropped off a lot.
Yes, that's it.
To reproduce the likely sailing qualities of Aramburu's ship, Roger makes one final adjustment. Then, 400 years on, the Spanish once again struggle against the Gulf Stream as they head for home.
In this calculation here, then, we're really assuming the captain is having difficulty sailing into the wind at all. He can't make it. So, I mean, normally.
She used to be heading for Ireland.
Well, it's heading due south at the moment. So she's in August 20th. Before that. It's quite surprising.
That's not far away. Yeah, I could agree with that.
The effect of the current is slight but insidious, and over a period of time, deadly. In the grip of the Gulf Stream, Aramburu turns, as he thinks, for Spain. And despite a desperate struggle to avoid it, he is thrown onto a hostile shore.
Just brings it alive. I'm trying to work it out in my imagination, and there it is in real life. Well, you have to feel sorry for the crews who had already experienced a tremendous amount of privation. They'd suffered battle damage and they'd suffered heavy weather damage. And here they were out in seas, as they said themselves, almost unknown to them. And the fact is they didn't know where they were. They must have felt completely lost.
In a matter of days, some 40 Spanish ships appeared on the coasts of Scotland and Ireland. And once on the shoreline they had tried so hard to avoid, many found it impossible to get off again. They were pounded to pieces by storms. To this day, no one knows how many were lost, but almost half the ships that had sailed from Spain so proudly never returned. God blew, and they were scattered, reads the medal commemorating England's deliverance. Elizabeth, like Philip, put her faith in God, not men. But the Armada was not sunk by the weather alone, and certainly not by English gunfire. Those who died were victims of a colossal error of navigation. and of a natural phenomenon whose existence they never even suspected. October the 21st, 1805. Off the Cape of Trafalgar in the unforgiving North Atlantic, British warships are locked in a savage battle with a combined French and Spanish fleet. It was to prove a crushing British victory, but the price would be the death of the Royal Navy's most celebrated commander, Horatio Nelson.
Nelson had a huge sense of destiny. He had this sense that he was going to die a hero. He was going to die a hero in his greatest victory.
The victory ensured Britain's supremacy at sea for more than a century. But things could have been very different. Was Napoleon's Franco-Spanish fleet closer to victory at Trafalgar than historians have previously claimed?
It was a very close-run thing. The French and the Spanish fought with far greater gallantry, far more determination than the British had expected.
Now, new technology and groundbreaking historical detective work are shedding crucial new light on the Battle of Trafalgar and the qualities of a man remembered as the greatest naval leader in history. Just how much did Nelson risk at the Battle of Trafalgar? In 1805, Europe had been engulfed in war for nearly a decade. Napoleon dominated mainland Europe and was poised to invade his most bitter enemy, Britain. But crossing the English Channel, French troopships would be vulnerable to attack from British warships. And so Napoleon combined the French fleet with that of Allied Spain in order to protect the invasion force. Knowing that destruction of this combined fleet was the key to averting invasion, Nelson and other British admirals pursued and blockaded the French and Spanish, trying desperately to bring them to a decisive battle. By October 1805, after nearly 2 years at sea, Nelson had the combined fleet cornered at Cadiz, near Gibraltar.
Other admirals instituted close blockades, so they would almost literally block the French fleet up in harbour. Nelson took the exact contrary view, and he instituted loose blockade, whereby he was encouraging the French to come out, and he would then be able to bring them to battle and defeat them.
The events surrounding the resultant battle have become legendary. Nelson conceived an elaborate, daring new plan of attack and carefully orchestrated the battle. The boldness of the plan and Nelson's charismatic leadership ensured the defeat of Napoleon's combined fleet. Because it was such a resounding victory, Trafalgar is often regarded as a foregone conclusion. But the latest research is showing that Britain's most famous naval triumph was anything but inevitable. In the long months of blockade that preceded Trafalgar, Nelson had come under severe political pressure. The British government desperately needed a victory.
Clearly, Nelson wanted a major battle of annihilation. He recognized that there needed to be a victory to help buoy up the coalition, because it was quite likely Napoleon would do quite well on land. He had a habit of doing that. Therefore, the British had to demonstrate as dramatically as possible that they were dominant at sea. And no matter how many times Napoleon might win on land, he couldn't win the war.
But most large-scale naval actions at this time were anything but decisive.
The traditional form of naval battle was both sides to form in a single line, and two lines to come up against each other like that and fire at each other. Now the problem with that type of battle was usually it was very indecisive. It might last for perhaps even several days in some cases, with neither side actually winning a victory. Nelson's idea was to develop a battle that would ensure a victory.
Instead of the usual linear approach, Nelson decided to attack head-on with his ships in columns to break the line of the French and Spanish fleet and provoke a decisive close-quarter battle. But there was a drawback to this tactic.
To actually sail into an enemy line meant you were vulnerable to all the ships in the line as you came in. So it was a calculated risk. But Nelson knew that if you did manage to penetrate an enemy line with the wind behind you, the enemy would have great difficulties getting away, and that you could bring on what he always called a pell-mell battle. It was, in many respects, a very reckless gamble.
Historians have always believed that such a radical approach must have been carefully prepared before the battle. Until recently, there was only anecdotal evidence for this, including accounts of Nelson explaining his plan to colleagues and friends throughout 1805. But at the National Maritime Museum in Greenwich, a major new clue has been found. Colin White was conducting routine research into the 5,000 or so documents in the Nelson papers when he made an amazing discovery.
I came across a list of names on a fairly small piece of paper. It was a list of favours that he wanted to get for protégés of his. And then, as one is always taught to do, I turned it over.
On the back was a small pen and ink sketch, strikingly similar to the layout of the Battle of Trafalgar. It showed a single line representing an enemy fleet, with Nelson's fleet in 3 divisions breaking through at right angles. Far from a highly elaborate and detailed plan, the diagram is little more than a brief sketch. But Colin believes it also holds a vital clue as to Nelson's state of mind as he prepared for the battle.
This is the excitement of this particular diagram. This is not a carefully drawn battle plan with "this is my plan for the Battle of Trafalgar" on it. This is a very quick thumbnail sketch done to accompany a conversation. And in fact, right in the centre there, you can see that he's got so excited in saying that he's going to drive through the line that he dug into the page and the ink has blotted.
The emphatic gesture suggests Nelson's desperation to finally defeat the combined fleet at sea, even if it meant acting impulsively with only the barest notion of a plan. It was a considerable gamble, and Nelson's flamboyant, maverick character was crucial to the plan.
Nelson had an immense ego, but he moderated that by a great dash of humanity. He was quite clearly loved by many people, and not just Lady Hamilton. He was a very popular commander, and he had a charisma which the men could easily see, and therefore he was able to get from his men and from his fleets a performance which perhaps no other officer could.
Always leading from the front, Nelson was no stranger to extreme personal danger. He'd been wounded several times in previous battles, losing his right arm at Tenerife. But the British would need more than their admiral's legendary charisma, for they were about to fight the most technologically advanced and powerful fleet in the world. By October 1805, the British Navy under Admiral Horatio Nelson is blockading Napoleon's combined French and Spanish fleet at Cadiz in southwestern Spain. In command of the combined fleet was the French Admiral Pierre Villeneuve. He was under pressure from Napoleon if the British Navy was not defeated before winter, his planned invasion of Britain would have to be abandoned. Time was running out. So though there were signs the weather was about to worsen, Villeneuve ordered his fleet to sea.
Here we are, dawn, October 21st, 1805, a date that will forever after live in the history of the Royal Navy. I'm standing just behind the British fleet, 27 ships of the line, the largest ones with 100 guns, the smallest with 64. And ahead of them, lit by the Iberian sunrise coming up in the east behind me, is what they've been waiting for and looking for. The Franco-Spanish fleet, 33 ships of the line, stretching really from one side of the horizon to the other. It looks like a formidable array of fighting power, but to Nelson, it's a target, inviting destruction.
The target included some of the most technologically advanced ships in the world. The French Navy in particular had conducted extensive research into hydrodynamics and ship design.
In the last century or so, from about 1730, the French had a reputation for building very good ships. The French ships tended to have finer lines underwater. They were slightly faster in good weather conditions. And the reason was that the French would stay in port till they saw an opportunity. They would then come out and make a quick dash for wherever they were trying to go.
The Spanish, too, were well equipped with powerful ships, designed to protect convoys to their South American colonies.
Regarding the ship of the Spanish fleet, they made superb, well-designed ships, combining the gunnery power and the sailing facilities. It was a long research for decades to find out the middle way between a good machine for the combat and at the same time a good machine for the winds and the storms.
As well as superior design qualities, the combined fleet had another advantage over the British.
By Trafalgar, the British had 27 ships of the line. These were the big fighting ships, the equivalent of battleships perhaps in the 20th century. And the French and Spanish combined had 33. So they had really, technically, they had a substantially stronger fleet.
Was Nelson overconfident in taking on such a powerful force? What was it about the British Navy that Nelson had so much trust in? HMS Unicorn is the oldest British-built warship still afloat. Most of the remaining ships from this era have been completely restored by modern craftsmen. But miraculously, Unicorn has survived intact. Although she was built after the Napoleonic Wars, her design principles are identical to many of Nelson's ships at Trafalgar. Maritime archaeologists Robert Prescott and Dan Atkinson are experts on wooden-built sailing vessels. They're conducting a painstaking study of Unicorn to discover more about shipbuilding in the British Navy of Nelson's time. All over the ship are unique details of the lost art of wooden ship construction, from aspects of overall design to individual methods of timber jointing. But the evidence Robert and Dan are most interested in lies in the strange rune-like carvings embedded in the ship's beams and planking. These are the shipwrights' marks, evidence of the individual craftsmen who built Nelson's navy.
The timber marks actually are a lovely indication of a sort of secret language within the dockyard, where the marks are actually understood within the working processes of the yard between the shipwrights and the officers who are superintending the works that are happening in the yard. And this is where it really starts happening, isn't it? Well, it's really the beams that we've been concentrating on, isn't it?
Their research has led Dan and Robert to believe that this secret language was evolving rapidly in Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. Nowhere more so than the place where Unicorn herself was built, the Royal Dockyard at Chatham in Kent. The largest of all the British shipyards, Chatham produced many of the ships in Nelson's fleet at Trafalgar, including his flagship, HMS Victory. An extraordinary discovery here ties in with Robert and Dan's research on board Unicorn. During recent restoration work, a number of massive timber beams were found preserved beneath a 200-year-old floor. More than 160 specimens were eventually recovered. They were identified as the framework of an early 19th century warship. It's a mystery why this particular ship was preserved disassembled in this way. But one advantage of this is that shipwrights' marks, similar to those on Unicorn, are more exposed.
This has this nice race mark here. This is carved by a shipwright using a race tool or a race knife. You see it's got a series of Roman numerals here. This is all part of the business of helping other shipwrights to understand where this is destined to go. They communicate with each other using these markings which they leave all over the place.
These race marks would have enabled shipwrights to quickly reassemble the vessel like a prefabricated kit.
We're beginning to see a measure of standardization here, and people are very careful to mark their work so that when it's sent from the carpenter's shop down to the ways where the shipwrights assemble the ship, everybody knows where it's going. This is the starboard hand end of the beam, and it's beam number 23, so that's the station mark along the length of the ship. But perhaps the most remarkable thing is down here, where you have die-stamped initials that have been struck in the end of the timber with a metal die. And we find this in a number of pieces throughout here. We have a series of sets of initials. There's a very sophisticated system of timber management emerging here, which enables the shipwrights in different parts of the yard to communicate with each other and understand exactly what's required of them.
This growing standardization meant that at the time of Trafalgar, the British Navy's shipbuilding and maintenance was becoming increasingly efficient. After months, even years at sea, British blockade ships could be effectively maintained by highly versatile dockyards. What the British fleet's warships lacked in size and speed, they made up for by being more practical and better maintained than those of their French and Spanish enemies. But there were more French and Spanish ships, and so they had more guns than the British. Nelson knew that his best chance was to create chaos, the pell-mell battle he'd been planning for months. The British fleet would have to sail directly into the enemy guns.
On the day of the battle itself, everyone in the British fleet knows that the battle is in the offing, because they know that the enemy fleet is out, and they know that their admiral is going to go after it. And so the ships are then signalled to get into two lines. He decides to go with two lines. There's an enormous sense of speed in this, because he wants to get the enemy as off balance as possible.
Nelson lacked sufficient ships for the three lines as he'd originally planned. Attacking regardless with only two made his tactics even riskier. Around midday, the attacking British ships are forming two ragged columns as they begin the long, exposed charge into the Franco-Spanish line.
Here we are, the British attack has begun. The two lines are formed. Nelson's line here, led by Victory. Collingwood's line here, led by Royal Sovereign. The other ships behind, more or less in formation. The plan now is to strike through the enemy line, get on the other side, where it's hard for the enemy to escape, and bring on what Nelson always called a pell-mell action.
The radical new battle tactic put not only Nelson's ships at enormous risk, but also his own personal safety.
There was a great deal of jostling for the head of the columns. Collingwood was leading his column, and Nelson was leading his. And the ships astern of Nelson, particularly HMS Temeraire, was trying to get past. And there's a famous moment where the Temeraire looked as if she was about to overtake the Victory, and Nelson comes out onto the deck and shouts at the captain, "I'll thank you, Captain Harvey, to keep your proper station, which is astern of the Victory." So there's that almost sense of excitement and jockeying going on, like knights riding in a cavalry charge.
The head-on charge meant the British ship's sails would be fully exposed, square on to the combined fleet. This played straight into the hands of the French and Spanish gunners.
What the French and Spanish are trying to do, the French in particular, I think, is to go for the enemy's sails, go for the rigging, so they try and dismast the ships. This is what we would now call a mobility kill.
As the British advanced, the flagship Victory and the other lead ships were defenseless, their own guns unable to bear on their enemy. What's more, the weather was changing and unusually calm winds made it agonizingly slow, no more than walking pace. Just how much of a risk was this? One way to find out is to establish how much cannon fire the Victory and Nelson were exposed to. To find out, Robert Prescott is making a study of the last surviving, truly original part of Nelson's flagship, HMS Victory. More than 50 feet wide, this sail would have been the main aiming point for the combined fleet gunners as Victory approached. It's a unique relic and still bears the battle scars of Trafalgar. Robert will conduct a survey of the damage in order to quantify how much and what types of enemy fire Victory sustained.
Taking this hull, for example.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, isn't it?
It's sort of got two straight lines, and yet the rest of it is pretty much curved. Have we got any ideas on that?
Well, one thing we have to be aware of is that the combined fleet will have been using a number of different projectiles.
Yes.
It'll been using round shot, and we would hope that one sees a fairly discreet puncturing of the sail with that. But they were also using chain shot and bar shot.
But some of the holes in the sail look distinctly odd. They're nothing like depictions of cannon-damaged sails in period paintings. It's possible that some of this damage may have been caused after the battle by souvenir hunters.
In a way, this looks very much as if it might be one of those, because that looks like a very straight cut edge. There's no fraying of the margins at all. I mean, a well-sharpened seaman's knife might well have done that.
Robert will first have to try and establish how much of the damage is original from the battle. The only way to do that is to inflict some damage of his own. On board the Victory, Nelson is racing headlong into the attack on the French and Spanish combined fleet. He's outnumbered and outgunned. How can we discover just how much of a risk Nelson was running? Robert Prescott wants to find out how much of the damage on Victory's foretopsail was caused by enemy cannon fire. This will enable him to assess how much fire Nelson exposed himself to. He's commissioned a sample sail made from flax canvas, exactly the same as Victory's foretopsail.
And although this is a really very small sail by the standards of the foretopsail, it is made in exactly the same way, made of the standard cloths, 2 foot in width, seamed up with a nice double seam here, and suspended by row bands from a spar. It's looking very good just now. Quite pleased with the way that's setting.
To reconstruct the kind of damage incurred at Trafalgar, Robert enlists the aid of cannon expert Colonel Simon West. French and Spanish gunners used various types of ammunition against enemy ships. The most basic was solid iron round shot.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, fire.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. That is actually very interesting from our point of view, because you can see the impact of the ball, but you can also see this tearing, right?
It's fascinating.
Horizontal and vertical tearing. There's an awful lot of that sort of damage on the sail.
That on its own isn't a very effective shot, is it? I mean, from my
really.
point of view, you're not seeing something that's stopping the function of the piece of equipment.
Round shot would be effective in a lucky hit on a ship's mast. But other types of projectile were more suited against canvas and rope. Bar shot was designed to spin in flight, slicing through a wider area than round shot.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, fire.
But in this case, the range is too short for the bar shot to begin to spin, so it creates less destruction than expected.
From the look of the hull, it looks like a similar rip to the ones we had before. That said, if it hit something hard, like a mast, it would probably then immediately start spinning, and obviously there's lots more rigging in and amongst it, so it may just need that first impact to get it spinning and then rip through other material around.
A development on bar shot was the deadliest of all the projectiles the French and Spanish used. Chain shot.
Now the chain shot is simply two projectiles chained together, and this would have been left in on casting. They travel up the bore together, and as soon as they come out of the muzzle, they separate and will be immediately unstable and start spinning. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, fire.
But you can see that the chain's fully extended at this point.
In fact, you can even see marks from
the chain. Yes.
In fact, the chain, you can see the chain has ripped.
Yes, that's
all
right.
the way down.
Yeah.
So it's
like a cheese wire.
It wouldn't take many shots like that to reduce the power the sail is transmitting to the boat.
First one is the top hole there, the top smudge.
The top smudge. So that's number 3 there.
Back at their base in Chatham, Robert and Dan record and analyse the damage on the sample sail.
That one.
Each type of projectile has produced a different damage signature, which Robert compares with foretopsail damage.
Yeah, we have to do that. That's true. And many of those odd shapes, which people perhaps in the past have thought were not related to shot damage on Victory's foretopsail, I suspect are now, because one of the things that's so striking is the way the impact of the round shot in particular tears the warp and the weft of the sail and produces a lot of triangular shapes, very much the same as the ones we see on the Victory foretopsail.
Straight edges.
Yeah. Now that we know the kind of damage that we were able to produce in the experiment, if we go back to the foretopsail and we look at the damage which that has suffered, I think we can clearly identify those parts which are battle-related and those which are not. And in my view, it is very much the case that a good deal of that is battle-related and not souvenir-taking at all, much more battle damage to that sail than perhaps we had previously accepted.
The test has confirmed documentary accounts of the huge amount of firepower Victory sustained in the battle. If a single gun can inflict this amount of damage with only a few shots, Nelson and Victory were at huge risk from hundreds of French and Spanish cannons firing unopposed for 20 minutes. At around 30 minutes after noon, Victory smashed through the French and Spanish line.
Here we are, the point of contact. Up here, Collingwood's ships are already engaged in their melee at the back end of the Franco-Spanish line. But here is Nelson's flagship. He's moving through the line with the enemy flagship on his left. As he passes in victory, her guns, double, triple-shotted perhaps, fire a raking broadside right through the French flagship that causes horrendous casualties as these cannonballs bounce their way down through the French ship.
Despite the huge risk, Nelson had succeeded in bringing on a pell-mell battle, and the French and Spanish had failed to stop the British attack. Now, as the two fleets came to close action, everything would depend on the fighting prowess of individual crews. But for months leading up to Trafalgar, the combined fleet had been trapped at the Spanish port of Cadiz. Many crews were confined to their ships in the harbour. But in the old city, it's still possible to see the cramped tenements where many French and Spanish seamen were quartered in squalid conditions.
The streets here in Cadiz, of course, were full of sailors at the time. There were cafes just like now, drinking spots, and other spots where sailors like to congregate, chasing the women and all the rest of it. It was quite an intrusion, and you had them by the thousands.
Maritime historian René Chartrand believes this long confinement in harbour had serious consequences for both French and Spanish crews.
The training regime would have been minimal because of the possibilities of this place. You can't really fire powder and ball here, and so the training regime will tend to be going up and down the mast and so on, but otherwise very minimal. Of course, you get eventually half-trained crews.
But for the French Navy in particular, Cadiz was merely the last in a long line of catastrophes dating back to before the war with Britain. Only 20 years before Trafalgar, the French Navy had been at the height of its power. But everything changed in 1789 with the French Revolution.
The French officer corps was literally guillotined, and those that weren't left the country. There was tremendous technical neglect. The ships were left to basically rot in the harbors. A fleet is a very, very complicated thing, and it's a very technical thing that you don't neglect for 10 years. And of course, that's what they'd done. They neglected the fleet to an almost irreparable state.
But what of the other half of the combined fleet? The Spanish had no shortage of officers, and they were at least as well trained as officers in the British Navy, aided by the renowned academy at San Fernando. Why then were the Spanish ships of the combined fleet not more effective against the British?
We know that crewing of the Spanish ships in particular had been a problem. We know, for example, that some of the larger ships simply had, instead of sailors, they had army conscripts on board, firing the guns and so on.
But what could have caused the Spanish Navy's chronic manpower shortage? It was whilst researching Spanish climatological records for Trafalgar that meteorologist Dennis Wheeler made a chance discovery. Yellow fever.
This is a report published in Gibraltar on epidemic diseases, but in particular on yellow fever, contagious fevers in general. Fortunately for us, published in 1806. So this will have an account of the events of 1804 and indeed previous years to that, when yellow fever would have been sweeping through Andalusia.
Cadiz was badly affected by this epidemic, but just how crucial it was to the outcome of the Battle of Trafalgar only became clear when Dennis Wheeler met local historian Dr. Sam Bernardi.
And there's been passing references to outbreaks of yellow fever and similar diseases in the early 19th century. Is there any evidence from the statistics you've got to hand to suggest that there might have been a particular influence on people in military service at the time?
Well, it was curious that of, I think it was something like 2,800 deaths reported in Cadiz in 1804, only 200 were women, which suggests to me that the epidemic it might have, if these figures are right, might have occurred in some sort of barracks area where there were only men.
In Cadiz, before Trafalgar, thousands of Frenchmen and Spaniards were still recovering from this epidemic. Nearly 3,000 had already died. Though Nelson could not have known it, the combined fleet was nowhere near full strength or efficiency. 30 minutes in, and the battle has become a series of savage individual duels between ships. The British are gaining the upper hand, but Nelson himself faces a stern challenge.
Coming up here is the important vessel, the French counterattack, Captain Lucas's Redoutable, the best handled ship in the fleet. These two ships clash together. It's the closest of close actions, the signal which is still flying until it gets shot away from the masts of victory. But Captain Lucas of Redoutable has his mast festooned with musketeers. They are going to make life quite literally impossible on the upper deck of victory, and Nelson's personal fate is about to be decided.
The extraordinary French captain Jean-Jacques Lucas of the Redoutable was in a class apart.
Lucas was one of the few French captains who'd actually thought about the battle in advance. And so, ironically, the victory comes up against the one ship that can really deal her a serious blow.
Lucas' battle plan was to engage as close as he could, and, if possible, board the largest possible ship that he could lay his hand on. And he had trained his men for this, trained them to hope for this, and by George, it happened.
While blockaded in Cadiz, Captain Lucas had trained his men ceaselessly till they were experts in boarding and musketry. But he had also trained them in the use of a far more devastating weapon. He knew that these primitive, hand-thrown grenades would prove highly effective at close quarters.
As the victory comes alongside and gets locked together with her, the Redoutable shuts all her lower gun ports. The men from the lower gun ports are brought up onto the upper deck. There are men in the rigging as well, and they concentrate on firing on the Victory's upper deck.
Now there was Lucas' ship, which was a 74, a smaller ship than the Victory, certainly, but that didn't matter to him, because once they got in close to the Victory, within a few minutes, the decks of the Victory were practically emptied of men.
He'd survived the French and Spanish cannon fire, but faced with this furious close-range assault, Nelson was again in deadly peril.
Virtually nothing could live on the upper deck of Victory. The hail of fire that French ship had brought to bear was such that nothing could live there. It either had to take refuge or it died.
By 1 p.m., Redoutable's crew had turned Victory's upper deck into a smouldering ruin. And right in the midst of this chaos, in full view of the enemy, Nelson still paces the quarterdeck. He's dangerously, almost suicidally exposed.
There is a traditional view, almost a legend, of the death of Nelson, that there he is, slightly vain, covered in his orders and so on, an absolutely sitting duck.
Suddenly, as Nelson and his second-in-command turn, Nelson falls, struck by a single bullet. Though he's still conscious, it's clear to all around that their charismatic admiral is dying. Legend has it that one of Lucas' sharpshooters was able to identify Nelson because of the sparkling orders on his jacket. But how much of this legend is true?
If you look at Nelson's uniform in the National Maritime Museum, it's his rather threadbare working rig. Of course he had his orders on it, but they were embroidered, they weren't shining.
If he were not so visible as previously thought, Could Nelson have been singled out by a French marksman, the way the legend suggests? By 2 p.m., the Battle of Trafalgar is swinging in favour of the British fleet. But Britain's Admiral Horatio Nelson, who had led the British attack, lies dying. Is it possible that his reckless plan for the battle has led directly to his own death?
In trying to understand how Nelson came to be shot, one needs to think oneself into the situation on the quarterdeck of the Victory on the 21st of October 1805. The Victory's upper deck is being swept by a swathe of bullets from all different positions and places.
At the scene of the shooting, the quarterdeck of HMS Victory, now moored in the English port of Portsmouth, a team of experts has assembled. They'll try to establish whether Nelson was killed by a deliberately aimed marksman's shot or simply by chance in the chaos of battle.
So far as we know, Hardy and Nelson were pacing down the middle of the deck here. Nelson on the right, Hardy on the left. The custom would be to pace together and to turn inwards so you could continue the conversation and then go back down this way. These guns are all firing. You've got a ship over there firing at you. You've got all the rigging in the way. So there's a huge amount of baffle. Yet this chap is supposed to be able to accurately spot that it's the Admiral and hit him from a distance of 40 yards when he's moving. I just find it difficult to believe that it was deliberately aimed.
Allowing for battle conditions, could it have been possible for a marksman to pick Nelson out individually on the quarterdeck? The team bring in period firearms expert Ivan Williams. He'll use exactly the same kind of smoothbore musket as used by Lucas's men on the Redoutable. But instead of musket balls, Ivan will use the latest Swedish military technology to measure his accuracy. The musket has been fitted with a small arms transmitter, or SAT. It's a weapon effect simulator, as used in training by the British Army. On the range with live rounds, Ivan ensures the musket's lethal accuracy. He and combat simulator expert Martin Ernesson then zero in the SAT. Triggered by a blank round, the SAT fires a laser representing the path of the bullet. If Ivan's on target, the receiver vest indicates a hit. From Nelson's position when he was hit and the detail on the wound, the team first attempt to establish what direction the bullet came from.
So if we're going through the back of that vertebra and we know that it's fairly close to the shoulder tip, if his shoulder was hunched forward a little bit more, we're looking at an angle that is perhaps shallower than people imagine.
Well, fascinatingly, you are pointing straight up at where the mizzen top would have been, in my opinion.
This matches exactly with surviving eyewitness accounts, which describe where the shot came from. Ivan will shoot from the approximate position of Redoutable's mizzen top, 20 meters above Victory's quarterdeck.
Killed. Killed. Wounded. Right arm. Killed.
9 out of 10 shots are on target, 7 of them fatal. Do the team believe Nelson could have been deliberately shot?
Having seen our friend walk through in the manner he did, and he was killed twice out of twice, my view is that I reckon that it was an aim shot.
I am definitely not convinced, even though he got those kills, that it was on the day an aimed shot. I still think that there was just so much fire being aimed on this spot that he was going to get shot anyway.
The adrenaline up there would be considerable, however calm and used to it they were. And you have to say that it could have been an aim shot. You can, like Thomas Plunkett in the Rifles, you can never say it can't.
The weight of evidence suggests it's highly likely Nelson was felled by a deliberately aimed shot. Even without the conspicuous orders on his uniform, he was still extremely vulnerable. Given that Redoutab's men had already killed or wounded more than 50 of Victory's crew on the exposed deck, Nelson was lucky to have survived as long as he did.
Now the battle is over, and here we have the chaos of a pell-mell action, a melee. The ships are all over the place, the ordered lines have gone. But note, every Franco-Spanish ship has a British ship alongside. This is a great and glorious victory. 18 ships of the line are now captured by the British. This is one of the greatest victories in naval history.
But hundreds of sailors, French, English and Spanish, lay dead on battered ships. Survivors felt themselves lucky to be alive. But for many, the ordeal was only beginning.
While the battle's being fought, the seas are getting higher. Nelson knows there's a storm coming in off the open Atlantic. Therefore, he leaves strict orders that after the battle, the fleet should go to anchor to weather this storm.
This was difficult enough for the British, but most of the combined fleet ships they had captured as prizes were severely battle damaged. It was no way to face a storm.
To be anchored, to be secure, night time's coming, a storm's on its way, is really all you could hope for in terms of security. They weren't able to do it. They didn't have the anchors, they didn't have the cables. In some cases, they didn't have the manpower.
Nelson had chosen to fight the battle, knowing it was a race against the weather. Once again, he had run a terrible risk. Even though the British fleet had won a victory, the survivors were now horribly exposed to a nightmarish storm. If the British fleet were lost, the victory would count for nothing. All but 4 of the 18 captured ships sank. More than 2,000 men who had survived the battle were lost at sea.
On the 22nd of October, the people in Cadiz saw a very horrible landscape. On the beaches, they saw corpses, mast, rigging, waste of the combined fleet.
Nelson won a crushing victory at Trafalgar, but had risked everything to achieve it. With a hazardous and impulsive plan, Nelson steered his fleet directly into a storm of fire. Fortunately for the British fleet, which had already secured victory, Nelson's death came too late to affect the final outcome of the battle. But his gamble with the weather was the greatest risk of all, and could have led to the loss of the British fleet itself. Nelson's place in history was assured. At a price of more than 5,000 Spanish, French, and British lives. They lie still in the treacherous dark waters off Cape Trafalgar. In October 1854, the Crimean War was 6 months old. The British and their allies, the French and the Ottoman Turks, were aiming to break Russian military power in the Black Sea by destroying the major naval base at Sevastopol. The Allies had expected to capture it quickly, but Russian resistance was strong, and instead of swift victory, they faced a bitter siege. Now it was a moment of crisis for the Allies. Russian troops were threatening to relieve the pressure on Sevastopol by striking at Allied supply lines. Their objective, the vital British harbour of Balaclava.
Behind me is the entrance to Balaclava harbour. Everything the army needed had to come into this harbour, just over here, and be sent up from here to operations against Sevastopol and the army.
With the bulk of Allied troops needed for siege operations, Balaclava was vulnerable. Its defense was a line of 6 earthwork forts known as redoubts. They were sited along a low ridge called the Causeway, which separated two shallow valleys, south and north.
If this place fell, or if it was hazarded in any way at all, it would be the equivalent of cutting the throat of the British Army here in the Crimea.
Manning the 6 vital redoubts were lightly armed Allied Turkish soldiers of the Ottoman Empire. They were the first line of defense, intended to give early warning of any Russian advance. But miles from their nearest support, an attack would leave them isolated and cut off. They were to play a crucial role in the Battle of Balaclava. Yet of all the events that day, one is remembered above all: the charge of the Light Brigade. And its story has been woven into a legend. It tells how the Russians launched their attack on Balaclava at dawn. The Turkish troops at the redoubts fled in terror, abandoning their guns. Commander-in-Chief Lord Raglan ordered the Light Brigade to stop the Russians seizing those abandoned guns. But somehow a misunderstood order led to the 600 riding the wrong way to their doom in a storm of Russian artillery fire. But not everyone believes things happened quite the way of the legend.
Popular history would suggest that the men of the Light Brigade were the great heroes of the Battle of Balaclava, but militarily and honestly, I think the true heroes of that battle were the men who defended No. 1 Redoubt on Comrabair's Hill.
At the eastern end of the causeway, Can Roberts Hill, site of Redoubt No. 1, was the key to the line of redoubts. If it was captured, the other redoubts would be outflanked and would fall like dominoes. Realizing this, the Russians began their attack on Balaclava harbour with an overwhelming assault on Redoubt No. 1. The task of holding this vital defensive position was left to just a few hundred Ottoman Turks. In the outcry following the Light Brigade disaster, the British press, hungry for scapegoats, derided Turkish soldiers as hopeless incompetents.
In the Black Sea.
But Mike Hargrave Mawson would like to prove that the truth is very different. Mike is a member of the Crimean War Research Society. They're determined to find out what really happened in the fight for Redoubt No. 1. First, they need to find it. Working alongside the society is archaeologist Phil Freeman. He'll search for evidence on the ground. Mike and the others give him an idea of what he should look for.
I mean, one of the key things we would love to find out is not so much what finds you can pull out for us, but the actual plan of what has been disturbed Earth.
Yes, I agree.
Traces of where Earth has been disturbed to build defences should still exist on Can Roberts Hill, even after 150 years. To look for them, Phil will use groundbreaking new technology. High-resolution satellite imagery from the new generation of commercial satellites like Iconos is revealing the landscape of the Battle of Balaclava in astonishing detail for the very first time. A single Iconos image taken from an altitude of 400 miles reveals the entire Balaclava battlefield. The extraordinary resolution of the satellite photo clearly shows Can Roberts Hill.
You can see the impressions in the ground of where the ground has been disturbed, where soil and stones have been heaped up.
By enhancing it, you could see.
But Phil also needs to know details of the redoubt's layout.
It'd be interesting to have some idea of how the redoubt would be laid out internally, what kind of structures we could expect to see inside it.
Nothing.
Nothing at all? Tent accommodation?
No.
No.
It was a very crude defence thrown up very quickly. If you read the accounts, both from the Russian side and from the Allied side, it was perfectly easy for the assaulting troops simply to jump over it.
My impression is...
Research into the Crimean War is now being revolutionized by the opening up of the Ukraine and the possibility of exploring the battlefields.
This is the great opportunity where they're welcoming us in to get in there and seize the day.
With the satellite imagery and the Society's specialist advice, Phil and his team will be the first archaeologists to search for clues as to what actually happened in the opening minutes of the Battle of Balaclava 150 years ago. Once a forbidden zone controlled by the Soviet military, the Crimea is an archaeological treasure chest. Fought over by armies again and again over the millennia, its landscape is littered with relics from ancient times to the Cold War. Armed with the satellite imagery, Phil Freeman and his team arrive at Canroberts Hill to search for evidence of the Turks' role in events leading up to the fatal charge of the Light Brigade. Their first task is to find Redoubt No. 1. The satellite photo gives Phil a clue as to where to look on the kilometre-wide hill. They've enabled him to identify a small area of disturbed earth on the southeastern side. But it's not so easy to pick this area out at ground level. Having been guided in by cutting-edge science, the team then need to employ more traditional techniques. An accurate terrain survey will help reveal the disturbed areas in the landscape.
Well, we're standing on top of Canroberts Hill, and as you can see as we look round, see that the site is a mishmash of banks and ditches. The problem for us is that there is a considerable quantity of this sort of earthwork activity going on.
What we need to do is like sort of lay out grids first of all, and then on each of the points where the grids intersect with one another, we'll take a reading, and from that we can then produce a 3D model.
Whilst the survey continues, Phil goes to look at another Crimean War redoubt nearby. Bezimyanya, no-name hill, was in use at the same time as Redoubt No. 1, and its construction and size might offer Phil clues as to what he should look for on Canroberts Hill.
Well, they've opened up quite a bit more of the bank, and in doing so, in extending the trench in this area, they've taken out part of the Crimean War fortifications. What that's left, among other things, is quite a good cross-section of those fortifications. You can see the initial creation of the bank here, and then a series of fills which run up against the wall, whose face you can see on the other side quite well in the new trench.
Artifacts from the site show that the redoubt was occupied by Turkish troops. Together with Simon Richardson, the team's metal detectorist, Phil gets an idea of the kind of artifacts they might find at Canroberts Hill.
That musket ball. And it's a bullet. Bullet, right.
And these are the buttons. You know the regiment?
Yes,
the
7th. Anything else?
Yes, a small Turkish pipe.
Obviously, we can't find those with a detecting survey, but they should be lying around as surface finds if we're going to, if we're lucky.
Surface finds. And we have a plate there with a
Shako plate.
41st.
And there's also one other find which we've heard, which I know about, and it's this.
Oh, wow.
It's a silver coin, believe it or not, despite the colour, and it's been pierced. It's been reused either for jewellery or for people keeping their cash on their neck. It dates to about 1830, and it's minted in Istanbul.
Yeah, it's a nice inscription.
It would be great if we could get similar sort of finds from Canroberts. But I think we'll be very lucky if we find that sort of thing. Quite a pretty piece.
The finds are sparse, but the Bezimyanya site shows that despite poor conditions, Turkish soldiers were able to construct a considerable position. Phil is encouraged. Maybe he can find something similar on Canroberts Hill. Back with the team, the terrain survey is now complete, but it reveals another problem. All around the target area is a confused tangle of earthworks. The Crimean War isn't the only conflict to have left scars in the Balaclava landscape. In World War II, the entire region saw desperate fighting between the Red Army and Hitler's Wehrmacht.
You find scattered around all kinds of things. For instance, look like a couple of foxholes here from the Second War, bomb craters, again, scrapes and scoops.
But after searching through the maze of confusing earthworks, Phil thinks he's located the structure visible in the satellite photo. He believes this could be Redoubt Number 1, but it's nothing like as substantial as the fort at Bezimyanya. Somehow, Phil needs to isolate what he thinks could be the Crimean War earthwork from the later World War II remains. He asks the opinion of local archaeologist Dmitry Stonyi. Dmitry is an expert on the World War II remains in the Balaclava area. One by one, he's able to identify and eliminate the World War II trenches and mortar pits. What remains could be the surviving Crimean War earthworks.
And we come into this, what looks to be a very interesting feature around the corner. Could you tell me what you think it is?
I think this is a rest of maybe British, maybe Turk battery, gun battery of Crimean War. A road, two guns, and wall. You can see a very good view to village Kamare, and very good road from Russian position to Balaclava. It's very important, very strategical.
Phil is confident they've at last found Redoubt Number 1. Less than 40 meters long and 15 meters wide, it's little more than a gun platform cut into the slope, defended by a shallow bank and ditch, overlooking the vital narrow pass down to Balaclava harbour. It would have left the Turkish soldiers desperately vulnerable, with little shelter against attack. Phil now needs to search for evidence of the Turkish soldiers and their struggle to defend the position. But there's a problem. World War II has left another legacy.
We're getting things like clips, shells, we've got webbing, clothing lying around. A piece of a cannon shell there, a human toe bone there, Russian cartridges. There's must be a couple of thousand here laid on the floor. I mean, it's a problem as far as a metal detecting survey goes, because in this particular area, it's so, I mean, it's just a blanket covering. To get through this dense layer of material, it's going to be very, very difficult indeed.
Though he fears it will be an uphill struggle, Simon begins his painstaking search in the redoubt. Documentary records suggest life would have been tough for the Turkish soldiers.
It must have been like hell on earth. Here they were dumped in the autumn or winter of a particularly miserable climate. It was cold, it was wet. For the previous 3 or 4 weeks, the total ration issue that they had been given to eat was 2 biscuits. And they'd been living off what they could find lying around on the ground. And bear in mind, you've got a huge army of invaders picking the ground clean. There wasn't much left for the poor Turks.
Though traces of the Turks' daily life may be difficult to locate, Simon is at first sure there'll be plenty of evidence of the battle for the redoubt. But he's wrong.
We're actually inside redoubt number 1 at the moment. I've set the metal detector as I would set it in the average field, looking for small artefacts such as buttons and musket balls and things like that. But to show you what we're up against, as you can hear, there's a complete covering of ferrous material. The material is all Second World War. And to try and penetrate this and pick out minute finds such as pistol balls, very, very difficult indeed. Nearly impossible.
Frustrated, Phil and Simon decide to change their search area. Phil has worked out from the recorded position of the Russian guns where any cannonballs or shells which overshot the redoubt would have landed. Luckily, it's in an area the survey shows is less damaged by World War II. Simon starts a new search a few hundred meters from the redoubt. Within hours, the change of tactics pays off.
We're standing on the west side of Canroberts, looking across to Balaclava and Sevastopol. As we look down the slope, you can see a series of red markers, flag markers, which represent hits that the metal detectorist has made. Each one represents one large caliber lead ball.
There's something about the spread of these finds that seems significant.
There is an interesting pattern, effectively a fan, as we look down.
The characteristic fan-shaped distribution pattern suggests they're lead balls from an air-bursting Russian shell.
We found quite a spread, 13.5 pieces, which we're fairly certain this is from a spherical case shot, which is a hollow cannonball set with a fuse, so it bursts in the air over cavalry or infantry. Quite a devastating weapon. When I found the first one, I was very excited because I knew more or less what it was. And then when the second one came up, I knew it wasn't just an isolated find, and that had a good chance of finding more and more.
This shell must have overshot Redoubt No. 1 and exploded on the other side. The first solid evidence of the devastating kinds of weapons the Turkish troops on Canroberts Hill faced. The Russian attack on Redoubt No. 1 began at dawn when a massed battery of more than 30 heavy cannons opened fire. Historical documents show that the 600 Turkish soldiers were likely armed with only 3 British cannons. As the survey has revealed, they not only faced devastating shell fire, but their redoubt was little more than an earthen bank a few feet high. Unprotected, outnumbered and outgunned, the Turks could make little reply. But bravely they hung on.
I doubt whether a similar number of British troops would have lasted as long. It must have been like being in a bombardment during the First World War in a trench. When you saw the enemy infantry advancing, you had to stand. You had to defend your redoubt. And they did.
In the outcry following the charge of the Light Brigade disaster, British newspapers ridiculed the Turkish troops. But the evidence shows they must have been disciplined and well led. Dr. Firuz Yassemi is a specialist in Middle Eastern studies. He's been looking into the composition and training of the Ottoman army.
Up until the Crimean War, nobody was really sure what the Turkish army was or was not capable of. A European-style officer cadre or officer corps was a new phenomenon in the Ottoman army, and it only existed since the 1830s, when they'd set up a war college.
At the time of the Crimean War, the Istanbul War College was the Sandhurst of the Ottoman Empire. Far from being ramshackle and incompetent, the Turkish army of the 1850s actually had a higher proportion of trained officers than the British army.
One point that I think you can make is that within the Ottoman army, warfare was viewed as a religious duty. A man who was killed became a martyr, a shahid. A man who survived was a ghazi, a warrior for the faith.
This helps explain why, despite being only lightly armed and undersupplied, the Turkish troops bravely stood their ground before finally being overrun. Yet this heroic last stand is glossed over in most histories of the battle. It seems the myth of the Turks' cowardice did not arise by chance. Mike Hargrave Mawson believes the British commander Lord Raglan was caught completely off guard by the Russian attack.
Opinions are divided, but it would appear that Raglan and his entourage got up onto the Sapoon Heights about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning. What isn't at issue is the fact that the Russian assault began at 5 that morning.
Raglan was slow to react to the Russian attack. By the time he arrived at his command position, the Turks at Redoubt No. 1 had been facing Russian bombardment for nearly 3 hours. Official accounts of the sequence of events deliberately covered up Raglan's delayed response.
Raglan, when he came to write his report, didn't want to point out that they'd taken 3 hours to get to the battle. And so 3 hours got truncated down to a few minutes. And it was the Russians attacked, the Turks ran.
The fall of the redoubts marked the end of the opening phase of the battle. But this set in motion an unstoppable chain reaction that led to disaster. This time, Lord Raglan would have a grandstand view. It's 10:30 a.m., nearly 3 hours after the battle for Canroberts Hill. After No. 1 fell, redoubts 2, 3, and 4 followed like dominoes. From his position on the Sapoon Ridge, overlooking the battlefield, the British commander suddenly noticed an alarming development down in the captured redoubts.
Lord Raglan can see that the Russians are bringing up engineering equipment and putting tackles on the British guns that the Turks have had to abandon. And in the Wellingtonian military tradition, you must never lose a gun.
Panicked into immediate action, Raglan ordered the Light Brigade to advance to try and stop the Russians taking away the captured guns.
If you're going to send an order that must be acted on immediately, you send the fastest man in the army.
Captain Lewis Nolan was the obvious choice. An impetuous young cavalryman, Nolan rode at breakneck speed down from the Sapoon Ridge into the South Valley to deliver the order to the cavalry commander, Lord Lucan. What happened next is the key moment where everything went wrong and the Light Brigade was sent to its doom.
He goes up to Lord Lucan and he hands him the message from Raglan, and Lucan cannot see the guns.
Lucan was mystified. He needed clarification and so asked Nolan, "Where are the guns?" To which Nolan replied, "There are your guns," throwing out his arm to point in the general direction of the redoubt guns. But also in this direction was another set of guns, the Russian Don Cossack battery.
The order was vague. Nolan was angry. Lucan was useless. So Lucan accepts the order to charge guns, and he's just going to charge the wrong guns.
Somehow, a fatal confusion was made between the captured British guns being dragged away as trophies and the Russian Don Cossack guns, which were ready for action. Historians have always blamed Nolan's gesture for the massacre of the Light Brigade, believing that he pointed to the Don Cossack guns either deliberately or by mistake. But is this really what happened? Richard Rutherford Moore is a battlefield explorer and guide. For more than a decade, he's been studying the actual location of the Balaclava charge. Richard believes the key to solving the mystery of what actually happened lies in understanding the terrain. He wants to establish for the first time exactly what the principal characters could see during the battle. He teams up with remote sensing specialist Jessica Trelogan. Through her work at Bezimianya, she's completed the first terrain-accurate survey of the Balaclava valleys. The first crucial viewpoint they must establish is that of the Commander-in-Chief, Lord Raglan. Finding Raglan's command position up on the high Sapoon Ridge will take some detective work. A clue lies in the work of Roger Fenton, the world's first celebrated war photographer. This photograph was taken after the battle from Raglan's command position. Maybe this will help them find the spot.
That bend is roughly where redoubt number 2 is. In the foreground, we've seen these enormous rocks. We're looking off towards Balaclava, so this rock should be somewhere on this crest, within about 100 metres of where we are, 50 metres either side.
In 1854, there were no trees here, and so the viewpoint takes some locating amidst the dense undergrowth.
What does it look like from your side?
So hard to tell with the vegetation in the way. I think maybe.
Satisfied that they're within meters of the spot where Raglan watched the charge of the Light Brigade, Jessica records the position.
You know, we think we're more or less in the right place in the photograph. So I think it would be really neat to see what this would have looked like without trees in it. You know, we can't do anything about it now, but we can take it virtually, look at the computer, do a little line of sight analysis, and see if they would have been able to have a clear shot through here.
Здравствуйте, моя подружка.
Здравствуйте.
It's an amazing piece of technology.
Well, this is a geographic information system. And the nice thing about it is the way that it integrates different types of data. So you've got graphic data, topography, our Iconis image that we could zoom in on, different levels of scale going out all the way to the whole Crimea.
The computer incorporates satellite imagery into a full-terrain survey, enabling Jessica to test lines of sight between any given points in the area. She first plots in the key points in the Balaclava battle, including the line of redoubts. She then adds in Commander-in-Chief Lord Raglan's viewpoint.
It'd be interesting to see from here just what Lord Raglan could see.
The green line reveals that Raglan could have seen the captured guns being removed from the redoubts. He also would have been able to see the Don Cossack battery at the far end of the North Valley. This confirms the accepted historical accounts. But what could Lucan see? His viewpoint is easier to find.
This is the British memorial to the Battle of Balaclava, and we're standing in redoubt number 5. In this area here was where Lord Lucan stood and received the orders from Lord Raglan. The big problem I've always had in trying to understand this part of the battle is the terrible view that you get over the area in front of you from the position in which that fourth order was received. You can see the captured redoubts, number 1, number 2, part of number 3, but you can't see anything that's going on beyond them because of the hill directly in front of you. You can't see anything at all of the North Valley of Balaclava.
Richard believes that Nolan could not have pointed to the wrong guns because it wasn't possible to see them from this position. But it might just be that the view has changed in the 150 years since the battle. There are now trees in the line of sight.
So from redoubt number 5, how much of this area here on the other side of the ridge could we see?
When Lucan's viewpoint is plotted in, it's a very different story.
Tells us. No.
He could see neither the redoubt guns being removed nor the Don Cossack guns. He must have been totally confused by the order. Richard's theory is confirmed. Nolan could not have pointed directly at either set of guns. They were not visible from this position. Lucan, confused and unsighted, passed the order to Lord Cardigan, commander of the Light Brigade, and the cavalry set off down into the North Valley. At first, there didn't seem to be a problem.
Raglan looks down and he sees his Light Brigade moving off along the valley floor. So far, so good. Nolan, who knew which guns the Light Brigade was supposed to be going for is also thinking, fair enough. We're moving off down the valley, we're going to go to the redoubts and we'll stop the Russians carrying off British guns.
Suddenly, Nolan must have finally realized something was very wrong.
There comes a point where, for some reason, Nolan rides out in front of the brigade and heads off towards the Causeway Heights.
Raglan expected, Nolan expected Cardigan to turn right. Nolan rides out in front of Lord Cardigan, going, "Three's right, turn to the right in threes." And Cardigan doesn't understand what Nolan's shouting about. He thinks that Nolan, who is an arrogant son of a sea cook anyway, is trying to lead the charge himself, and Cardigan just puts his head down and keeps charging.
The Russian guns at the same time here fire. One of the 18-pounders sends a shell over, and it explodes exactly where Nolan is at the time. A shell splinter goes straight across his chest. He emits a loud shriek. His sword falls from his hand, and eventually he tumbles from his horse to be ridden over by the ranks of the Light Brigade after him.
Nolan was the man who'd set the charge in motion. With his death, the last hope to avoid disaster was gone.
So what Raglan sees is one half of his cavalry force charging in the wrong direction. And worse than that, Raglan sees half of his cavalry charging to certain destruction.
There was now nothing anybody could do as the Light Brigade ploughed on down the valley like a runaway train. The Russian gun batteries around the valley opened fire.
The Russian gunner at that point can't see through the smoke, he only sees his own gun. But the Russian gunners, even through the noise and the shock of serving their pieces and firing their guns, could feel the rumble coming up through their feet. A subsonic rumble.
The moment of surprise is now past for the Russian artillery. The Light Brigade are getting very close to the guns. There's going to come a point where the charge will be blown, the lancers will come down, the swords will go out, everybody will dig their spurs in and hit the target. They hit the guns and this terrible fight developed around the battery. One British trooper said, the entire place was like darkness. It was like fighting at night. It was surrounded by an inky blackness of gun smoke, clashes of swords, men shouting, horses screaming.
Although bravely executed, the charge was a complete disaster. Commander-in-Chief Lord Raglan and the rest of the British Army could only look on in stunned silence as one by one the remnants of the devastated brigade returned back up the North Valley. But what happened to these survivors?
George Lloyd Smith. The last who returned up the valley after the charge of the Light Brigade at Balaclava.
Ken Horton is the world's foremost expert on the men who made up the Light Brigade. He spent more than 30 years tracking down the amazing stories of the individuals who took part.
Is there anything particular I want to...
Troop Sergeant Major George Lloyd Smith of the 11th Hussars is one of the most celebrated among the survivors.
This is an amazing collection of stuff. remarkable to save all this. Piece of Russian black bread found on the battlefield at Alma. Looks a little toasted now.
Loy Smith's extraordinary collection of Crimean War artifacts includes the actual jacket he wore in the charge, complete with the button he took from a man in the Russian 11th Hussars.
This is Loy Smith's own tunic, and it's pretty well identified by the tag. There, in fact, is the Russian button and the number 11 on it. This button was cut off the jacket of one of the 11th Russian Hussars at Balaclava. Amazing, isn't it?
It was during the course of this painstaking research that Ken uncovered a startling fact that would change the accepted story of the Light Brigade. He'd found the truth behind one of the most enduring myths of the Noble 600.
These are human records, and one I like to collect. It is the information of the men that were in the charge and how they suffered.
As Ken began to uncover more and more stories of charge survivors, he realized the truth.
There were only 102 killed outright from the 670. 56 were taken prisoner, of which half of those died in captivity. But at the end of the war, coming back to England, I'm always reckoning that at least 450 of those original men did return to these shores.
The 600 were not wiped out at all. Though the brigade was written off militarily, nearly 6 out of 7 Light Brigade men survived the famous charge. How then did the myth come about that it was annihilated? Lurid British newspaper reports sensationalized the scale of the disaster, and Tennyson's famous poem popularized this inaccurate myth of epic sacrifice. Although the Light Brigade faced artillery during the charge, has the scale of Russian fire been exaggerated? Is there a way, more than 150 years later, that we can find out? The answer can be found by a careful mathematical examination of the timing of the charge. From accounts, we know it took the brigade only 7.5 minutes to reach the Don Cossack battery 2,000 meters down the valley. 10 minutes after 11 a.m., the brigade moved off. At 30 seconds, they would have entered the field of fire of the left-hand battery. 10 guns on the Fedokeen Hills firing solid round shot and explosive shell. A cavalry charge should be a carefully timed advance, but as the fire came in, the brigade quickly accelerated. The battery could have fired only around 70 rounds before the brigade was through their field of fire. At 3 minutes, the brigade would have come under long-range fire from the 8 Don Cossack guns. At 5 minutes, this field of fire would have overlapped with the right-hand battery, 8 guns on the causeway. This should have caused more casualties, but the brigade now accelerated downhill with the racetrack camber of the valley. At 6 minutes, the crossfire would have ceased as the brigade neared the end of its charge, and the causeway guns held their fire to avoid hitting Don Cossack gunners. At 7 minutes, the brigade would have been within point-blank range of the Don battery. But the Russian gunners were at a disadvantage, unsighted by their own gun smoke. They would have fired only approximately 100 rounds before at 7.5 minutes, the Light Brigade hit them. In total, the 26 Russian guns can only have fired around 200 shots. The whole infamous charge and withdrawal took less than 30 minutes. Despite the famous legend, the Light Brigade was never under fire from all 3 sides at once. Although far fewer men died than was realized, the charge was still a needless sacrifice of young men's lives. Russian troops remained in control of the causeway redoubts, and the lost guns were never recaptured.
The only effect that the charge of the Light Brigade had on the war as a whole was to convince the Russians that British soldiers were mad and were dangerous and were liable to do just about anything, that they were murderous, and don't discount that, because scaring the hell out of the enemy is a good thing to do in war. But from the point of view of strategic or tactical aims, the charge of the Light Brigade is irrelevant.
Much more relevant to the outcome of the battle was the Turks' defense of Redoubt No. 1. They had faced at least 30 Russian guns in a single massed battery, more than the Light Brigade faced. But the Turks were not moving targets, they were sitting ducks. With no cover but the shallow earth ramparts, they endured relentless Russian bombardment for almost 3 hours, 6 times longer than the charge of the Light Brigade. And the Turks had still yet another unsung role to play in the battle for Balaclava.
When the redoubt fell, 170 Turks lay dead. Their fellows fled back across the South Valley. Russian cavalry were following them up, harrying them, slashing at them with sabres, cutting their heads in half, forcing them to flee at top speed. Mad panic, but a lot of them didn't. With the men from the redoubts numbers 3 and 4, they formed up on the next line of the defences of Balaclava, Sir Colin Campbell's 93rd Highlanders.
The Light Brigade disaster was a mere sideshow in the Battle of Balaclava compared with the Highlanders' vital stand. Now remembered as the Thin Red Line, the 93rd's action saved Balaclava harbour and so the entire British war effort from Russian attack.
There was about twice as many Turks as there were 93rd Highlanders in the Thin Red Line. But of course all anyone ever remembers is the Thin Red Line.
But even this vital contribution to the battle was underplayed. The Turkish troops became the pariahs of the Allied army.
Eventually, those Turkish troops that were left in the Crimea were set to carrying things as beasts of burden. They would carry wounded British and French down to the ships. They would carry up food and firewood from Balaclava harbour up to the camps. They weren't allowed to fight again. They weren't allowed to do anything military again. They were basically two-legged donkeys.
Those who remained of the defenders of Redoubt No. 1 did not survive the terrible Crimean winter. Whilst the charge of the Light Brigade passed into legend, the story of the Turks slipped into oblivion on the barren, steep slopes of Canroberts Hill. It's 7:30 on the evening of June the 18th, 1815. These are the final moments of the Battle of Waterloo, one of the most decisive military encounters in history. After hours of heavy fighting, Napoleon sends forward the Imperial Guard in one last desperate bid to defeat the Allied army under the Duke of Wellington.
Napoleon hadn't really been defeated in a great cataclysmic battle. There was a sense that somehow he'd been cheated, that somehow he was still the master of the battlefield. Waterloo ends that myth.
Waterloo has always been seen as a tactical victory for the Duke of Wellington. his small but highly trained Allied army outfighting the veteran soldiers of Napoleon's Grande Armée. But was there more to Napoleon's defeat than the tactics and fighting prowess of the Allies? Now the latest scientific techniques are shedding crucial light on Napoleon's campaign. And a dramatic archaeological discovery is helping answer the central question: what went wrong for Napoleon at Waterloo? In 1815, Europe had been at war for more than 20 years. Out of the chaos of the French Revolution, Napoleon Bonaparte had forged an empire on the battlefields of Europe. Victory had followed victory, and Napoleon seemed unstoppable. But by 1815, time and war had taken their toll, and the great powers of Europe had finally united to rid themselves of Napoleon once and for all. As the massed armies of Britain, Austria, Prussia, and Russia closed in, Napoleon launched a desperate preemptive strike.
For Napoleon, the clock really is ticking. He desperately needs peace. He can't get it. And what he's got to do is he's got to defeat the Prussians and the British, but particularly the British, before the huge mass armies of the Russians and the Austrians descend upon him. Because once they descend upon Paris, Napoleon's had it.
On the night of the 17th of June, 1815, the Duke of Wellington prepared his troops to face Napoleon's Grande Armée. Taking up position at Waterloo on the southern outskirts of Brussels, the 90,000 British and Allied soldiers awaited the attack of Napoleon's 120,000-strong French army. Heavily outnumbered, the Allies' only hope was to link up with Blucher's Prussian army. But as day dawned on the 18th, the Prussians were still several hours' march from Waterloo. If Napoleon could move swiftly, the odds would be stacked in his favor. But the longer he delayed, the greater the chance of the Prussians coming to the Allies' aid. For Napoleon, the clock was ticking. The battlefield today seems miraculously unaffected amidst the suburban sprawl of Brussels. In the tense days building up to the battle, Wellington would have surveyed this scene and identified the ideal defensive position to stop Napoleon.
Throughout the period that Wellington is in Flanders, he is constantly thinking, if Napoleon comes, where will he come? Which routes will he adopt? Where, therefore, can I stop him?
Wellington had an expert eye for terrain. He drew up his army along the crest of a ridge where the main Brussels road crossed the Waterloo Valley. But today, it's difficult to tell precisely how good Wellington's position was, because contrary to appearances, the landscape has changed. It's now dominated by a giant artificial hill called the Lion Mound. Thousands of tons of soil were scraped away to create this 40-meter-high mound, a huge earth monument to the Dutch and Belgian troops who died at Waterloo. Wellington was furious at how the construction of the mound destroyed his battlefield.
Wellington went back to the battlefield of Waterloo and he saw that mound. And he said to one of his companions, Colonel Gurwood, he said, "Damn me, Gurwood, they've ruined it. Them Hollanders have ruined my battlefield." Or words to that effect. He was furious.
But why was Wellington so incensed? What was it about his Waterloo position that construction of the Lion Mound destroyed? What made the position so effective was the ridge. With his troops lined along its crest, Wellington knew that the forward slope provided a clear field of fire and a steep natural obstacle against attack, whereas the reverse slope sheltered his troops from incoming fire. So how much did the removal of topsoil for the Lion Mound change this distinctive ridge? Landscape archaeologist Paul Hill suspects the ridge is now much lower than it would have been in 1815. Contemporary prints of the area prior to the mound's construction provide Paul with valuable clues as to what has changed. Roads are usually depicted as having steep embankments on either side. But to the east of the Lion Mound, the O'Hain Road now has an embankment on only one side.
It's very clear that there's been a major change in the land formation here. I'm standing on top of a large bank on the north side of the main O'Hain Road, the east-west road. If we look further to the south on the other side of the road, you can see there isn't a bank at all, and there should be one there at least as high as this one. If we can recreate this landscape and see the level of the slope up which cavalry and infantry have to run, we can see why Wellington chose such a position to defend.
But to prove his theory, Paul must somehow create a view of the landscape as it appeared to Wellington on the day of the battle. Specialist help is required. He calls in surveyors James Kavanagh and Dan Schnurr. Using a revolutionary new survey technique, the team will create a terrain-accurate 3D computer model of the battlefield. The result should be a unique impression of how the Waterloo landscape appeared to Wellington in 1815.
Okay, this gives us a nice clear view over the battlefield. So when we're surveying, we'll be able to stay in radio contact with this base. And then this little nail is the reference point for the whole battlefield survey.
The geomatic system uses the network of GPS satellites to relay signals between the team's backpacks and this base station. James and Dan are then free to roam, surveying the land to millimetre accuracy whilst on the move.
Okay, that's got the base station started.
Ready? Okay, see you later, Dan.
From the start, it's clear the Waterloo terrain is deceptive.
The most amazing area of the battlefield here, it's got all these low points. So as you're coming up through this area of the battlefield, it would appear that no matter where you were, you'd always be in a slight hollow, and then you'd have such difficulty getting up onto the ridge lines. It's very, very difficult terrain. It makes me wonder whether Wellington was a surveyor.
But James isn't the first member of his family to struggle through the mud at Waterloo.
Yeah, well, we had a sword in the family which is from Waterloo. With one of my ancestors' names on it, my probably great-great-great-grandfather who fought on the French side. So we must have been here on the big day, as it were. But he managed to escape.
It's unbelievable. It's boggy ground, it's really soft. Unbelievable. I don't know how they fought on this. It's bad enough making a map.
With the survey complete, all that remains is for the team to interpret the data and reveal for the first time just how the battlefield of Waterloo really appeared in 1815.
Hello, chaps. Oh, yeah.
It's the early hours of the 18th of June, 1815. Napoleon is under pressure to attack, knowing that every minute he delays brings the Prussian army closer. Across the valley, the Duke of Wellington positions his Allied army on the Waterloo Ridge, awaiting the inevitable French attack. But what was it Wellington had seen in the terrain which made Waterloo such an ideal position for defense? Paul Hill is confident that the battlefield survey will provide an answer. When the results are plotted, the first stage is to show the battlefield as it is today, including the Lion Mound. The area where Paul believes the topsoil was removed from then shows up distinctly.
You can clearly see this circle here is the mound.
And you can see quite clearly that that's been snipped off there and then pushed up. And I think by taking out the mound, we can actually get a flat area where we think most of this earth has come from.
But it's not until the Lion Mound is removed and its volume redistributed over the truncated area that Paul gets the evidence he needs. The model reveals that the Waterloo Ridge was in fact much steeper before the construction of the Lion Mound.
We can see from the model this original ridge along the top. It just gives such a commanding view over this entire area, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, when we were there, do you remember trying to walk up this slope?
Yes.
And now, not only have you got to walk up how it is today, but you've got another sort of, 100 metres of slope to keep going.
Essentially what it's given you is given you your battlefield back.
Still deceptively steep, the forward slope would have been an even more difficult obstacle in 1815, whilst the reverse slope would have provided precious concealment and shelter for the Allied troops behind the crest.
Despite the fact that there was a bit of truncation off the top here, we're still looking up what I think is generally speaking the same aspect that the people had when they were coming up here. And it's a classic forward and reverse slope situation because you can't see anybody lined on the ridge up there. In fact, looking down here, even now with the truncation, you can just see the top of those telegraph poles. Well, that's what it must have been like for them. It's still a formidable slope, and waiting on the other side, of course, were the British infantry.
It's clear that Wellington's position was expertly chosen, giving the Allies the terrain advantage. But Napoleon still had more troops and greater firepower. As the Prussians marched ever closer, why did he still not attack?
If you read the accounts of the time, you sense a feeling that they wanted to get on with battle. The French were very, very confident.
Meteorologist Dennis Wheeler is fascinated by the impact of weather on major moments in history. He's convinced that the weather holds the key to understanding why Napoleon delayed. He's determined to do something that has never been done before, reconstruct precisely the weather on that day.
Well, naval logbooks contain a rich source of data, data not recorded just every day, but sometimes every hour. But it's not instrumental data, it's the observations made by officers on board deck. So you do have a very detailed picture of how the weather each day evolved almost hour by hour. It's a bit like looking at a modern day weather forecast, but written in 18th and 19th century terms. So what we have here is a piece of detective work. We've got data from different sources, we need to gather it together, and once we've got those individual pieces of information together, we can plot them on a map, and from it we can begin to reconstruct a weather map, rather like the sort of weather map we'd be all too familiar with from the television forecasts of today.
Dennis's detective work has established that in the 48 hours leading up to the battle, a low-pressure ridge brought torrential rain to the Waterloo area.
The night before the Battle of Waterloo, the weather could be described as apocalyptic. It looks as if it rained consistently through the night, and it was still raining at dawn. But sometime between 8 or 9 o'clock, the rain ceased, the sun came out, and the conditions began to become much clearer, and certainly a great deal drier.
With the clearer weather, the way seemed open for Napoleon to launch an immediate attack on the Allies, spearheaded by his most feared tactic.
The classic Napoleonic ploy for a battle is always to begin with an artillery bombardment. French artillery was very good. There were good guns, effective guns, and there were plenty of them.
Napoleon's beloved artillery was the most feared in the world, and its immense firepower was more than sufficient to blast Wellington's troops from their positions on the ridge. But even though the rain had stopped by morning, it had left a big problem for Napoleon.
When you're in the hollows around here, you've got really sticky, claggy mud. The problem is you've got a geology around here that's silty loams, and when they get wet, they get very wet and very slippery. I cannot get my shoe out of the mud, and that must have been exactly what it was like. But the mud itself, if you look at it carefully, it's incredibly fine. But when it's wet like this, these fine particles clag together, and it just becomes like putty.
Had the battle been fought only 30 to 40 miles to the southwest, we'd have had a very different situation. Nice chalky downs which would have drained very quickly indeed. But this is just the wrong area to fight in when it's been raining.
But why should mud be more of a problem for Napoleon than for Wellington?
On the morning of the 18th of June 1815, this gun was part of Napoleon's ground battery. Now, this is about as good as it gets. This gun was manufactured in 1813, it's a 12-pounder, and this should have given an artillery general like Napoleon a decided advantage. But it's very heavy. This is going to take, in ideal conditions, about 8 men to move it. That's when the ground is baked hard. But on the morning of the 18th of June, of course, the ground was like a quagmire.
Napoleon knew the sodden ground would make it difficult to maneuver his big guns, and he was gripped by a terrible dilemma. Knowing every minute's delay could be potentially disastrous, he decided to wait several tense hours for the ground to dry out. But with the Prussians closing in, was this a wise decision? What would have happened if Napoleon had pushed on through the mud regardless? By waterlogging and ploughing up an area of terrain, a team from the Royal Artillery simulate conditions on the Waterloo battlefield. They aim to investigate just how difficult it would have been for Napoleon's gun crews if he'd sent them into action without waiting for the ground to dry out.
Stand by! Go! Come on then!
Moving the heavy 12-pounders forward into position would have been just the start for Napoleon's gunners. After every shot, the half-ton guns would have had to be run back through the mud, the massive recoil having blown them yards back out of position. In the opening bombardment at Waterloo, the crews would have had to sustain this workload for an hour or more, each gun firing more than 100 rounds. The Royal Artillery team gets a taste of the fatigue caused by manning a 12-pounder at Waterloo in a point-to-point relay for just 10 minutes, a fraction of the time the French crews were in action.
Stop!
Steve Myers is a sports physiologist. By monitoring the soldiers' heart rates and blood lactate levels, he's able to measure the level of fatigue they experience.
It was a very good test. I mean, they worked incredibly hard.
During strenuous exercise, lactic acid gradually builds up until muscles tire and seize.
The lactate levels here are like maximal lactate levels. Really, you get off sort of tests to exhaustion on a treadmill, these kind of levels you expect to see.
The soldiers' heart rates, too, are close to the maximum, around 180 beats per minute.
The heart rates we've got up here, interestingly what it shows is they're all, close to maximal heart rates there. The sort of aerobic, fat-burning type exercise range. We saw our well-trained British gunners doing this, and they were really tired at the end of it. If you take the French artillerymen firing those guns, there's no chance that they wouldn't have been, they wouldn't have been affected by fatigue. They would have been very, very tired, and they wouldn't have been able to maintain the sort of rates of fire.
With dozens of exhausted crews repeating this process alongside each other, the firing of the Grand Battery would have become sparser and the gun line itself steadily more disorganized. It's clear Napoleon made the right decision in delaying his attack. If he'd pressed on, his prized artillery could have collapsed. But he must still have been confident of the overwhelming firepower of his heavy guns, his beautiful daughters, massed together in one grand battery, ready to smash the Allied line. Finally, around midday, the French guns opened fire.
The Great Bombardment opens up classic Napoleonic start to a battle. Lots of fuss and feathers, lots of noise, lots of smoke, very little effect.
Despite its huge firepower, the Grand Battery was still not as effective as it should have been. Something else was going wrong. Wellington's troops were sheltered by the reverse slope. But as well as solid cannonballs, the French were also using explosive shells, fired over the ridge crest to fall down, bursting amongst the Allied soldiers. Shellfire should have been devastating, so why at Waterloo did it have so little impact? Major Simon West is an expert on the artillery weapons used at Waterloo. He's been trying to find out why the French shellfire was so ineffective. To be sure his experiments are accurate, Simon has had hollow iron shells made exactly like those used by the French at Waterloo. Shells were designed to burst apart, sending heavy lethal fragments in all directions. In normal conditions, this would inflict heavy casualties, but at Waterloo, the conditions were anything but normal. On Salisbury Plain, he simulates the ground conditions at Waterloo. Simon buries a 6-inch shell containing nearly 2 pounds of gunpowder only feet away from a target representing a line of Allied soldiers.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Well, this is brilliant because it was buried just below the surface, as it might have landed if it was coming in at a decent angle and buried a bit. The energy of the explosion has been absorbed by the ground and had no effect on the target, only feet away.
Amazingly, the target has escaped virtually unscathed. Although his guns pounded on, it's clear the wet ground severely reduced the effectiveness of Napoleon's grand battery. Wellington's troops had only to sit out the heavy bombardments behind the sheltering ridge. They knew that eventually the French infantry would be forced to attack across the muddy valley and up the hill. The densely packed French columns would make ideal targets for the Allied cannonballs and shells. And the Allies had another weapon, one that was not affected by the weather, the most feared of all artillery weapons: canister. It's 1 p.m. Napoleon's artillery has failed thanks to the wet ground and Wellington's use of the sheltering terrain. But with the Prussians now close by, Napoleon dare not delay. He launches his heavy infantry attack. Advancing steadily across the muddy, exposed valley, the French soldiers have no cover. They're easy targets for Wellington's Allied artillery above them on the ridge. The French soldiers struggle into a storm of lethal, close-quarters artillery fire. Using an original Waterloo British cannon that has not been fired in more than a century, Major Simon West investigates just how effective the Allied cannonballs would have been on Napoleon's densely packed troops. He'll load it with a 6-pound solid iron round shot, exactly what the Allied gunners would have used against the ranks of French soldiers, represented by the target 100 yards away.
Okay, right, first shot in 150 years.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, fire!
At over 200 meters per second, the round shot is devastating. The solid iron balls would have ploughed through the packed French ranks, a single shot killing or wounding as many as 10 or 15 men.
Now, seeing the shot fired out of the cannon there, you think of that 6-pound shot having so much energy. There's no doubt that if that engaged sort of rows of cavalry or infantry in column, it would reap horrendous havoc.
But destructive as round shot could be, when the surviving French infantry closed in to point-blank range, the Allied gunners switched to the most feared artillery device of all: canister.
What I'm going to do is make up some canister charge. Canister was literally musket balls inside a thin-walled metal tube.
Simon wants to find out just why this anti-personnel device was the terror weapon of the Napoleonic Wars. the metal tube burst apart as it exited the cannon's muzzle, creating a huge shotgun effect.
Fire.
Well, considering that that frontage represents probably 6 men in file, not one of them has escaped injury. And bearing in mind that each of those balls is travelling at over 100 metres per second, even out at this range, that's going to represent a fatal injury.
Any French infantrymen lucky enough to survive the artillery fire still had to face Allied musketry. British infantry in particular were renowned for their disciplined clockwork volley fire, and at close range, their muskets could be just as deadly as canister fire. But not all soldiers' injuries at Waterloo were fatal. Retired surgeon Mick Crumplin is an expert on Napoleonic battlefield medicine. He's looking at the work of those other people on the battlefield, the French and Allied doctors. How they treated the injured, especially the walking wounded, could have a significant effect on the outcome of a battle. In order to replicate the kind of wounds surgeons would have had to treat, Mick commissioned sculptor and a ballistics expert Ivan Williams. He's designed an artificial torso to take the place of human flesh and bone. Ivan shoots the torso using 3/4-inch lead musket balls from an original Waterloo period weapon. Using original 19th century surgical instruments, Mick will then attempt to show how the injuries would have been treated.
Well, I think these are just typical of the sort of wounds that would have been inflicted at the Battle of Waterloo and a surgeon would have to deal with. Of 6 injuries, one would surmise that 3 were definitely instantly fatal, 1 was presumably fairly soon fatal, and 2 were survivable with good management. The chest injuries, you can see there are 4 entry wounds. The surgeon would approach these and, as with most wounds, he would put his finger into the wound to see if the chest cavity was breached and the depth of the wound. He could use a silver probe. And you can say instantly that these 3 wounds would be mortal. Solid missiles or pieces of bone would be relatively easy to extract from a wound, as there's something to grip on, which is in great contrast to soft things like clothing and bits of belt and so forth. Using contemporary instruments, you can see that this is a relatively easy exercise.
Battlefield surgery in 1815 was primitive by today's standards, but it's always been believed that Napoleon's army had a big advantage. Celebrated French experts, such as Baron Dominique Larrey, Napoleon's personal surgeon, were thought to have developed a much more advanced system of military medicine than any other contemporary army. Throughout the Waterloo campaign, their groundbreaking treatments were thought to have speeded up the return of badly needed men to the front line, contributing much to the soldiers' morale. This could have given Napoleon the edge over the Allies. So why wasn't this the case? Mick Crumplin believes that by 1815, the British and Allied surgeons at Waterloo had become just as proficient as the French. He studied the extraordinary work of Charles Bell, a civilian British doctor who carefully recorded the injuries he encountered at Waterloo and the treatments he carried out.
Charles Bell was an anatomist, artist and surgeon from the Middlesex Hospital who travelled out, amongst others, and he made 47 drawings on vellum of wounded men. The illustrations showed dress, countenance, shock, infection in the men's faces. It's an invaluable collection. It is really the photography of the Battle of Waterloo.
By 3 o'clock, the ground had begun to dry out, and the disadvantages the French artillery had suffered in the morning were reduced. But just when it seemed the French were about to regain the advantage, Napoleon himself caused the battle to take a fateful turn. Crucially, at some time between 2 and 3 o'clock, Napoleon left the battlefield. Exactly why he did this at such a critical stage is still a mystery.
There is clearly something not right with Napoleon this day. He's complaining constantly about the pains in his stomach. He's easily exhausted. This is a man in middle age who's beginning to suffer all the ailments of the middle-aged and is very conscious of it all the time.
Whatever Napoleon's condition, he was absent from the battlefield for nearly 2 hours, returning to his headquarters at Rossomme, nearly 2 miles away. He left control of the embattled French army in the hands of his second-in-command, Marshal Ney.
Ney was a superb soldier at the tactical level. If you wanted a charismatic leader to draw his sword and say to his men, "Follow me for glory," Ney was your man.
But Napoleon could hardly have chosen a worse moment to hand over command.
At about 3 o'clock, Ney looks up there onto the ridge, onto the right-hand side of the Anglo-Dutch position, and he thinks he sees the Allies retreating.
No one's absolutely certain what happened, but the best historical theory is that Wellington was adjusting some of his battalions, as he did during the course of the battle, moving some out of the firing line, moving them back to a reverse slope position. And it seems clear that Ney saw this movement taking place and thought, right, they finally cracked, they're beginning to move exactly as we always thought they were going to, and then orders an unsupported cavalry charge.
Ney thought the critical moment had come, that the French artillery had finally broken the Allied line. Whether he was unsighted by battlefield smoke or by his own sheer impetuosity, Ney seized his chance and acted.
He turns to the nearest cavalry brigade commander and he says, "Take your brigade, capture the plateau." And the cavalry brigade commander says, "No fear, Gov," or whatever the French equivalent is. Ney loses his temper, very typical of Ney, grabs Miho, who's the cavalry corps commander, and says, "Miho, take your cavalry, capture the plateau, go now."
Not only does he commit that brigade of cavalry, he commits the entire cavalry corps. So within the space of the next 30 to 40 minutes, thousands of French horsemen are committed to the battle on an area where, frankly, there is insufficient room for 2 regiments to charge, and suddenly you have 8 regiments, 12 regiments, 16 regiments.
Ney himself personally takes post ahead of them, waves his sword in the air, and the whole of the cavalry moves off down the hill and up towards Wellington's Ridge.
It was an amazing spectacle, one of the biggest cavalry attacks of the Napoleonic Wars. 5,000 sabres knee to knee, climbing the slope to put the Allies to flight. But the Allies had not broken. As the waves of French cavalry crested the ridge, they found Wellington's infantry in position on the reverse slope, formed in impregnable squares. The Allied artillery was waiting for them. The French cavalry attacked again and again, but it was impossible for them to break through the disciplined squares. Ney had made a catastrophic error of judgment.
Napoleon comes back from Rossomme, takes a look and says, "What on earth are we doing?" He then starts to organize some artillery and some infantry to put up in support of the cavalry, but it's too late, and the flower of the French cavalry is blown away.
Hundreds of cavalrymen and horses were killed or wounded, and the exhausted survivors played little further part in the battle. It was a disaster for Napoleon. With Prussian troops now closing in, the French were forced to fight on 2 fronts. Napoleon had lost the advantage. But the truth is, just as he was not the commander he once was, his army was not the fighting machine it once had been. To find out what had gone wrong with the Grande Armée, we need to go back further to the years before Waterloo. An important clue lies in a dramatic archaeological discovery in Lithuania. Just 3 years earlier, in 1812, Napoleon had embarked on the disastrous Russian campaign. More than 500,000 men marched with their emperor into Russia. It was an army of well-trained professionals the veterans of Napoleon's most famous victories. But fewer than 1 in 10 French soldiers returned. And in spring 2002, building workers in the Lithuanian capital, Vilnius, found the last resting place of some of them. 2,000 French soldiers lie buried here in a single pit. It's the largest mass grave of Napoleonic soldiers ever found.
When we excavate such a thing, we always have a strange feeling that all these persons died and were just thrown into some kind of mass grave. It must have been something like a terror vision when they were fresh corpses.
For the first time, archaeologists can discover what kind of men made up Napoleon's Grande Armée at the height of its power.
Here you see the remains of uniform, and there's green traces. There are most probably traces of button. Just this discoloration of bones. These are from artifacts.
The soldiers had been buried in their uniforms, enabling the archaeologists to piece together the clues as to who they were. They were able to work out that these were men from the prime regiments of the Grande Armée, including Napoleon's elite Imperial Guard. And their bones revealed something else. These soldiers were not diseased. They'd been in good general health when they died.
Also young individual. Teeth are all healthy. You see the third molar just was erupting.
Aged mainly in their early to mid-20s, these were the prime soldiers of the Grande Armée, the young men who had carved out an empire for Napoleon.
It is something like the cream of the French army, actually. And even these ones, who were the strongest and the best soldiers at this period, died here during this campaign.
But the evidence that the cream of Napoleon's army died in Russia is not all that the skeletons in Vilnius reveal. Mysteriously, few of these young soldiers died of wounds. Archaeologists were at first baffled as to why they were buried in Vilnius, where there is no record of a major battle during the 1812 campaign. However, research soon showed that a much more poignant fate had befallen them. These were the men who had survived the Russian campaign. They had escaped to what they thought would be safety, and yet what actually awaited them in Vilnius was a terrible death from starvation and hypothermia. And the commander who had to stand by and watch his men die was Marshal Ney. Could the traumatic experiences that Ney suffered here in Vilnius hold the key to what went wrong for Napoleon at Waterloo? By 6:30 in the evening, the Battle of Waterloo is approaching its final bloody climax. As Prussian troops fight their way towards the Allies, Napoleon is more and more dependent on his second-in-command, Marshal Ney. But after the disastrous cavalry charges of the afternoon, Ney is becoming increasingly reckless. Mike Robinson is intrigued by Ney's erratic behavior at Waterloo. He suspects the legendary marshal, known as the bravest of the brave, may have played a crucial part in Napoleon's defeat in the battle.
Ney always led from the front. He was in the thick of it, he was in the smoke, he was in the musketry. He was a man who was so wholly involved in the battle itself that he lost sight of what was going on around him. And his passion was roused to such an extent that he lost his own self-control. He made lots of quite serious mistakes of a tactical nature throughout the day.
A veteran of more than 70 battles, Ney had always been one of Napoleon's most dependable commanders. Having joined in the ranks as a humble trooper, he was promoted general before he was 30 and made a Marshal of France by Napoleon when he was 35. But after the horrors of the Russian campaign of 1812, Ney became steadily more unpredictable.
It's difficult to tell after this lapse of time just how much that affected his later performance. Certainly he was prone to make more mistakes, both on a strategic and a tactical level. He was prone to greater outbursts of fury or passion or temper, and he was slower to calm down. And certainly his performance on the day isn't what you would expect from the man who you want to lead your army to victory.
Can modern psychology shed light on Ney's behavior? To test his theory, Mike assembles a panel of leading military psychiatrists, experts in identifying symptoms of combat fatigue in modern service personnel.
The picture that we have of Ney in the closing stages of the Battle of Waterloo is a man on the lower slopes of the Allied ridge. He's lost his hat, he's had 5 horses shot from underneath him. He's striking the barrel of a cannon with the flat of his sabre. I can't see that as normal behaviour in someone exercising that rank and those responsibilities.
The picture you've just described is a man who's just lost it completely, who is just lashing out, who's out of control, which is in stark contrast to what he should be, even as a lieutenant or a colonel. You know, he's supposed to be in command, most of all of himself.
But could Ney's crucial loss of self-control during the battle have been due to a psychological complaint, similar to what is now recognized as combat stress? Not everyone agrees.
In terms of latter-day thinking, from the First War onwards, battle shock, combat stress, shell shock, really it's a functional diagnosis. In other words, can they function? He functions.
But he didn't function as a leader.
Yes, he did.
In the sense of overall command. He functioned as a leader, a very junior leader, but not as a senior leader.
No, he functioned as he'd always functioned. He would always be at the front. He was the last man to step out of Russia. I don't think this is behaviour that's incongruent with him.
We have to be careful not to get into a situation where we see the diagnosis as an incapability element, that, you know, that these are people who are incapable of doing things. But what's happening is he's not thinking straight. Now that's okay. If you're a private soldier, that doesn't particularly matter. If you're a general, that's a big problem.
But having discussed the evidence, do the group believe that Marshal Ney was psychologically unfit for command?
I think he was fit. I don't think it's a psychiatrist's job to say otherwise. He was one of these men that was used, a man for all seasons. The good guys do all the hard work and do burn out. And of course Napoleon, perhaps we should question whether Napoleon was fit to serve at that time. But of course Ney, if he failed, he'd have a great scapegoat.
My feeling is that during the course of the battle, for a brief period, he experienced, I would use the term combat exhaustion. He developed tunnel vision and he reverted to type as a very junior soldier rather than functioned as a leader. In that sense, he was suffering a temporary psychological disorder that we would probably now call battle shock.
The discussion casts important new light on the part Ney would play in the last act of the battle. Around 7:30 in the evening, Waterloo reaches its final dramatic climax. After marching all day to the sound of the guns, Prussian troops have now linked up with the Allies. Time is running out for Napoleon, and his only chance is to commit the last precious reserve.
All he has left now is the Imperial Guard. The Guard have never been beaten. They're the cream of the French army, and provided they're properly used, they still just might pull victory from the jaws of defeat.
He's only going to commit the Imperial Guard at the absolute crisis of the battle. Because if he loses them, he loses the Empire. And so when the decision is made to commit the Guard, this is the crucial moment. There's no going back from this. You've got to win.
The final moments would reflect the problems Napoleon had faced throughout the whole battle. His artillery had failed against Allied troops protected by the reverse slope and soft ground. What troops he had left after years of attrition had been wasted in rash, uncoordinated attacks. Now the Imperial Guard, his last reserve, would have to attack over deceptively tough terrain, selected by a master of defensive warfare. Struggling up the difficult, muddy slope, they would have faced point-blank artillery fire, round shot and canister. Finally, command of this critical last attack was handed to a man likely suffering from battle shock, Marshal Ney. Napoleon could only look on helplessly as Ney, yelling and screaming, led the column into the dense smoke which cloaked the Allied ridge.
There's noise, you can't see anything, you're trying to pick your way across obstacles, force your way through the mud. This is a pretty unpleasant movement they have to do. But they are the Guard. And despite the discharges of canister, despite the chaos, despite the difficulty, they keep going.
As the exhausted French guardsmen reached the crest of the Allied ridge, it seemed for a moment that they had broken through. But suddenly the red wall of Wellington's infantry rose from the reverse slope. From less than 30 yards, the Allied muskets couldn't miss. More than 500 guardsmen fell to the first volley alone. But no soldiers, not even the Imperial Guard, could withstand such murderous firepower. For the first and only time in their history, Napoleon's Imperial Guard broke and fled.
And once the Guards start to retreat down the hill, the whole French army breaks and the whole French army starts to withdraw. And that effectively is the end of the Battle of Waterloo.
With the end of the Imperial Guard, Napoleon's empire passed into legend and a new Europe was born, paid for in the blood of nearly 50,000 French, Allied and Prussian soldiers on the muddy, steep slopes of the Waterloo Ridge. These hills beside the Little Bighorn River in Montana are the site of one of the most tragic events in American history. It was here in 1876 that Sitting Bull and a combined force of Northern Plains Indians inexplicably defeated the U.S. 7th Cavalry under George Armstrong Custer.
How could a well-trained, highly mobile cavalry officer and his command, how could they be defeated by a bunch of heathen savages?
The scale of the defeat and its many unanswered questions has created a heroic myth.
The myth of the Battle of the Little Bighorn is a gallant, heroic last stand to the last man and last bullet.
The story of Custer's last stand is legendary, but did it really happen that way? Now, archaeologists, using the forensic skills of a crime scene investigation, have finally begun to uncover the evidence, revealing what actually occurred at the Battle of the Little Bighorn.
This was not the gallant, heroic last stand. This, in fact, was a gruesome, terrible affair.
The story of Custer's last stand is legendary, how the 7th Cavalry fought heroically to the last man against a horde of Indian warriors. It's been told and retold in books and films, but it has never been brought to such vivid life as in the annual spectacle staged near the battlefield in Hardin, Montana. In 1876, Custer, a flamboyant hero of the American Civil War, was already a celebrity.
People like myths. George Armstrong Custer was larger than life at the time. That adds to the mythical quality of the Battle of the Little Bighorn.
The myth also flourished because there were no survivors to tell the tale.
In fact, there was witness testimony. That testimony comes from the oral traditions of the Lakota and the Cheyenne who fought here.
Joe Medicine Crow heard stories of the battle firsthand. His grandfather, White Man Runs Him, was one of Custer's Indian scouts who survived the battle by chance.
My grandfather said it was such a huge battle, covering a huge area, that no one man is able to see it all.
What the Indians did see paints a disturbing picture. They talk of chaos and panic amongst the troopers, with no gallant last stand. But for years their accounts were discounted as unreliable.
For some reason, the white man doesn't like to hear the Indians tell it the way it was.
Now, science is proving that the Indian stories are closer to the truth than the famous American legend. For thousands of years, Indian tribes roamed the northern plains. But by 1876, they were seen as a threat to the opening of the West. A military campaign was launched to force the northern plains Indians onto reservations, but Sioux chief Sitting Bull refused to give up his traditional way of life.
Sitting Bull sent word to the various Sioux tribes who were already on the reservation, come back. Come to my camp for the last big fight. It will be a good day to die.
After the battle, horrified comrades found 268 bodies and buried them where they lay. Today, they are commemorated on the only battlefield in the world which marks the places where men died.
The Little Bighorn battlefield is unique in one specific way. It has white marble markers that indicate the location men fell in battle. The obvious one that people see is Last Stand Hill, where about 40-odd markers are placed. But as you move across the battlefield, there are a string of them scattered down the line, what we call South Skirmish Line, to Deep Ravine. And then there are just ones that are just scattered randomly, and they may indicate where men had tried to move and escape.
Douglas Scott and Richard Fox have spent years investigating the Little Bighorn battlefield. Beneath the earth, they have found the evidence of how Custer was defeated.
A battlefield site is like a crime scene. On the one hand, the material evidence, the bullets, the cartridges, and the eyewitness accounts, what the combatants saw and what they did in the battle.
The victims cannot speak, but the recovery of a trooper's bones provides the first clues to what really happened on the battlefield.
To the side of marker 128, we found a burial pit containing most of the skeletal elements of an individual about 19 to 21 years old.
The range of injuries on this one trooper reveals the ferocity of the battle.
Massive blunt force trauma to the mandible, to the point these teeth were broken in half. Sharp force trauma to the bottom side of the collarbone. And there's a cut mark, and we think it's probably made with a knife. Sharp force trauma to both femurs, such as would be made with an axe. A gunshot wound to the left arm near the wrist. The bullet entered the bone and then did not leave it. Gunshot wounds to the thorax. Some of the bullets probably shot into him from a distance. And when the fighting closed in, perhaps they found him still bleeding and finished him off with a coup de grace to the head.
The bones confirmed that the Indians used traditional weapons, but they also had guns. A gunshot wound to the hip would even provide the evidence for identification of another trooper.
You can see the gunshot wound, and there are little pieces of the bullet that were scraped off as the bullet passed through the bone, and then continued on through the bone, into the abdomen, and through the large intestine. That kind of injury at that time would have been mortal. Even today, you don't mess around with a gut shot.
This is a person who died of a gunshot wound to the hip. And we believe him to be Vincent Charlie. When Trooper Charlie was located after the Battle of Little Bighorn, he was found with the wound to his hips and with a stick jammed down his throat. Knowing that's the way he died, we can reasonably conclude this is Vincent Charlie.
There are no pictures of Vincent Charlie, so leading forensic artist Betty Pat Gatliff is putting a human face on the past.
Well, the purpose in forensics, of course, is for identification. But to law enforcement, finding out who the victim is can be the key to solving the crime. For until they know who the victim is, how do they find the perpetrator?
The killers of Vincent Charlie are not in doubt, but his remains and the bones of other soldiers would show not just how they died, they would also show how they lived. And this evidence with battlefield archaeology would explain how a disciplined fighting unit like the 7th Cavalry could be beaten by a horde of Indian warriors. On May the 17th, 1876, 3 columns of soldiers marched into Montana to force the Northern Plains Indians onto reservations. It was thought Indian tribes were camped near the Little Bighorn River, so George Armstrong Custer was ordered to take the 7th Cavalry and find them. On the morning of June the 25th, Custer's Crow Indian Scouts spotted an encampment far to the west.
That's when my grandfather, white man runs him, saw the Sioux camp. They could see the horse herds on the hills up.
Custer separated his force into 3 battalions. He sent Captain Benteen to close an escape route to the south. He then commanded Captain Reno to attack the Indian camp in the Little Bighorn Valley. Custer turned north with 210 men. When he reached the crest of the hills, the Indian village was fully revealed. What he saw shocked him.
Custer looked over there for the first time. And his head, face turned white, whiter than ever. First time he's seen it. It's a huge camp.
It was one of the largest gatherings of Northern Plains Indians, with over 1,500 warriors.
And even after we told him that there's an overwhelming force down there, you better wait. But he was determined to go ahead and attack.
Reno was retreating before an Indian counterattack. Custer prepared for action. He sent a message recalling Benteen and his supplies. Then, through his interpreter, Mitch Boye, he told his Indian scouts to leave.
So the interpreter, Mitch Boye, said, "Boys, you're lucky. Get away from here as fast as possible. I'm stuck. I sign up, so I'm going to die with him."
Joe Medicine Crow's grandfather, White Man Runs Him, escaped the battle. Interpreter Mitch Boye fatefully rode with Custer into a valley called Medicine Tail Coulee. And it was from here that Custer and the 7th Cavalry rode into history and myth. But he left behind him a trail of clues, and more than 100 years later, archaeologists started picking up that trail.
I do recall the very first day, the first hour, in fact, the metal detector sang. It was one find after another.
The finds were spent cartridges, bullets, and pieces of equipment. The remains of a battle buried for over a century.
Yep, another Henry cartridge case. Double firing pin imprint. On the first day alone, we recovered cartridges, bullets, bits and other pieces of personal gear. And it was stunning. It was literally stunning.
Oh, John, I got a pretty good beep right here.
The searchers checked every location, unearthed objects, and determined if they were from the battle.
The association of a cartridge with a button will tell us where a soldier might have fired his weapon, might have been killed, or at least his uniform torn or lost. One of the most poignant artifacts I have ever seen is this wedding band still encircling the finger bone, reminding us of the emotional impact that must have occurred to the families of those who were related or knew these individuals.
Over 5,000 artifacts have been found. Every one was numbered and logged to create a detailed computer map of the battlefield. And this was only a sample of what lies buried. Even today, the battlefield reveals an extraordinary find.
There she is. Yeah. It's in nice shape. Great condition. It's a .45 caliber carbine round, unfired, in very nice condition.
It's an original 7th Cavalry bullet, still unfired, over 125 years old, and found near to Last Stand Hill.
This was the one we picked up on Last Stand Hill just the other day.
Oh yeah, unfired .45 caliber Springfield.
Yeah.
I guess that's the normal situation in combat under stress, confusion. People drop rounds, lose them.
7th Cavalry were issued only with 45 caliber Springfield carbines and pistols, so it's easy to identify US Army bullets and cartridges. But what about the hundreds of other cartridges and bullets? These can only have come from Indian guns. What can these bullets and cartridges actually tell us about the battle? When a trooper's carbine is fired, the spent cartridge is ejected and falls onto the ground. So the place where a trooper's cartridge case is found reveals a trooper's position. Lead bullets have a similar story to tell. Indian bullets are found impacted at trooper positions, and trooper bullets at Indian positions.
Yeah, that's a 45 carbine bullet.
It was the huge amount of Indian bullets and cartridge cases that surprised the archaeologists.
The quantity of cartridge cases that was found in and around these Indian positions was significant, which suggested that there were a lot of weapons there.
How is it possible to know the quantity and types of guns that were used against the troopers? Cartridges and bullets can offer clues to the guns that fired them.
But those are the marks we're looking for.
That's what we're looking for, the firing pin impression marks and the possibility of extractor marks. When a bullet is fired, it travels down the barrel. It is marked by the rifling characteristics that are placed in that barrel. They're analogous to a fingerprint if you have enough individual characteristics to individualize a particular firearm.
Analyzing the bullets reveals that the amount and types of Indian guns were far greater than had been previously thought.
What we found were in excess of 47 types of firearms used by the warriors against the soldiers at Little Bighorn.
That means that more than 800 warriors were armed with anything from muzzle-loading antiques to the latest repeating rifles. Custer was outgunned 4-1.
And we were truly surprised at the numbers of weapons that were present here.
The myth of Indian warriors with only bows and arrows was overturned. But how did they acquire so many firearms?
The Indians acquired weapons just like anybody else did. They could go to the trading post and purchase them or trade for them. They were used for hunting. In this case, they were used for hunting white men.
Any firearm was a good firearm as far as a Plains Indian was concerned.
Yes.
And it could range from, 75 caliber horse pistols, flintlocks, to percussion rifles, to cartridge guns.
Now, that's 66 Winchester?
Right, because it's very lightweight, and it was very appropriate for Indian use because it was like a bow and arrow that it fired very rapidly, but it was still a very short-range weapon. And as a warrior, you wanted to get in very close and maybe use the smooth bore with a sawed-off bore. So you could get in, you wanted to see the look on that man's face when he knew that you knew that he knew he was going down, and that's what the warfare was all about. So revolvers also were incredibly popular because they were the same thing as all the other type of weapons. They were a handheld, very lightweight, rapid fire, very close range weapon.
Bullets reveal much, but it would be the cartridge cases that held the clues to unravel the mystery of the defeat of the 7th Cavalry.
When that cartridge is fired, it is struck from the rear by a firing pin. That firing pin impression has great value in identification.
Every gun's firing pin is unique, and it leaves the same impression on every cartridge case it fires. If it's possible to match cartridge cases to the same gun, it may be possible to track the movement of guns around the battlefield.
And there we have 2 firing pin imprints. They're different sizes and different imperfections, and that represents 2 different weapons.
If cartridges have matching firing pin impressions, they must come from the same gun. Douglas Scott cross-checked over 1,500 cartridges looking for matching firing pin impressions. It would take hundreds of hours of painstaking work. Then, one by one, he found them.
Let's bring our cartridge case up we've been looking at, and the new one on the left. We have some unique characteristics up here and in the middle here that say these 2 were fired in the same gun. This one was fired at Calhoun Hill. This one closer to Last Stand Hill, about a quarter of a mile apart, and therefore we know that weapon literally moved. It might represent a fleeing soldier, or it might actually represent the captured weapon that the Indians picked up and then turned against Custer.
Many groupings of Indian cartridges lay behind gullies and ridges. What did this reveal about Indian tactics?
What it told us is how the Native Americans were able to effectively use the terrain to cover themselves from incoming fire. But they were still able to pop up and get the soldiers.
By connecting the cartridge cases fired by the same gun, it was now possible to see troopers and warriors moving across the battlefield.
We could see that soldiers had moved very little, but the Indians were moving all about that field.
An army weapon reputed to have been at the battle was test-fired to identify its firing pin impression. Amazingly, it matched the 3 cartridges, numbers 244, 240, and 175, all from different places on the battlefield.
Here it is. This is the spot that we've picked up cartridge 175. This is an Army cartridge we found on this spot. And this is the only gun in the collections here that it matched. And
so that gun
was right here on this spot, June. 25th of June.
Yeah.
Trooper could have been here and pointing at a warrior that direction, or up on the hill here, or spinning around firing in that direction, firing at the ridge top out here where we know there were many warriors trying to protect himself until he was struck down. And it's had a lot of use since then, I can see that. And been repaired and fixed, and probably was captured. May have been used against Custer elsewhere. Really rather exciting moment. We knew we had a tool that would allow us to do something no one had ever done before with a battlefield.
That tool would reveal how tactics, and especially weapons, played a decisive role in this battle. But what about the men who fired those guns? Vincent Charlie was an ordinary trooper. He was mutilated and left to die. Now forensic science is revealing his face.
I sometimes think about them and their families and how they must have suffered and what might really have taken place. But they were people, they were somebody's sons, possibly somebody's fathers, you know, they were real people.
What do we really know about the troopers of the 7th Cavalry? Were they really the crack troopers of legend?
We know the soldiers from the enlistment records are average height of 5'7", average age of 22 years old, average weight of 150 pounds. Some of the ones that we found are much younger in age, 16, 17 years of age. They weren't supposed to be in the Army at that time.
We know that half of them were immigrants, mostly from Ireland, England, Germany, mostly from Western Europe. Most of them were doubtlessly from poor backgrounds.
These were poor immigrants, but they had joined the legendary 7th Cavalry. They should have been well trained and fighting fit, but the troopers' bones tell a very different story.
Here are teeth, and these black tarry stains suggest tobacco use, particularly as in the form of pipe tobacco. He lived a tough life, little oral hygiene, bad diet, and in that way he's probably very typical of most of the troopers. There's a tooth here that's missing a crown. It's rotted away.
We also see that they had a very rough life. We can see that, knowing that these guys had rheumatism and arthritis at the age of 22.
So what we've got here is a vertebra, and you can see these depressions that indicate that disc was starting to deteriorate. And so as the troopers rode over the tough trails, these shock-absorbing structures would start to deteriorate, and they would end up with back problems.
The 7th Cavalry were ill-prepared and poorly fed. Now, after weeks in the saddle, how fit were Custer's troops as they rode with him into the valley of the Little Bighorn?
They were in terrible shape that morning in June. They'd ridden all night long. They'd been riding from Fort Abraham Lincoln since May. They hadn't had any rest. Their backs were hurting, their teeth were aching. They were in bad shape. It probably contributed some to the overall defeat.
Forensic evidence shows that the troopers were in poor condition for a fight. Now archaeology would reveal what actually happened as the 7th Cavalry fought to the death at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. How could a successful commander like George Armstrong Custer and a well-armed modern army be defeated by the Northern Plains Indians? Historical accounts say that as Major Reno charged the Indian village, Custer's battalion reached the ridges across the river. Custer then rode down to a valley called Medicine Tail Coulee, where he divided his troops into 2 wings. Custer rode with the left wing down to the river, threatening the Indian camp. The right wing, with Captain Miles Keogh, was deployed on higher ground. It's here that all the detective work comes together and starts to reveal what happened to the 7th Cavalry at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Indian witnesses describe their first encounter with Custer's soldiers.
From across the river, I see the column of soldiers turn to the left to march down to the river where the attack was to be made. Mrs. Spotted Horn Bull, Honk Papa Lakota.
The archaeological evidence here confirms the Indian stories.
The left wing that came down the river did meet some light resistance. And there's archaeological evidence of that in this flat out here. There were cartridge cases and there were personal items that were lost and counterfire from the Indians across the river. It wasn't a heavy action, no evidence of strong intensity.
The reason for this was that most of the Indian warriors were still fighting Reno to the south. Unprotected, the Indian women and children fled north. Custer and his left wing of 80 troopers set off in pursuit of them. Meanwhile, the right wing's 120 men deploy near Calhoun Hill under the command of Captain Miles Keogh. At this stage, the fighting was sporadic and long distance. But surely the 7th Cavalry, even when outnumbered, had been trained to deal with any Indian attack. So how critical were their tactics to the outcome of this battle?
You're going to do a little tacticking for us.
Right, some skirmish lines.
Yeah. Combat can be a very stressful situation. So tactics are a very, very good way to maintain cohesion and stability among the soldiers.
Custer's cavalry tactics were laid out in a manual written in 1874. The horse got the soldier to the scene of the action. Then typically the troopers would dismount and fight on foot. The troopers formed a line, each spaced 5 yards apart. This was called a skirmish line.
3 out of the 4 in a squad would rush up to the skirmish line and prepare to fire. The horse holders would then lead the led horses back to a safe position behind the lines. The skirmish line could fire either on command or at will.
The skirmish line was a response to the increasing accuracy of firearms. It was safer to spread men out to avoid massing as easy targets. Was there any evidence of these deployments on the battlefield?
To find a skirmish line, we should expect to find cartridge cases from individual guns distributed at roughly 5-yard intervals.
At Calhoun Hill, there were cartridge cases indicating the right wing's skirmish line.
The skirmish line is represented by the flags, and each one of these flags is the approximate location where we found a cartridge case or several cartridge cases, each from a different carbine indicating where a soldier was placed along the line.
Here, Indians, using the terrain for cover, threatened right-wing troopers exposed on their skirmish lines.
And the warriors are beginning to swarm up out of the valley from all directions, particularly from here in the south. And they gain this ridge out here, and we found excellent archaeological evidence over there of a large number of warriors who are on the other side of that ridge.
The Indian warrior needed no command or control. They fought individually as well-trained hunters.
Most of these men being professional predators all of their life against humans and animals, you didn't have to tell them when to get down, when to hide, when to charge, when to totally take advantage of someone when they're in complete panic.
The cavalry soldier was trained to fight from a distance. the Plains Indian fought up close and personal.
And everything generally had a long handle on it so that on horseback, you were able to swoop down off the side of your horse and hit men that were disabled onto the ground. So they would try to knock their weapon hand out and break their wrist with one blow and then just backhand them across the forehead or on the temple like that.
Fire at will!
The limitations of the troopers' tactics were soon evident. Dismounted, the cavalry had no mobility, and the need for horse holders reduced a quarter of their available firepower.
The United States military was trained to fight a conventional standing army, the Prussians, the French, whatever. They were not trained to fight the Great Plains Indians.
So why did the U.S. Army fail to adjust to the Indian tactics?
The Army was very rigid, by the book, didn't have a lot of room to ad lib. So in an open fight on a dusty, hot ridge, the conventional army was probably at a disadvantage.
As the warriors closed in on Custer's right wing, Indian accounts describe Captain Keogh's desperate retaliation.
About 40 of the soldiers came galloping from the east part of the ridge, within Lake Northern Cheyenne.
But the Indians counterattacked and the soldiers fell back. Tactics were designed to control men and direct firepower. So what happens when fear and panic sets in?
Under extreme duress, panic can overcome and people bunch together. So I thought that would be recognizable in the archaeological record, and there it was.
There is one place on the battlefield where cartridges form skirmish lines, and nearby, a cluster of cartridges suggests that troopers began bunching in panic.
And that bunching, as archaeology shows, took place right in here.
Was Calhoun Hill the turning point where the battle was lost? Richard Fox combed through Indian accounts for corroboration.
The archaeology indicated the transition from tactical stability to tactical disintegration. And I found that in the eyewitness testimony given by warriors who were here.
The Indian accounts describe the soldiers' panic.
The white men acted as if they were beside themselves, shooting wildly in the air. White Bull, Cheyenne.
One of the elements that exacerbated the panic and fear that developed here was the disparity between soldiers who were mounted and those who were dismounted. And in the end, the entire right wing disintegrated.
It's the evidence of matching cartridge cases that reveals the flight of guns and men away from Calhoun Hill.
Captain Keogh's Company I fell here. From here, right-wing survivors fled north towards the left wing, which would eventually end up on Custer Hill. The archaeology here indicates it was a pretty one-sided affair. Not much evidence of cartridge cases on behalf of the soldiers, but lots of Indian bullets. And Indian accounts speak of a very terrible event, too. They speak of riding up and striking soldiers down, soldiers firing wildly in every way, some feigning death. Runzie enemy said it was like a stampede of buffalo.
Almost the entire right wing was slaughtered on the desperate running fight to Last Stand Hill.
For decades, these markers were interpreted as a skirmish line, but in the context of the Custer myth, the gallant last stand of the last man and the last bullet, probably not so. Probably flight.
The battle was already lost. Custer had fatally split his command and now lost half of it. But why did the tactics and stability of Custer's right wing fail so dramatically? The answer may lie with the different types of guns used on the battlefield.
This particular weapon was the primary weapon used by the 7th Cavalry troopers. What we have here is an 1873 Springfield carbine. This is a single-shot weapon, trap door. Had a range of 600 to 700 yards, which in the hands of a trained cavalryman could do considerable damage. Shoots a little high, Doug, but when you shoot this, you really are going back in time. Yeah.
Range, stopping power, and accuracy made the Springfield superior to any Indian weapon. But it had one major disadvantage against the Indians' weapon of choice.
And the Henry rifle is an outstanding weapon in terms of its rapid fire capability. You could load and fire cartridges in a matter of seconds. The Henry was highly effective within a 200-yard range, and the warriors eventually got within 200 yards and were able to use the Henry rifle quite effectively.
With warriors in close, the advantage swung to whichever gun could fire more rapidly. A 30-second test reveals the answer.
Experience as to what this was really like. Okay. Well, let's do a time check. How many can I get? How long it takes to get the 13 rounds off compared to how many you get off? Let's do it. Seconds. How many did you fire? 13 rounds in 30 seconds. I got 4 off.
At close quarters, the Henry rifle is 3 times more effective than the Springfield carbine.
The troopers lost their standoff capability because of tactical disintegration. They were not able to concentrate their firepower, and as a result, the Indians were allowed to get closer and closer and closer, and consequently, the repeating weapons came into play. The end result is complete chaos on the part of the troopers.
Forensic evidence shows that the Indians had over 200 repeating rifles.
The amount of firepower that the Indians had, the types of weapon that they had, was the key in their defeating the U.S. cavalry in that particular battle. No question about it.
At the battle, the right wing collapsed and ran in flight towards Custer and the left wing. Of the 120 men in the right wing, only 20 survived to join Custer and the left wing on Last Stand Hill.
105 men left in the battalion, half the battalion. Clearly, the defensive has begun. The offense is lost.
The archaeology confirms that the Indians now had many Springfield carbines taken from dead and wounded right-wing troopers on Calhoun Hill. These guns were leveled at Custer's desperate men huddled together on Last Stand Hill.
The Indian accounts leave clues that shortly after consolidation on Custer Hill, there were attempts at reorganization, trumpet calls, men shouting and barking orders. And shortly after these attempts, 40 dismounted men came rushing off the hill toward the river. Accompanying the men were anywhere from 5 to 9 riders.
Those on foot took to the gully, while the mounted ones tried to get away. He-Dog, Oglala-Sioux.
And they say the riders rushed south, but they also tell us that none of them ever made it beyond the battlefield.
Warriors, including Crazy Horse, were swarming around Custer Hill. A few soldiers were still alive. Sensing the end, they too ran in panic.
The troopers jumped up and started to run towards the river. They did not fire back. Big Beaver, Northern Cheyenne.
And in the meantime, the Sioux and Cheyenne warriors were coming. We had them surrounded, and in a little while they were all dead.
Last Stand Hill was where the bodies of Custer and his immediate command were found. Below is a line of markers indicating the route of flight to a place called Deep Ravine.
This enduring myth, I think in the public's imagination, is here at Last Stand Hill, that this is where the last gallant fight occurred. And we both agree that isn't quite the case.
That's right. It was a desperate struggle here on the hill, and it was a matter of life and death, and I think we can all relate to that. But it was over in minutes.
Few trooper cartridge cases have been found on Last Stand Hill, but many Indian bullets. The archaeological evidence for a heroic last stand is non-existent. This unfired bullet recently found is a silent witness to the final minutes of the battle.
This was the one we picked up on Last Stand Hill just the other day. It's one of the cavalry rounds.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Well, to think that some young guy got off a boat in New York and wound up frantically trying to shove this into a Springfield carbine in the last moments of his life, fighting against a force of individuals who were fiercely trying to defend their hope of existence, and all of that swirling around.
And that's the bit of evidence left behind of all those kind of tumultuous events.
It's difficult to have this in my hand and not be moved by it.
It was a desperate, grim struggle. Lasted only briefly. And in fact, not only was there no gallant last stand, the last fighting did not even take place here.
Custer was outnumbered, outgunned, and outfought. But if the mythical last stand wasn't on Custer Hill, where did the last of Custer's men die? The Battle of the Little Bighorn lasted no more than 90 minutes. 268 men were killed, 210 of them with Custer. After a 2-day siege, Reno and Bentine's horrified troopers came to bury the dead. They could only identify 56 of their comrades, so badly had they been mutilated.
And when they found out it was Custer's outfit, they went up there and mutilated these bodies, cut their throats, arms off, feet off.
The variety of injuries that we were able to see in the bone remains, in the hard tissue, were incredibly graphic.
It's a skull that's been shot from the back and top.
We repeatedly saw cut marks in various bones.
And these are cuts that went through 2 or 3 inches of muscles before finally hitting the bone.
Blunt force trauma included blows to the face, literally would shatter the skull and shatter the jaw.
And you can't see them here, but there are actually cuts on the inside of the socket too, indicating that they removed the person's thigh.
We would see sharp force trauma consistent with scalping, literally lifting the scalp, just repeated knife marks.
These are cuts suggesting castration of the trooper.
The Indians often mutilated the dead to impair their spirits in the afterlife. Now the earthly remains of 44 troopers have been found. In one case, a skull fragment would give clues to its identity.
These are the facial bones recovered at markers 32 and 33. What we have are the nose and upper teeth and left eye orbit of the individual who's determined to be between 35 and 45 years of age. The wear on the teeth indicate that he, as a male, was a pipe smoker, worn his teeth down. In this area here, there was a blunt instrument blow to the face, causing the eye socket to be crushed and the nose to be broken. So we have evidence of trauma at or about the time of death. The heavy, high cheekbones suggest Native American ancestry, and the teeth themselves suggest white ancestry, indicating a racially admixed individual. The only person who fits this description is Mitch Boyer, Custer's scout, who was killed at the Little Bighorn.
When the bone fragment is superimposed on a picture of Mitch Boyer, the match is uncanny. It was Mitch Boyer who saved the life of Joe Medicine Crow's grandfather when he told the scouts to leave. His remains were found below Custer Hill, near to a place called Deep Ravine. Indian accounts speak of 28 men buried there, but there are no grave markers. Was this the last stand of the Little Bighorn?
Tall Bull, a Northern Cheyenne, was there, and he says, I heard a big war whoop that soldiers were coming. Soldiers came on foot and ran right through us into the deep ravine. And this was the last of the fight, and the men were killed in this gully. So the last fighting was not on Last Stand Hill.
We saw soldiers start running down the hill towards us. Nearly all of them were afraid. I think they were so scared they didn't know what they were doing. Some of them shot their guns in the air. Iron Hawk, Hunkpapasu.
This is the upper reaches of Deep Ravine. The last fighting took place here. We have Indian cartridge cases up along the sides of the ravine here, indicating Indians firing down at soldiers who were trying to hide, to escape, to evade. And we also have historical accounts, Indian and white, talking about soldiers' bodies found down here. The mystery of Deep Ravine is simply, where are the men who died here? And we have looked, but haven't yet found them. Somewhere, perhaps where we're standing, are 28 bodies, maybe more, waiting to be found. It must have been a frightening experience. It must have been terrible. My feeling is war is terrible. It's a horrible thing, and people had to die. People had to defend. Too bad it had to happen that way.
The last fighting was at Deep Ravine, not Custer Hill. There was no heroic last stand.
We believe this to be Vincent Charlie, a soldier who died at the Little Bighorn. He represents one of 268 men killed at the Little Bighorn. He was foreign-born, just like 40% of the soldiers were, Swiss immigrant. He's a little taller than average at 5'10", give or take a little bit, and he's a little older, in between 25 and 30 years of age, when most were only around 22. So he does really represent many of these people. So to put a face on this skull allows us to see one person who lived and died at the Little Bighorn.
I like him. I think he's somebody I'd like to know.
Vincent Charlie is now reunited with his fellow troopers in the mass grave at the Little Bighorn battlefield. Custer's remains are said to lie at West Point. More than 50 Indian warriors and an unknown number of Indian women and children also died that day.
The reason why the Indians finally decided to make their last stand, because they were being pushed out of their land and massacred from here and there. So it was Sitting Bull's last stand, not Custer's last stand.
The work of Douglas Scott and Richard Fox has confirmed the Indian stories. Now, after more than a century, the battlefield recognizes not just their oral history, but also their fallen dead. In June 1876, Lakota and Cheyenne warriors defeated Custer's 7th Cavalry, but their victory was short-lived. Never again would the Northern Plains Indians have the freedom of the plains. It was the beginning of the end of their way of life. The battlefields of Gallipoli are little changed in more than 80 years. The 8-month struggle of the British, French, and Anzac forces against the Turks would leave 250,000 casualties. The Allies withdrew, having achieved nothing. This failure has been blamed on poor leadership and lack of support from London. But is this the only reason why Gallipoli was such a catastrophe? Peter Doyle is a geologist who has looked for answers to this question in the landscape. What he has found has convinced him no amount of leadership could have saved such a flawed campaign.
There wasn't just one enemy here. The British and the Allies were fighting not only the Turks, they were fighting the terrain, and the terrain was an enemy that they had to fight, and it was probably on unequal terms.
Peter Doyle has come back to the battlefield to search for more evidence of how the terrain determined the uniquely awful nature of the Gallipoli tragedy.
See all those artifacts from the battlefields, from their farms?
From their own farm field. This is a harvest from their own fields.
Hand grenades, a Turkish and a British canteen side by side.
This is a British 18-pounder shell. It's been unfired. It's still live, but it's full of shrapnel balls. How many years did it take?
He has been harvesting, and every year something comes out. Every time the tractor goes for corn, for sunflower.
These are pieces of naval shell. Incredibly high caliber, very thick shell. Imagine this being used against human beings, breaking up, fragmenting.
Gallipoli is known as a land campaign, but evidence of its origins lies in the waters of the Dardanelles. Savas Karakas is a diver. His grandfather fought at Gallipoli for Turkey. Now he is driven to find the underwater remains of this tragic episode.
I've been diving around Gallipoli for the last 3-4 years, making an expedition to find what is left behind from the Gallipoli campaign.
30 meters down, in the clear waters of the Dardanelles, are the wrecks of battleships from a forgotten engagement. HMS Triumph, HMS Majestic, HMS Ocean. Names from the dreadnought era, when Britain ruled the waves.
For me, this is all a naval campaign. Everything started in the sea, and everything finished in these waters. That's why I dive here, and I go back to 1915 in the sea.
The Gallipoli disaster began as the audacious big idea of one man, First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill. His plan was to use the Navy to knock the Ottoman Empire out of the war by threatening its capital, Constantinople. The campaign would also release the Russian fleet from the Black Sea. But the narrow Dardanelles Straits were controlled by Turkish guns and mines. On the 18th of March 1915, the Allied navies tried to break through the channel, but to Churchill's dismay, they failed. On the seafloor today lie the 3 Allied battleships lost to Turkish mines that day. Their guns lie silent now, but their explosives are still lethal.
Down there, the 12-inch shells, they place them into the gun, and then they take those cordites and place them after the shell and close it and fire it.
This cordite has been underwater for over 80 years, but it still ignites.
The striking thing about the 18th of March is that huge armada, big battleships coming to force the Dardanelles were stopped. And then the hopes of the British Navy and British forces went down, and the hopes of Turkish forces went all the way up.
But Churchill was not to be stopped. He was sure that army units landed on the peninsula could quickly capture the guns and make the Dardanelles Straits safe for the Navy. Secretary of War Lord Kitchener was far from convinced. Reluctantly, he agreed to commit troops to this new plan. Now there were just 5 weeks to prepare the first amphibious landing against a defended beachhead in military history. And it would take place 1,000 miles from London. Turkish authorities quickly learnt of the Allied plan and began to prepare their country's defences. So how much did the Allies actually know about the place they were about to invade?
If you're going to land on Gallipoli, what you need to know is how you're going to get your men ashore and where you're going to get your men ashore. And one of the most important things is to imagine taking thousands of men ashore under fire. Where's that fire going to be coming from? Where's it going to be located? You need to know scientifically how the terrain is going to advantage the defender. And in this case, terrain absolutely advantages the defender.
Aerial surveillance was primitive, so to supplement this, military officers made sketches of the coastline from the sea.
This is the kind of drawing that was carried out and that the officers were trained, military officers and naval officers were trained to draw. So on this map, we have defended positions, fort and wire entanglements. We have gentle slopes to ridge, picking out terrain elements.
But it is what they don't show that would prove fatal.
You can't see machine guns from this. You can't see the amount of trenches there are in this forward slope and in the reverse slope. You can't see forts in the background, and you can't see guns. So these drawings, beautiful as they are, accurate as they are not something that you can really trust to land hundreds of men on a defended shore.
But trust in them, the military planners did, as they prepared to land British troops on 5 beaches at Cape Helles, and to land the Australian and New Zealand Corps, known as Anzac, at Gaba Tepe to the north. It was to be the first military operation of its kind, and it would end in disaster. At dawn on April the 25th, 1915, more than 11,000 men of the British and Anzac forces prepared to land on the Gallipoli Peninsula. Anzac forces would land in the north, while the British would take 5 beaches at the toe of the peninsula. The objective for day 1 was to reach the high ground of Maltepe for the Anzacs and Achibaba for the British. Then they would assault the narrows and silence the guns, clearing the way for the Navy. W Beach would be assaulted by 900 Lancashire Fusiliers. What they didn't realize was how much the terrain of this chosen landing would favor the defending Turks.
This is W Beach, the classic Lancashire landing, and you can see it. The cliffs on either side, the cliffs which were manned by Turks in their trenches, perfectly positioned for the offensive.
At 6 a.m., after a naval bombardment, the troops were towed to the beaches in a string of lifeboats.
Almost certainly the tension would have risen as they saw the headland coming in, and they became more and more anxious. What was going to be happening? Would they have extinguished defences? Would they land unopposed? What was it going to be like?
200 yards offshore, the boats were released. They started to row. All was quiet.
And still, nothing was happening, complete silence. And then with just 50 yards to go, suddenly this massive explosion of energy.
A hail of gunfire killed men jammed in the boats. Others were cut down in the water. Many dropped their rifles into the sea and sand, jamming their weapons.
The tension, the release of the battle, trying to get forward, trying to find cover, realising your rifle couldn't fire, what could you do about it? Do you pick up another one? Do you clean it? Do you just throw it away and concentrate on getting up the hunt so you can get to close grips with the Turks?
So exposed was the beach that the smallest scrape in the sand could make the difference between life and death.
Imagine it, getting into the sand and digging a shallow scrape like this in order to get deep, to get into the sand to cover yourself. Even by ducking down, there's no way you could avoid fire from the tops of those cliffs.
Almost immediately, they were trapped in the open by a formidable obstacle.
The whole of this beach was covered with 2 massive emplacements, crisscrossed with wires.
Barbed wire was surely no surprise, so why did it stop them in their tracks? The evidence can be found on the beaches today.
This is Turkish barbed wire. This has an incredibly tough core built out of a square section. And just imagine trying to cut this. Quite a physical force. And it's incredibly tough to try and do this. Practically impossible.
On the cliff top, it's easy to see how the Turks used the landscape to funnel men into their field of fire.
You see, here we are, just approaching the right hand of cliff top. You can see, actually, the tracings of the trench line.
What's interesting to see is the way the trenches followed the line of the ridge top. They're contouring it, they're following it around. So as the troops are drawn into it, of course, I guess the fire is then being concentrated, and their trench line follows that exactly. You're drawing them into a net, into a trap.
That trap caused over 400 casualties for the Lancashire Fusiliers. The only way out was up the cliffs.
And as a result of that, the Lancashire Fusiliers were subsequently awarded 6 Victoria Crosses. And this has become known in the kind of myth around Gallipoli as 6 VCs before breakfast.
Oh look, there's a bit of shrapnel there.
Yeah, a bit of shell fragment or something.
The battlefields of Gallipoli are littered with far more than shell fragments.
Looks like a bone.
Is it human?
I think so.
People have been finding bones for decades, really. They just turn up. And it shows the number of bodies that have actually just been left here after the campaign, it's very easy to forget just what devastation both shell fire, but concentrated rifle and machine gun fire could do on a human body, ripping it apart.
As a geologist, I'm thinking, well, why land here? You've got these steep cliffs, you've got this narrow beach, you've got the beach being funneled into a gorge. It just seems ultimate madness.
The madness was repeated at V Beach, 2 miles to the south. This was the largest of the landings, with almost 3,000 men using open boats and an old collier called the River Clyde. The boats ran aground to a devastatingly accurate barrage of gunfire.
The open boats there, the troops were just beginning to get out, was completely devastated. They started falling into the water, they started running forward. Some of the boats started to be set on fire, they started to burn.
The soldiers in the River Clyde were about to be funneled out onto narrow gangways at the very point where the Turkish fire was strongest. No one hesitated.
It really was one of these moments which epitomises the whole of the sacrifice, the tragedy of Gallipoli itself.
Less than half of the first wave, only 300 men managed to make it to the shore. But unlike W Beach, they survived the onslaught.
Here on V Beach, it was this small and inconsequential piece of geology that saved people's lives. As the men came ashore, they huddled underneath this bank and unhitching their entrenching tools, digging into Mother Earth in order to crouch down to avoid the fire from behind them and over there in the fort. Really, it was this which saved the lives of hundreds of men on that day.
So just how heavy was the firepower the Allied forces faced? The Gallipoli landings took place at a military crossroads. Allied leadership and planning were still Victorian, but the weapons the troops faced were modern, and the most lethal was the machine gun.
This is a British-made Maxim machine gun, essentially exactly the same design as the Maxims that the Turks were using, of German origin. During the Gallipoli campaign, it was ideal territory for machine gunners. These necks and gullies where soldiers advancing off the beach would have to be funneled through small gaps, so something like this could cause an absolutely devastating amount of damage.
Nothing would change the face of warfare quite as much as the machine gun. The best infantry soldier in 1915 could rapid-fire a rifle 15 rounds a minute. The machine gun could fire 600 rounds a minute. Two or more machine guns in the confines of a beachhead could unleash over 1,200 bullets a minute.
Even at this stage, machine guns are still placed on the flank and are firing across each other. So instead of just catching one or two guys one behind the other, you're catching a whole swathe at a time. 600 rounds a minute, just belt after belt after belt, is going to cut a battalion to pieces.
The landing at V Beach had failed. The sea was red with blood for 50 yards, and the beach would not be taken until the following day. Why were the troops so ill-prepared for the landings? Peter Doyle has pieced together the maps and intelligence that the British had available. He believes they offer clues to why things went so badly wrong.
Okay, this is one of the original maps that they took with them. It was from this map that they launched the campaign.
This map was an enlarged copy of a highly inaccurate map that had been drawn up some 60 years earlier. What few contours there were in the original became even less apparent in the enlargement.
Now, when we look at those beaches, what we can see quite nicely is it's very empty, no contours. It doesn't seem to have any of the edges and slopes that we
The contours are so sparse that some hills are missing entirely. But even more worrying was the lack of information on the Turkish defences.
But they don't show a vast number of the trenches. They don't show the barbed wire entanglements. They don't show the positions of machine guns.
So for the men coming out of the boat, they were almost totally unaware of what they were going into.
Absolutely. When they landed, they expected to see a very flat and featureless plain, instead of which they saw there was a range of other smaller hills in position, and those small hills, of course, were defended. It's incredible to look at it here. You could imagine devastating fire if they could pour fire down in from here. into troops coming onto the beaches.
Kenan Çelik is a Turkish historian who maintains these beaches were defended by only a handful of men.
This beach was not actually strongly held by Turkish army. So around here, overlooking this beach, there were just 100 guys.
The Allies had expected to face an ill-disciplined conscript army. So how could 100 Turkish troops pin down 3,000 highly trained British soldiers?
They say when British started moving towards the beach, Turks were shooting. When they stopped landing, Turks stopped the fire. So very well organized and well disciplined fire was coming down on the British troops trying to land here.
This evidence shows the Turks were not at all the ill-disciplined mob the British planners had expected. And there was one other factor that the Allied command had totally underestimated.
So main thing was mostly people were local people and knew the terrain very well, and they were defending their own country, homeland. So they dug in. So this was the spirit of Turkish soldier. What else could they do?
The spirit of a handful of Turkish defenders would also have a decisive effect 10 miles to the north. Here, bad luck would compound the bad maps as the Anzac forces landed in error at the worst possible place on the entire Gallipoli Peninsula.
They thought they'd get up a nice, lazy ridge, which would take them to the promised land on the top of the ridge there, but they got a bit of a shock when they landed here.
At Anzac, there was no slaughter on the beaches. The coastline was defended by just a handful of Turkish snipers hidden in the undergrowth. The Anzac troops just threw off their packs and stormed up into the hills.
So they actually stuck to the undergrowth and the scrub, working their way forward, often using their bayonets.
Bill Sellers is an Australian writer and historian who has studied the Anzac story.
Many Australians never saw a Turkish soldier that first day, but they were under fire for most of that time. And there were snipers still hiding in this undergrowth for days.
As they reached the heights of Pluggy's Plateau, the Australian soldiers got their first shock of the campaign.
According to their maps, this plateau linked directly into the high ground. It doesn't. It stops here, drops down, you get what became known in the campaign as the Razor's Edge.
The Razor's Edge was a sheer ridge impossible to cross, which cut off the advancing troops from the high ground beyond.
Now, I've got a touch of vertigo, and just looking over this cliff is a really, really frightening proposition. It's a really steep drop.
So don't go too close, because it's sometimes undermined.
To call it a razor's edge, it's absolutely a razor's edge, isn't it?
Yeah.
There is absolutely no way you could get any amount of troops over that.
There just wasn't the route straight across that all through the first day people thought, the senior officers thought existed.
Just like the British at Cape Helles, the Anzacs were let down by inadequate maps.
And the map is a nonsense. You look at it, you think that there are very simple slopes, gentle terrain, with just a few ridges that could be scrambled up, and yet the truth is very different.
The truth is deeply incised ridges and valleys choked with undergrowth.
So they had to recoil slightly, move around, then down through into the valleys, trying to work their way up to the high ground. But most of them got no further than that ridgeline. That's as far as most of them ever got. And that's where the front line got anchored.
The Anzac forces became widely dispersed by the terrain. But at the front lines, they still heavily outnumbered the Turks. But the Turks had a trump card. They were defending their homeland, and at Anzac they were inspired by the leadership of their young commander, Mustafa Kemal, who would go on to be Kemal Ataturk, leader of modern Turkey.
This Turkish rifle with the bayonet fixed reminds me of the first Turkish troops that stopped the Anzac landing. There were not many Turks. The Anzacs were coming up to the high ground, and Kemal, when he arrived there, he saw the Turkish troops fleeing. The first thing he said, if you don't have ammunition, you have the bayonets. Fix the bayonets and lie down. And that moment, when the Anzacs saw this action, they also lie down, you know. This is the moment we won the whole battle.
The Anzacs lost all momentum. They dug in, and what should have been a swift assault rapidly became static trench warfare. How could so few Turkish soldiers have stopped so many? The Turks had one huge advantage: their landscape.
You can't imagine anybody trying to get up here, and it's hardly surprising the Turks didn't really want to commit too much to the defence of this. It's absolutely a clear example of why terrain is a magnificent munition of war.
The events of Day 1 show that Gallipoli was a difficult place to invade and that the Allies had been poorly prepared. They would cling on for another 8 months and still achieve nothing. Their problems were only just beginning. Day 1 at Gallipoli was a catastrophe. Churchill and his military planners in London had expected a quick surgical strike to clear the Dardanelles. But the Turks forced both Anzac forces and the British into pockets on the beaches, where they stayed put. The Gallipoli campaign turned rapidly into just what the planners wanted to avoid: trench warfare. If they had been ill-prepared for the landings, they were totally unprepared for what now lay ahead. All supplies for 70,000 men trapped on the beaches had to be brought in by boat. W Beach became the nerve center for the British sector. The remains of the piers can still be seen today. And just offshore lie the remnants of the landing barges that failed to make it to the beaches. Perhaps in the waters of the Dardanelles lie more clues to the failure of the campaign.
Unfired 303s. See? They're here.
This is an amazing find, because these aren't the ordinary Mark 7 infantry bullet, the bullet that the most of the soldiers came ashore with. These are the earlier bullet, the bullet that was designed for a different rifle. That caused a problem, actually, on the shore.
Mixing the ammunition on the beaches, so many different.
Gallipoli was a combined military operation. Yet at this stage, the Army and Navy used different guns and ammunition. These bullets are one small example of the lack of coordination that dogged the campaign. But once landed, why did the British advance inland grind to a halt? North of W Beach is Gully Ravine. On the maps it appeared a meandering stream, but actually it's a broken landscape that acted as an effective barrier for the movement of troops. Worse still, the men who had to travel up Gully Ravine to the front line were exposed to fire from the Turkish gunners positioned on Achi Baba.
Even in Gully Ravine there was no protection from shell fire. The Turks were firing down the valleys, and particularly Gully Ravine.
Battle casualties at Gallipoli were not primarily from bullets and machine guns, but from this lethal and random shell fire.
The big wound-causing agent isn't this. This is the bullet. About 29% of all casualties are caused by this. What they are injured by are these. And these are a bit confusing, because that is a shrapnel ball. A ball which comes out of an exploding shell above your head. This is what's going to hit you. There's over 360 of these in every shell, and that is a shell fragment, sometimes called shrapnel, and there could be thousands of pieces, sometimes this size, sometimes microscopic, sometimes big enough to chop you in two.
With the Turks occupying the high ground and with greater artillery power at their disposal, there was nowhere for the Allies to hide. So dangerous was it out in the open that the men hollowed shelters out of the hillsides. Evidence of one such shelter dug by the British at W Beach remains.
It's amazing to reflect on the subterranean life that the soldiers had to lead with this solid rock roof and dug away into the soft earth walls. They would have slept here, protecting them from the heat and protecting them from the shells.
You can see there's this horseshoe effect on the front line. It rings around these ridges. And bullets fired over here, they may have been fired at the front line, but if they missed a target, they just come in and just bury themselves in here. I mean, a single bullet may have been a rifle bullet. If you find a few studded together, it may have been a burst from the machine gun. I mean, you've got here, this is part of a rifle clip. You can get an idea of how confusing it all is. This is Australian, New Zealand held area, but the next ridge behind that is Turkish held. So the next one behind that was held by Australians, and further up it was held by Turkish troops. I mean, just this interlocking feeling of different lines behind each other. And I mean, nowhere was safe.
You're as likely to be shot in the back as you were from the front.
At Anzac, thousands of men lived and died trapped in an area no bigger than Regent's Park.
I mean, the whole area is only about 400 acres. The Allied command alone had 35,000 men crammed in here. Ringing them at times, you had 40,000 or more Turkish soldiers.
Constantly under Turkish observation and artillery fire, the Anzacs were especially vulnerable.
The Turks, having the high ground up here, they were actually able to fire down through Shrapnel Gully. And this is the main thoroughfare for the troops, to bring up supplies and everything else. But during daylight, they were under constant fire.
All the peculiarities of the landscape, the deeply incised terrain, the interwoven trench lines, and the lack of protection made this an exceptionally psychologically stressful place to fight. Sniping was a terrible threat, as the Gallipoli terrain made concealment easy, and in such a limited space, a single marksman could have a devastating impact.
A couple of well-trained snipers in a good position can disrupt a battalion advance, there is no doubt about it.
But in Gallipoli, it had another purpose.
The sniper in 1915 was there to demoralise the opposition. Whether it be a platoon commander popping his head over the parapet, or whether it was the Tommy going to the loo, or whatever.
The sniper killed at random and added huge psychological pressure. But being a good shot was not enough for him to survive.
Camouflage is probably the most important thing to the sniper, because when he's seen, he's dead. So this then is the typical sort of suit that a sniper would either make for himself or have available to him.
The deeply incised terrain made advances over open ground suicidal. But it created a lethal new kind of warfare. Here, at the edge of the New Zealand lines, overlooked by Turkish positions only yards away, the ground has recently collapsed and revealed one of Anzac's most closely guarded secrets.
This is a hole that's opened up on a forestry track, and it's incredible. What you can see is there's two holes, one incredibly deep and another one here at a much more shallow angle.
At Anzac, tunnelling became a way of fighting as well as sheltering.
Incredibly, there were also incidents of fighting underground, of tunnel meeting tunnel, and also a stealth war. It's amazing. I'm entering a tunnel that was built 87 years ago, and I've gone back beneath the front lines of 1915, and it's still intact. I expected soft material, but this is really hard. You would have to use picks and smaller pick-like tools to get through this material. Just here there's a weak...
Tunnelling at Anzac proved to be a highly effective way of fighting. The subterranean war soon became as hazardous as the war fought on the surface.
It's possible these kinds of tunnels would have intercepted Turkish tunnels.
A stealth war developed as both sides dug, rested, listened. Without warning, the enemy could break through into a tunnel from any direction.
Another gallery. A cross gallery. A maze of tunnels. I wonder what this was like as men moving down the tunnels, perhaps having to slide into the side to let other men cross, maybe carrying heavy equipment, maybe bringing bags of explosive. And we can see here a shaft that's probably connected to a fighting tunnel where they may well have laid a mine underneath the Turkish lines, ready to blow up that mine and take the Turkish lines to Kingdom Come.
Anzac troops created miles of these interconnecting tunnels. They even constructed whole new trench lines and secretly advanced towards Turkish lines beneath the ground.
Further down here at the south, they captured an entire ridge by just digging out underneath it from their own lines, digging forward, and they grabbed a valley. Again, maybe an advance of 50, 70 metres.
When Churchill envisaged the Gallipoli landings, he gave little thought to geology. But now the consequences of that failure would come to haunt him. Geology had meant the landings were difficult and fighting conditions tough, but it also meant something even worse. Gallipoli is made of limestone and sand. It's dry, and wells are scarce. For the thousands of troops, trying to get enough water soon became a daily obsession. This well was sunk in 1915 by the British Royal Engineers to try and tap the groundwaters. Was it enough to solve their problems? A simple test will show how drinkable this water is.
We put some of this silver nitrate in. There should be a strong reaction if this water is tainted with salt. And it is. This water is undrinkable. Drinking this water would lead to debilitation, maddening thirst. Men would want more and more water and they couldn't get it.
At Anzac, the rocks don't have groundwater close to the surface. So this water tank was dragged from the beachhead to the front lines. It was filled with water transported from as far away as Egypt.
And it was from tanks like this that men got their daily ration, which was very, very small, just a pint or so, in incredibly hot weather.
Exactly how much water does it take to keep a soldier active in the field?
We would say you'd need 20 litres of water per man per day in those conditions, just to maintain normal efficiency. And these people were living on a litre, maximum 2 litres per day.
Water is the lifeblood of a military machine.
The uses of water are many. Washing and shaving becomes absolutely critical. In those areas of close confinement, that personal hygiene becomes absolutely crucial.
The lack of water made personal hygiene almost impossible at Gallipoli, which was all the more crucial in circumstances where dead bodies were left to decompose in the open. Thousands lay unrecovered throughout the entire campaign.
When a man who was shot in the morning, the corpse would bloat up and sometimes just explode. I mean, the troops would actually shoot at the corpses just to try and blow the gas out of them, try to get them to decompose more quickly in the sun. And the flies that would breed and feed off the corpses. You could not eat, you could not drink without being surrounded by flies.
It was this combination of lack of water, rotting corpses and flies which created the conditions for the most debilitating feature of the Gallipoli campaign: disease, especially dysentery.
Dysentery is an infection which gnaws into your bowels, and as a consequence, your very life essence oozes from you. When you have got the evidence of your condition all over your legs, all over your uniform, and you physically need to be helped on and off a latrine, this is psychologically extremely wearing.
In Gallipoli, this was part of the problem. Poorly prepared latrines. Very difficult to dig in the right place. Particularly when the dysentery came along, these were filled up rapidly, which then meant they had to redig them. And eventually they were digging foul ground, that which had been used before.
By July 1915, the troops had been here for 3 months.
Men would somehow get to these latrines, men would fall in and they would drown in these latrines, and their friends would not have the strength to even pull them out. And yet, by Gallipoli standards, if you could hold a rifle, you were fit for frontline service.
Winston Churchill's ambitious plan to knock Turkey quickly out of the war had become a pointless stalemate that was draining the Allies of men and money. But when in August they tried to break out of this stalemate, it was yet another disaster, and the basis for one of the most enduring myths of the whole Gallipoli tragedy. After 4 months of stalemate and many thousands of deaths, one incident above all has come to symbolize the futility of the Gallipoli campaign. A major August offensive was launched to break the stalemate, but it would be a minor diversionary attack by the Australian light horse at the Neck that has become the heart of an Anzac myth. The Neck is a ridge on the Anzac front line within 10 yards of the Turkish trenches.
There were about 8 Turkish trenches at the neck, and then 2 machine guns fixed on top of the hill.
This is a narrow ridgeline. It's as wide as 3 tennis courts, side by side, and if you can imagine, the frontline trenches are the baselines.
The Royal Navy bombarded the Turkish defences throughout the night before the attack. According to myth, a failure to synchronise watches between the British and the Australians meant the barrage stopped early.
7 minutes before the attack was due to go in, according to the watches of the Australian officers, supporting bombardment stopped.
The Australian infantrymen, who didn't dare leave their trenches for fear of another bombardment, waited. The Turks had time to set up their machine guns, but they were already well aware of the Australian intentions.
Before the Australians' trenches, there were barbed wire, and it was taken away. So Turks knew there was an attack imminent coming.
At 4:30 a.m., the first wave of Australians prepared to attack.
First line, mounted the fire steps, went over, and almost to a man, massacred. A few got more than 5 yards.
Attempts made to stop the attack were in vain.
2 more lines, another 300 men, leapt out of a trench, shoulder to shoulder, and were scythed down. As far as casualties concerned, it was worse than the charge of the Light Brigade in the Crimean War. They lost 2/3 of the men. It was sheer massacre.
Myth has it that a British officer ordered the final waves of men to their death.
It wasn't the case. It was an Australian officer, later went on to be a brigadier general. So it was a local massacre, born and bred.
Almost 300 men died in 15 minutes. It would be another 3 years before their remains were finally buried at the neck, where the memorial stands today.
In Western Front, losing 1 mile or 2 miles wouldn't make any difference. But in Gallipoli, every inch of land was competed.
As the British were finding out further south, after months of bitter fighting, they were still only 4 miles from the beaches where they had landed.
So we find ourselves here on the top of Gully Spur, 4 to 4.5 miles from the beaches, which you can see clearly behind us there. And this was the deepest point the British reached at Cape Helles. And it took them from the 25th of April till the 28th of June to get to this point.
This point was still 3 miles short of what had been their objective for day 1, Achi Baba.
So you can see clearly from up here, from the Helles beaches all the way up to Achi Baba, sitting over there, the objective for the 29th Division on the first day, supposed to be taken by nightfall on the 25th of April, never taken at all.
Achi Baba became a symbol for the British forces. As long as it loomed over the horizon, it was a constant reminder of the campaign's failure. Peter Doyle decided to investigate what they would have seen had they reached it.
I've just reached an objective that the British had on the first day, but which they never reached within 8 months of the campaign. Because where I'm standing is Alchi Tepe, the hill known to the British as Achi Baba.
Achi Baba was assumed to have commanding views over the Narrows. If the British had achieved it, would victory have been within their grasp?
And when you look in the Dardanelles, what you see is the straits, the entrance to the Dardanelles. But what you can't see are the Narrows, and it's the Narrows where the guns protecting the minefields were located. The whole purpose, the whole point of trying to get to this fortress was to be able to direct fire into the Narrows and to destroy those, to allow the ships to sail through and onto Istanbul.
Achi Baba does not have views over the defences at the Narrows, but what it does have is a commanding view of the British positions at the beaches.
Terrain was a weapon of war that the Turks used against the attacking forces. It meant that the British, as they landed, were disadvantaged. They couldn't move over slopes, they couldn't drink the water, they could not see the targets and the objectives that they wanted to achieve. In my view, as a geologist, terrain won the battle for the Turks and lost it for the British.
Today in Gallipoli, even 80 years of ploughing have failed to fully eradicate the evidence of this bitter struggle.
Look, in 5 minutes, this is what we found, evidence of the British occupation.
And less frequently, you're also finding, as we see, pieces of bone as well, lying on the top of the fields, still being found today.
The Gallipoli campaign is perceived as a close-run thing, and victory was just within grasp. But could any amount of leadership and luck have saved this doomed military adventure?
From the very beginning of the campaign, there was no chance. It was a hopeless endeavour, and it does not detract from the courage of the men, the bravery of those who came here, those who tried to see it through. And for us looking at it today, these are the lessons that we should draw.
The story that is always told of Gallipoli is of how the British failed. But there's another story too, that of a resounding Turkish victory.
Full credit must go here at Gallipoli to the fact that the Turks beat the Allied forces. This was not a campaign that we lost by sleight of hand. It's not a question of saying we was robbed. This was a clear defeat, and the Allied forces in the end showed that this was a great Turkish victory.
The Gallipoli campaign started in the waters of the Dardanelles, and it would end there. The boats that landed the troops returned to evacuate them. When the last man departed in January 1916, they left behind a landscape strewn with thousands of dead. Allies lay with Turks. Today, many still lie unmarked in the landscape they fought and died for.
When you come here and you absorb the landscape, everywhere you go around them, there is a feeling in Gallipoli. You can get it in the cemeteries, you can find it in the sunflowers. Everywhere you go, this sense of tragedy, this sense of hopelessness seeps out of the soil. It really is probably the most moving battlefield that I've ever visited.
All the hills have names and stories, so it's like a sacred country. If you know what happened here, you feel this and you understand the futility of the war.
The Allied soldiers who landed at Gallipoli were set an impossible task. The Turkish army and the landscape itself were an unbeatable combination. No amount of leadership or planning could have defeated them. When President Kennedy first sent Americans to Vietnam in 1961, he did so with the conviction that America was the natural leader of the free world. Inspired by their charismatic young president, many ordinary Americans too felt it was their duty to champion democracy around the world.
I guess we all just pretty much believed in what we were doing. And I wanted to go to Vietnam because it was just what John Kennedy had talked about in 1961, about bearing any burden and supporting any friend. And to me, it was just an extension of what he had talked about.
So with unshakable confidence in the righteousness of their cause, America went to war. Their objective? To stop what they saw as the dangerous spread of world communism.
All communists in the world were working together, and their job was, in the end, to overthrow the United States. And that the way to defeat those communists, or at least to hold the line against them, was containment.
Vietnam was a divided country. The mission of US forces was to support the government of the South by containing the communist North. This was far from straightforward. The Americans had to fight the regular North Vietnamese army, but they also faced communist-supported guerrillas inside South Vietnam, the Viet Cong. By 1968, there were nearly 500,000 American soldiers in South Vietnam. The battle had already been long and bloody, but US commanders were now confident that victory was almost at hand. It was the eve of the Tet Lunar New Year, and the streets of the South Vietnamese capital, Saigon, were busy with holiday traffic. Then, suddenly, everything changed. All over Saigon, Viet Cong fighters launched surprise attacks on American and South Vietnamese posts.
And the significance of attack wasn't just that all of a sudden here was an attack, it's where the attack occurred, which is now the North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese insurgents were attacking the cities.
It wasn't just Saigon. There were hundreds of attacks in every major town and city in the country. The Viet Cong were trying to provoke a popular uprising to overturn the South Vietnamese regime. The Tet Offensive of 1968 did prove to be the turning point of the Vietnam War. Just not in the way the Viet Cong planned. This was a new kind of war. It was the first to come directly into people's living rooms. Historian Scott Lucas is convinced that television could be one reason why America lost in Vietnam. He's looking for the evidence in the thousands of cans of TV footage of the war.
Vietnam is not the first media-saturated war, but Vietnam in degree is a different war. Now you have television as well as film and as well as radio.
The newsreels reflect the optimism, at first, of those who went to fight Kennedy's war.
I believe in what we're fighting for. We're fighting for freedom. It's something that we all value, and I think we're doing the right thing in this.
The American media was not opposed to U.S. intervention in Vietnam from 1964 with the use of air power and 1965 with the use of ground troops. Most of American news and American documentaries were very supportive of the government effort.
It was clear to them for the first time just how vulnerable American forces actually were.
When you see enemy troops in Saigon opposite the street from your hotel, when you see them in the U.S. Embassy, that safe haven for all Americans, then something serious has occurred.
The new medium of television wasn't the only problem for America. Andrew Priest is a British historian who studied the Tet Offensive. He's come to Vietnam with a new purpose, not to trawl through the archives, but to meet eyewitnesses and to search for clues to America's failure on the ground. Tet caught US forces completely off guard, yet the attacks had been prepared right under their noses. Their problem lay in knowing just who the enemy was.
That idea of the guerrillas and the civilians being together mixed was always a great problem. We were aware of the fact that, you know, if these civilians were liable to be the people who were putting out the mines and booby traps. They were probably carrying messages for the VC, such things. We were aware of that. We never developed any means at all of distinguishing one from another. It couldn't be done.
American commanders never appreciated how far the Viet Cong had infiltrated South Vietnam cities. Ngo Thai's noodle bar was popular with American and South Vietnamese soldiers. It was also HQ for the most important Viet Cong cell in Saigon.
Even one of South Vietnam's top men, General Win Cao Ki, stopped by my restaurant to enjoy the food. He had no idea this was a key meeting place for the Liberation Army.
It was in this room that the Tet Offensive was planned. Yet as this planning went on upstairs, Toai served noodles to American soldiers downstairs.
This is almost a shrine to the Tet Offensive. It really makes you aware of how significant Tet was to the whole war.
US intelligence failed to detect Viet Cong planning for the Tet. But the offensive also needed troops and supplies. Both had to come hundreds of miles from North Vietnam. Yet American intelligence failed to pick up this activity too. To understand why, Andrew Priest is piecing together the evidence, trying to find traces of the Communists' legendary supply route, the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
I really did want to get out and see for myself whether there was anything left of the trail, and also, perhaps more importantly, the kind of countryside that it went through.
The Ho Chi Minh Trail was a 1,000-mile lifeline for the North Vietnamese cause.
We called the Ho Chi Minh Trail Miracle Road.
A miracle that high-tech surveillance and intensive bombing still couldn't stop. After almost a week of heavy fighting, the Americans have regained control of Saigon. But elsewhere, the Communist Viet Cong are holding out, fueled by supplies and reinforcements from the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
The Ho Chi Minh Trail was absolutely crucial to the Tet Offensive, to the preparation for it. It was absolutely necessary to get as much materiel, but also as many men down into the south in order for the Tet Offensive to be successful.
Andrew Priest has traveled to Quan Luc province in central Vietnam to search for traces that remain of the legendary 1,000-mile-long trail. Beginning in the north, around the Mu Jia and Ben Karai passes, the trail wound through eastern Laos and Cambodia before crossing the border into South Vietnam.
At the very beginning of the war, Ho Chi Minh Trail is rudimentary. It is literally walking trails through the jungle. And soldiers go through great hardship to make it down that trail. It's very difficult to move logistic support down that trail.
North Vietnamese photographs and US aerial reconnaissance material together begin to create a picture of how the trail worked.
Sophisticated simplicity was the key. The most obvious way to transport things along the Ho Chi Minh Trail was by foot, but also bicycles, for example, were vitally important. This gave them the advantage of great maneuverability and mobility.
Early on in the war, the North Vietnamese could transport only around 400 tons of supplies a day. But by 1968, the trail could carry more than 10,000 trucks at any one time. The Americans were desperate to halt activity on the trail, so they turned to cutting-edge surveillance technology to help them. At Hanoi's War Museum, there are relics of this US surveillance effort. ADSID was an air-delivered seismic intrusion detector. Adapted from technology designed to locate Soviet submarines, thousands were dropped over Vietnam.
What we have here is an actual piece of American equipment. This is an American remote sensor. It would have been dropped from an aircraft. It would have been coming through the jungle canopy, would have been going incredible speed, rotating. The idea was that most of this would have been buried under the soil. And what this was designed to do was to give the Americans information on the movement of the Viet Cong.
The ADSID could pick up the vibrations and even the body heat of passing soldiers. these signals would be relayed back to American bases. A pattern of increased activity would draw immediate bombing. Thousands of these were dropped in the region of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Yet American bombing still failed to hit the target.
For every technological advance there is in war, there's a dumb solution. And the Vietnamese were very, very good at coming up with solutions to American technological advances.
Rather than simply disabling the ATSIDs, mockingly nicknamed tropical trees, the North Vietnamese turned US technology to their own advantage.
Very, very carefully, we'd take the tropical tree to a pre-arranged open area. Then we'd set an engine or a small generator running next to it. This would create a large amount of noise that the tropical tree would pick up, and this would deceive and confuse the enemy.
And American bombing would be drawn away from the real target. As much high explosive was dropped on the Ho Chi Minh Trail alone as was dropped on Germany in the whole of World War II. Though they may have been deceived about the center of activity, the trail itself was clearly visible on US aerial surveillance photographs.
Though we put great pressure on that trail, we never close it down. It's never ineffective.
Through studying its ingenious design, Andrew Priest begins to understand the key to the success of the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
In order to keep the supplies running, there was no point in having just one single trail. So in fact, they had to have a series of trails that could be used on any particular given day at any particular time. This meant that if the Americans bombed one particular trail, they had another one available, or of course, they could build one very, very quickly because this was very important to them.
Rather than just one main routeway, the trail was actually a network of camouflaged paths and roads that zigzagged south inside a corridor up to 30 miles wide. Connecting these parallel main routes were hundreds of communicating roads and tracks. So if one route was bombed, traffic could easily be switched to an alternative.
This photo really encapsulates what the Ho Chi Minh Trail was all about. The Americans have bombed this bridge here, but in fact the Vietnamese have not been deterred by this, and in fact they built 2 further bridges with 2 further tracks. And I think this really encapsulates the American dilemma. No matter what they do, the Vietnamese will always find a way through. They'll always find a way to keep their supplies running.
Andrew Priest's research has drawn together a comprehensive picture of how the Ho Chi Minh Trail worked.
Actually seeing the Ho Chi Minh Trail, you realise what the Americans were up against. And you start to realise how, I suppose, misguided they really were about the whole effort. They saw it very much in Western terms, and yet they came up against these people who were absolutely single-minded in their effort and in their determination to achieve their final ends.
The ingenious design of the trail meant Viet Cong fighters in the south were kept supplied throughout the Tet Offensive. But when they met American troops in combat, the odds were still stacked heavily against them. One item of military hardware epitomizes American superiority in Vietnam: the helicopter. It was crucial to the predominant US strategy: search and destroy.
Strategy search and destroy is actually very simple. To go into an enemy-held area, search for that enemy. What you hope to do is pin large enemy forces in place and destroy them.
For this new concept in warfare, the US Army created an entire new division, the 1st Air Cavalry. On paper, this air mobility gave American forces a huge advantage. Yet once again, conditions on the ground told a very different story.
You don't move a battalion into an enemy area and have the enemy not know about it. You move large, ponderous units into an area where the enemy knows the terrain, the enemy probably lives there, and the enemy is built for speed and wants to get away. That enemy will, in fact, get away. In many ways, you're trying to strike a gnat with a sledgehammer.
And in the long run, the apparent futility of these raids began to undermine the morale of American troops.
Month in and month out, we couldn't see that we were making any progress. And we went to the same places over and over. We'd leave, we'd go back, and we'd fight again. And leave and go back and fight again. There was absolutely no awareness that we were making any headway at all. If there's no progress being made in the war, then why am I losing all these men around me? Why am I losing so many friends?
One particular place was the target of constant search and destroy raids throughout the war. Just 30 miles from Saigon, it was a key communist stronghold known as the Iron Triangle.
This area was very important for both sides. The enemy knew if they couldn't destroy or take control here, then they might lose Saigon. We knew too that we had to hold on to this area, otherwise we wouldn't have any influence on Saigon.
On the edge of the Iron Triangle was Cu Chi, one of the most heavily bombed districts in the whole of South Vietnam.
People who visit Cu Chi now and see all the trees cannot imagine what it was like during the war. There was so much shelling and bombing by the Americans, as well as the toxic chemicals that they sprayed over the land. It was relentless, every single day. It seemed nothing could survive, not even an insect.
To move underground. In just a few months, thousands of fighters and their families dug an extraordinary complex of tunnels. This warren of interconnecting tunnels, 3 levels deep, would become their world for the next 10 years. Anthropologist Simone Clifford Yeager has come to Vietnam to find out more about the tunnels and the people who built them. The network stretched for 250 kilometers. The Americans never discovered its true extent. An entire American division even established its fortified base, not realizing the ground beneath was honeycombed with Viet Cong fighting tunnels. Despite the apparently unlikely surroundings, geology was in fact on the Viet Cong's side.
The geology around Cu Chi was very special because the soil around here is predominantly laterite clay with a ferric binder. It was easily workable, and it meant that the Viet Cong were able to construct this complex network, but at the same time, at the top, it actually dried similar to concrete. So in essence, even though this ground looks rock hard, if you actually have a dig at it, it's pretty easy to work.
Tunnel trap doors were designed to be strong enough to resist armored vehicles and were well camouflaged.
Where is it? Wow.
Very small.
Such tiny trap doors meant that if discovered, none but the slightest built American soldier could follow the Viet Cong down inside.
Hands up, it's very easy for you. So get in. Turn right. After that, turn left, you can to see fighting bunker.
So this is a loophole. Viet Cong sentries would have stood watch here and looked for any movement out in the jungle. This is the ideal height for either a man or a woman to stand and watch guard with a rifle on their shoulder, ready to fire at any intruders to the area. So it would have been effectively a sniper position. And looking at this from outside, it would have been incredibly well camouflaged. And the Americans out there wouldn't have known where the shots were coming from.
And these fighting bunkers were just the top layer at Cu Chi. The maze of tunnels is a reminder of the kind of enemy the Americans faced in Vietnam.
Sun Tzu, in The Art of War, written 2,500 years ago, said, "Know your enemy." We didn't know our enemy.
To truly understand what the Viet Cong were prepared to go through, Simone Clifford Yeager wants to experience for herself what life was like in the now derelict lower-level tunnels.
Wow, these mushrooms. Just shows how incredibly damp it is down here that mushrooms are able to grow. It would have been pretty hard to breathe down here at the best of times, but with the dank air and the mushroom spores and everything, it would have taken some getting used to. Another incredible feature of the tunnel complex is the ventilation system. This is a ventilation hole, and it runs right up to the surface, about 6 or 7 meters, and fed fresh air down into the tunnels below. But nevertheless, even though there were these tubes going up to the surface, the air in here is very close. Your lungs would have had to become acclimatized to the shallow breaths and the dampness, and a lot of breathing problems resulted from that.
Yet whole families lived down here for years on end. There were schools, hospitals, even theaters in the tunnels.
So, now going down into the third level of the tunnel complex, which is the final level, and we're down about 10 meters below ground. As you can see, the composition's changed quite a lot. It's much, much harder. There's more kind of rock formations, and it's obviously a lot damper as well. There's some mold growing here, different kinds of lichens. It's absolutely tiny. I mean, I can hardly go anywhere without being crawling on my hands and knees.
Resistance at Cu Chi continued throughout the Tet Offensive. The tunnel system was never defeated. But as this underground war continued, 100 miles to the north, the Americans were entangled in what would be the bloodiest battle of the entire Tet Offensive. It's 3 weeks into the Tet Offensive, the Viet Cong's massive, unexpected assault on South Vietnam cities. More than 500 Americans have already been killed or wounded. In the once beautiful university city of Hue, fighting is still savage. It's here that events will soon take place to change the course of the Vietnam War. Nguyen Thi Huai was one of the young women engaged in the bitter street fighting.
The fighting was very, very fierce, but personally I felt proud, and I still feel proud, because I was fighting for independence, fighting for our people. Why would foreigners come here to kill our people, to kill our children? Our hearts were filled with hatred.
American TV crews were drawn to the fighting in bloody Hue, and the emotions of Viet Cong fighters like Huai began to find an echo in America.
Tet exposes psychologically that America may never, ever be able to achieve a final victory over the North Vietnamese and the South Vietnamese insurgents. Because what Tet shows is is that North Vietnam and South Vietnam are willing to stay the course, are willing to take large numbers of casualties, whereas the Americans that face them may not have that political will.
In Hue, American casualties steadily mounted as they struggled to fight their way out of the stalemate. It was an infantryman's battle, the Stalingrad of the Vietnam War. But even when restricted to small arms, US forces still had the technological superiority of a superpower. In the Tet Offensive, the North Vietnamese used a weapon designed almost 20 years before, the AK-47. By contrast, most US soldiers were issued with the latest M16 rifle. The more accurate, sophisticated M16 should have given American troops the edge. Supplied to the North Vietnamese by the USSR and China, the Kalashnikov AK-47 was a simple, solid weapon. It was an assault rifle designed to deliver large amounts of fire with a larger bullet than the M16 at a shorter, effective range.
I think that for infantry use, the AK-47 was much better than the M16. It was a much more practical weapon. We even left AK-47s hidden underwater for as long as 3 months. And when we came back for them, we could still use them. No problem.
The AK-47 was also simple enough for inexperienced volunteers to use.
I was trained to use all kinds of weapons, including rocket launchers and rifles, but mostly the AK-47. The M16 was very quick firing, but it was flimsy. The AK-47 is made out of stronger wood and steel. It's much more durable than the M16.
And anyone could use it, an untrained man, or even a child. Yet again, a low-tech solution gave the North Vietnamese a counter for US sophistication. But there was another, even simpler weapon that John Tulloch encountered in Vietnam. The booby trap. In Vietnam, they played a crucial role in a modern, high-tech war. Booby traps were cheap and easy to make. And for the Viet Cong, making them was even a morale-building exercise.
The kind of traps we used could be prepared anywhere by any person. It was an outstanding achievement. Local people all became involved, using traditional skills to fight the American army. Normal, everyday people, making simple traps.
In some areas, North Vietnamese forces manufactured barbed steel spikes for their traps. But for the most part, simple bamboo was enough. Cut into stiletto-like stakes called pangees.
Up ahead I've made a small trap with the sharpened bamboo stakes in the bottom. It's in that area there. So I just, that would be the sort of thing I would imagine they would have made with the stakes in the bottom.
No, that's absolutely a very simple pangee stake trap. A guy treading on that, he's got 80 pounds on his back carrying his weapon, his full weight suddenly going through there. That will go straight through his boot, through his calf muscle, shear that. That's as good as any anti-personnel mine.
Yeah.
But how did the Viet Cong avoid falling victim to their own hidden traps?
There were signs. One that was a standard one in Phuoc Thu province, a leaf and a twig going through it coming through like that would be laid on the ground with all the other rubbish that would be lying there. I, as a VC, would see that lying on the ground, and this particular twig here is lying to the right of the main membrane of the leaf, would point to the fact that 3 to 5 meters ahead is a trap.
And with all such traps and mines, the injuries they inflict are only part of their effectiveness as a weapon.
The reality of a guerrilla war was very difficult for American soldiers to take. Specifically the use of booby traps and mines. All of these things are, more, as far as morale is concerned, very difficult to deal with.
And I had been standing, having a little talk with and sharing a cigarette with one of my men. And word came back up the file to move out. And I put my hand on his shoulder and I said, okay, let's go. And immediately after that, there was a big explosion. And I hit the ground and smoke kind of cleared away, and I got my wits back about me, and I realized, I looked down and I was intact. But the man whose shoulder I'd had my hand on had stepped on the mine, and from just below the knee down, his right leg was just gone. I've never seen bleeding like that before or since. Blood just ran out of the stump of that leg like water out of a faucet. Terrible thing to look at. And after a couple of minutes, he said, my leg's gone, isn't it? I said, well, part of it is. He said, well, then just get me the hell out of here. So we did. We got him dusted off. And when that medevac left, I got down on my hands and knees and I vomited.
The state of tension that these men must have been living in, hour after hour, day after day, must have been almost incomprehensible.
Morgan O'Connell is an expert in combat stress. He's worked with veterans from World War II to the Gulf War. Now he's drawn to the plight of psychiatrically damaged Vietnam veterans. He believes the particular circumstances of the Vietnam War had dire consequences for the morale of American soldiers.
Being terrified in the context of the Vietnam War, I think it was a unique experience. You see the consequences of booby traps or the unseen enemy, your mates being killed, you can't go in to rescue them. No human being can cope with that indefinitely.
Vietnam veteran John Young is typical of those ex-soldiers Morgan O'Connell has studied. In 1967, John was a squad leader in the 9th Infantry Division. Though only 21, he was highly experienced, a competent and reliable veteran. But one battle changed him. On a single search and destroy mission in the Mekong Delta, almost 2/3 of his unit were killed or wounded.
After that battle, I was not concerned very much with the military mission. I mean, I still did what I was told to do, but I was interested in keeping these people alive. And when I went out on an ambush, I went to where they told me to go, and I set up defensively. I wasn't out there to look to find somebody and kill them. I set up defensively to protect myself. And I'd stay there in position for as long as they told me to stay, and then I'd come back. Losing men will do that, and it just changes your outlook. It just became the idea of surviving.
Morale is key to any army's success. The GI's morale was on a downward spiral, but as the Tet Offensive neared its bloody climax, the resolve of the Viet Cong showed no sign of weakening. The American army in Vietnam was a conventional force trained to fight traditional wars. But in the Viet Cong, they faced a wholly unconventional enemy.
The Viet Cong resistance wasn't just men fighting, it was women fighting, it was young people fighting, it was old people fighting. It was the whole community.
In Vietnam today, dozens of museums and memorials bear witness to the particular nature of America's enemy and what motivated them. The story of Vo Thi Chin is typical. From Cu Chi, she was a volunteer fighter from the age of 13.
My family was almost completely destroyed by American bombing. Only my mother escaped when our house was hit. The house was burnt down by the bomb, and all the rest of my family was killed. So, with such hatred in my heart and in my thoughts, I joined the army. I was so determined to fight, even though I was a girl.
It was this spirit that the Americans were up against. Even small places like Cu Chi sent tens of thousands of ordinary people like Chin to fight.
This is the Cu Chi War Memorial Hall, commemorating all of the people died during the resistance struggle against the Americans. There are over 44,000 names inscribed on these walls, many people still missing in action. The people who died here weren't simply military combatants, they were whole communities, people just involved in the fighting, men and women, people young and old. It's quite amazing to think that the number here, 44,000, is almost the total of American soldiers killed during the whole war.
Four weeks after the Tet Offensive began, the last pockets of North Vietnamese resistance were isolated in the rubble of Hue. 4,000 Americans had been killed or injured, but they had inflicted more than 10 times that number on their enemy. The Tet was an overwhelming American victory. Then something extraordinary happened. The Americans had won, but across the world, Tet came to be seen as a North Vietnamese victory. Trawling through the thousands of feet of newsreels, Scott Lucas has identified the moment Middle America turned against Vietnam. Watched by millions of people, the broadcast struck an instant chord with average Americans, who until then had been generally supportive of the war.
What the Cronkite broadcast does is more important as being a symbol of the futility of the war, and futility which is brought to the American people not by their politicians, but by the news media.
Walter Cronkite had gotten on American television and said Americans should no longer listen to the statements made by their military that saw silver linings in every cloud. Turn on a little spigot of blood. Drip, drip, drip. And over 10 years, 12 years, 15 years, that spigot of blood will force that great world power to eventually question whether or not that war's worth it. You will not defeat that country in a typical sense, but that country will wind up going home.
In Vietnam, America won every battle, but it lost the war. State-of-the-art weaponry and a huge military budget proved inadequate to subdue the morale and inventiveness of the Vietnamese communists. Not for the first time, or the last, a great power underestimated its enemy. In 1973, the last US forces were withdrawn from Vietnam. The price was over 2 million Vietnamese and Americans dead and wounded. 2 years later, the South Vietnamese government fell, and the country was united under communist rule.